Okosunu baby subamia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is, ding dong. So there it is. But I am going to shake this cough at some point. I have seen my doctors, by the way. I'm 100%, but I can't seem to shake this cough. But there it is, ding dong, and here we go again, and here we go again. I was going to label the ding dong metaphor, but it gets to a point when it gets irritating. It gets to a point when it gets irritating. You can say that extra word that then takes the joke away, and then it becomes an irritant. But there it is, ding dong. So here we go again, and here we are again, and here we gather again. All matters Nigerian, of course, nothing else. That's the one thing that does bind us. Whether you see this pathway to the rescue of the country, whether the other person says that pathway to the rescue of the country, what does bind us is that need for that country to be rescued. So the pathway to the rescue of the country is the main topic. And then subsected under that are talking points. Of course, there's only one there's only one thing that happened today. A national broadcast by your president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is speaking to matters germane to the Nigerian person, matters that are pressing on the Nigerian person. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu, president of the Nigerian state, he had a national broadcast today, and a few things came out that addressed frontally topical issues that are agitating the minds of the people. But did he sufficiently address in order to soothe your mind? Are you calmed by the balm of that address? So we'll talk about that. We'll even watch clips of that because it's important that we watch the clip and then address it. But yes, the one thing that because I was on another platform previously, and the one thing I was trying to get an agreement on was that the one thing that we should agree on is that there's communication taking place between the governors and the governed. So that at least we have to acknowledge, which is a departure from where we were coming from with Buhari, of course. I think the only time that he spoke to Nigerians was during that NSAS space, when he ordered Dan Ladi to go and be shooting people in Lagos. So that was the only time that Buhari addressed us. But certainly the communication portal has been opened. And we've been seeing a lot of that as well. You notice that we see a lot of the interiors of the Aso Rock Villa. We see the foyer. When people come in, as they are coming in, we see the cascading stairways, the cascading stairs. And then we see then it land on a foyer somewhat. So we're seeing a lot more interaction with the governing space, more than I think we've ever seen before. And now he's now had this national broadcast to address the things that are agitating the minds of us Nigerians. We gather here every day to rail and rile against it. So now he has spoken frontally to that. But was that sufficient enough? Because what he was trying to get across was that there is a ray of hope in the horizon, a light at the end of the tunnel. So were you sufficiently imbued by what the guy from, I was going to say the guy from Lagos, but nobody really knows where Tinubu comes from. Maybe it's even from Guinea, as the obedience space are telling us. But did it soothe you is really the question. So were you soothed by the balm that Tinubu was applying to your wound. So a lot of that up for discussion. So we'll be discussing that, and we'll be watching clips of that interaction as well. 7 things President Tinubu talked about in his speech. So somebody has condensed the highlights of that. So we'll have a look through that and see if we are in agreement that those were the highlights of that broadcast. Then unpick those highlights to see exactly what we are making of them, if they address frontally where the main concerns are and all of that. So all of that is up for grabs. So we're looking at that. So from that, we look at this. So there's strange movements in Kano State, but then when is there never not strange movement in Kano State? But there's more so now strange movements in Kano State than ever before. It's a case of a back to the future sort of a thing. Confusion in Kano State as portrait of dethroned Emir Mohammed Sanusi resurfaces in state government house. So there it is right there. And I don't, because of course, so there it is right there. So you can see the unmistakable profile of Lamido Sanusi Lamido. There he is right there. And you can see the newly elected state governor. So there he is right there. And oversighting them, you can see Bola Tinubu there. So now, a picture they say tells 1,000 tales, but what tale is this picture telling? You recall, of course, that under Abdullahi Ganduje, the Sokoto Emirate was divided into 5 sub-emirates, and different emirs were allotted. Oh, that's come off the screen. Let me make sure it is right. You recall, of course, that under Lamido Sanusi, the Sokoto Emirate was divided into 5 subsect emirates, with all of them getting their individual emirs. I think there were actually 2 Ado Bayore, Ado. The Bichi Emirate, I think, is an Ado anyway, the king that died, one of his sons got that. I think 2 of his sons got emirates. But it looks as though now Lamido Sanusi's picture is now resurfacing in the Kano State House. So what does this mean is the thing. This somewhat clearly signals the return of Sanusi. So the return of Sanusi, but 2 weak stool, because of course that emirate, as I said, has been subdivided. So is it a putting together back of the Kano Emirate under one stool and then installing then Lamido Sanusi as the emir? A picture, they say, tells 1,000 tales. So a picture tells 1,000 tales. From there, we take a detour into somewhat of a human interest story. You know, we like to take on human interest stories every once in a while. And the human interest story, relationship expert, how is that even a job description is really the question. How does that become a job title for anybody, relationship experts? We used to call them agony ants back in those days when their Auntie Rebecca, they used to have that column in the Punch or the Tribune or something. Relationship expert, Blessing CEO Okoro, speaks on why married men need to hide their love child or children from their wives. So this is a space that is highly controversial, but somewhat is a widely held practice within the Nigerian space. So this now speaks to that space. And there's a divergence of opinion on that space. So I know that by instinct you want to recall from this headline that that surely the child must have full access to his father, because of course he is not a party to whatever it is that brought him into being or her into being. But then of course the protection of the guy's shall we say first family, that comes into, so it's a very complex and a very convoluted space. It's not a binary for or against, it's a very nuanced space. But it's the nuance in this headline. Relationship expert Blessing CEO Okoro speaks on why married men need to hide their love child or children from their wives. So we find out exactly what this character is on about. So we find out exactly what that character is on about, and back to our usual playing ground. We've not been there for a long time, so let's go back there again. So back to the P to B space. Obi's camp responds to EIU's prediction that Tinubu will win at the tribunal. So the EIU is an European sort of body, agency, entity, etc. So actually, let's get this one out of the way quickly. The camp of Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, has dismissed the recent report by the Economic Intelligence Unit predicting that President Bola Tinubu will win at the presidential election petition court. Correspondents report that the Obi-Dati Media Office accused the EIU of bias and of trying to prescript the outcome of the legal challenge to the 2023 presidential election. The statement reads, the EIU prediction is beyond partisan. Indeed, it is most disturbing and unacceptable. By this jaundiced report, the EIU, via subterfuge, is trying to prescript. So that is to not to prescript, but to forescript, to beforehand script. So it's trying to prescript a judicial outcome by front-loading its pre-offered narrative. The statement also accused the EIU of trying to score cheap points by appearing to be altruistic, attempting to score cheap points with the passive mention of Mr. Tinubu's low popularity at 37% of 27% voter turnout does not sufficiently capture the widely held view of proven election irregularities like never experienced in Nigeria's history. It's just this hyperbolic language that they use. What widely held view of proven election irregularities like never experienced? The election we had is probably one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest we've had so far. And that is reflecting in the result, because it was a sort of tightly fought and tightly won election. So it's just an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in terms. It's just this highfalutin language that they bandy about. It's just a word salad. Attempting to score cheap points with passive mention of Mr. Tinubu's low popularity at 37% of 27% voter turnout. So I've heard this ridiculous logical line, if you want to use that in loose terms. I've heard this ridiculous logical line that is called 37%, and therefore he did not score the majority. He did score the majority of the votes cast. It's called the majority of the votes cast. So that is why he was declared president. So that is 37% is more than the percentage that every other contender got. That was why he was declared the president. And they're saying of 27% voter turnout. Well, that is outside of the influence of anybody. You cannot go and hold a gun to people's head and force them down at the ballot booth. It's just, I'm not quite sure. This is why we stop going to that space. So it just rankles you and irritates you most instances. Attempting to score cheap points with passive mention of Mr. Tinubu's low popularity at 37% of 27% voter turnout does not sufficiently capture the widely held view of proven election irregularities like never experienced in Nigeria's history. So this is why a lot of people are abandoning that space. There's been fanciful and there's been ludicrous. It's just beyond the pale. It's beyond the realms of anything. It's just yam. It's yam heads, The statement called on the IEU to be impartial in its commentaries on Nigeria. I wonder if the IEU had said that Peter Obi won by a landslide. I wonder if we'll be getting this. The statement reads in full. Obidati Media, why is there still an Obidati Media team, by the way? It's just a ridiculousness. Obidati Media release, IEU Jaundice report, a transactional work poorly done. The attention of the, I wonder why people always start off with this. My attention has been drawn to, as if you are not in the news cycle. These are leading spaces that are making pronouncements on your faith, and you are saying your attention. Where else was your attention other than in this space? The attention of the Obidati Media Office has been drawn to the Economic Intelligence Unit, political prediction on the eventual outcome of the 25th February presidential election, titled "When Brigandage Meets Mercantilism." So there it is, big words. We find the report as yet another transactional work poorly done. We are taken aback that after a long silence, it is most appalling that a highly reputed analytical entity will engage in such counterintuitive prediction. I think I'll have to go and dig up this. If somebody can find that article and send it to me, what this IEU actually said, drop it to me quickly on Instagram, and then we add it to the mix. We find the report as yet another transactional work poorly done. We are taken aback that after a long silence, it is most appalling that a highly reputed analytical entity will engage in such counterintuitive prediction. So if it's a highly respected analytical, then your fate is sealed. Every foreign and domestic observer report classified the election as egregiously flawed. Such contentions are sufficient grounds for the upturning of the election result by the presidential election petition court, as sufficient evidence was proved to prove. Let me take that again. I'm reading that badly. Every foreign and domestic observer report classified the election as egregiously flawed. Such contentions are sufficient grounds for the upturning of the election result by the presidential election petition court, as sufficient evidence was provided to prove that the election was substantially flawed and did not meet the acceptable standard for a credible election. For the EIU to predict otherwise seems utterly self-serving and scripted to meet the political needs and aspirations of APC, the possible facilitator of the report. So the EIU is an European think tank, by the way, nothing to do with Nigeria. This EIU prediction is beyond partisan. Indeed, it is most disturbing and unacceptable. By this jaundice report, the EIU, via subterfuge, is trying to prescript a judicial outcome by front-loading its pro-offered narrative. It is clearly obvious that this EIU prediction is a paid advert that canvasses the position of one party amongst many that vied for the presidential election. I think the article space actually responded to this as well. I thought I saw that in the news cycle. All right, maybe enough of that, or let me just give you all of it. It is clearly obvious that the EIU prediction is a paid-for advert that canvasses the position of one party amongst many that vied for the presidential election. Even though the EIU also referred to the APC reform agenda losing momentum, Nigerians are not deceived that such analysis is by any means altruistic, when clearly it is the other way round. It is very doubtful that the EIU will endorse the incredulous and shambolic conduct of INEC had it happened within the United Kingdom or the European Union territory, attempting to score cheap points with passive mention of Mr. Tinubu's low popularity at 37 of 27% voter turnout does not sufficiently capture the widely held view of proven election irregularities like never experienced in Nigeria's history. Moreover, to opine that the judiciary would do the unthinkable in the face of proven irregularities, whilst it expects Mr. Tinubu's reform agenda to lose momentum, given his fast eroding low-level political capital, goes to show how much value the EIU places on Nigeria as a whole. So it goes on along that vein, but you already know the direction of travel of that. So you know the direction of travel of that, but which direction is this going to land? So it's a race against time for the Tinubu administration, and it's like a pincer movement. They're coming at them from all angles. August 2nd nationwide strike in Nigeria to protest against hardship, prevent military coup, organized civil society backs NLC. So I'm not quite sure why they're protecting against military coup. I thought that was what the obedience space wants, a military coup. And then we'll be spending a little bit of time with Bolaji Akinyemi as well, who speaks to the ECOWAS Niger Republic space. And we're spending time with him only really because his narrative somewhat concurs with our narrative on this platform. So we spend a little bit of time with Professor Bolaji Akinyemi to see how he's positioned and all that. So plenty to go through, plenty to chew over, plenty to mull over. So no, I did say Kano Emirate, not Sokoto Emirate. I don't know what Adeyemi is talking about. Adeyemi, I did say Kano. I'm pretty certain I did. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, this is the one that we're really pushing because we're after new voices. We're after new voices to come and enrich the conversation. So if you've never joined us before and you've always intended to join us, here is the moment in time for you to join us. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll present it again so it's immediate to hand. You already know the voice we're looking for. We're looking for that northern female voice, because that's the only voice that's yet to be documented on this platform. So if you are some Aisha or Laraba from Yobe or Gombe, and you feel sufficiently emboldened to come and participate, then come join. If you're a Aisha from Gombe or Maiduguri or Sokoto, you will get preferential treatment. As soon as you come up and you tell us that you are Aisha from Gombe or Maiduguri or Sokoto or some back of beyond the northern space, then we will come immediately to you and sample your opinion. So do that. So yes. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and please continue to ignore the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Let's go on then to the Kegite music, and then we come back into the fullness of it. First, the Kegite.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Only water, where they see my Hapa water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye oh.
lele o. Eruku lele Ghana ti dé everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, àmì ẹ̀pọ̀. So let me give you a couple of headlines that I did not advertise. This is the way that the hardship is biting on the people and how they are responding. So we're taking this example from Oyo State. This is one of the articles that one of the subscribers sent in. Oyo workers lock Makinde inside State House Secretariat over palliatives and unpaid allowances. So this is it. Now, this is the business end now of the goings on. Workers in the employ of the Oyo State government have locked down the state secretariat entrance, insisting on speaking with Governor Seyi Makinde over myriads of issues affecting their interest in the state. One of the issues, they said, is the arbitrary deductions from their salaries. Another is the governor's failure to provide palliatives to the workers. Participating in the protest are workers and pensioners from the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress TUC, Nigeria Union of Pensioners NUP, Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees NULGE, and other affiliates. Their union leaders and workers are also demanding payment of leave bonuses, gratuities to retirees who have stagnated since the year 2021, and release of promotion letters for the years 2021 and 2022. No government official has addressed the protesting workers at the time of the report. So let's just see now, because there's a clip that goes with it. So let's see what protest looks like, Oyo State style.
Of the greatest Nigerian workers. Of the greatest Nigerian workers. And of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian workers. These are just the summary. These are just the highlights.
So there it is. That's just a catch up of that's just a catch up of the. You can substitute that, because we saw Adamawa State. They're a bit more frontal in the manner that they were rallying against what's going on. But that's the Oyo State version. So this is what is going on in the country at the moment. So before we go to the Tinubu speech, let me just give you this. This appointment, I especially was looking forward to. Tinubu appoints Ajuri Ngalali as special advisor on media and publicity. So this guy put up such an excellent performance under the, if there are standout characters from the Buhari administration, not that they did good or they did bad, but they handled their brief to the best possible output. So this was one of the standout performers of the Buhari administration. This guy is a standout performer. Lai Mohammed is a standout performer. You can say Fashola, he was somewhat of a performer. Maybe he's not a standout performer, but certainly this guy and Lai Mohammed, they were standout performers. Tinubu appoints Ajuri Ngalali as special advisor on media and publicity. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of Ajuri Ngalali as special advisor to the president on media and publicity. This was made known in a statement by Willie Bassi, the Director of Information in the Office of the Secretary to the government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, on Monday. According to the statement, the appointment takes effect from the 31st of July 2023 and would terminate at the end of this administration unless otherwise decided by the president. The president urged him to bring his wealth of experience to bear on the new assignment. Ngalali served as Senior Special Assistant for Public Affairs in the presidency in the immediate past government of Muhammadu Buhari. So that's Ajuri Ngalali who keeps on his boots under a new now administration. So now let's now go quickly to the Tinubu speech now, which I think dominates everything. So 7 things President Tinubu talked about in his speech. I think this readout may well save us from having to watch the clip again. In a nationwide broadcast on Monday, July the 31st, President Tinubu urged Nigerians to exercise patience with his administration, assuring them that better days are ahead. Acknowledging the significant financial burden caused by the removal of subsidies, Tinubu emphasized that the country could no longer sustain such cost. He outlined key areas of focus in his administration, including economic reforms, support for the manufacturing sector, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and a forthright salary review for civil servants. So that salary review for civil servants, they should go from the review stage to an increment stage. So there shouldn't be too much talk in that space. They should do it as a matter of immediacy. For several years, I have. Is it going to give us the full speech? Okay. Okay. Let's just. For several years, I have consistently maintained the. For several years, I have consistently maintained the position that the first subsidy had to go. This once beneficial measure had outlived its utility. The subsidy cost us trillions of naira yearly. Such a vast sum of money would have been better spent on public transportation, healthcare, schools, housing, and even national security. Instead, it was being funneled into the deep pockets and lavish bank accounts of a selected group of individuals. This group had amassed so much wealth and power that they became a serious threat to the fairness of our economy and the integrity of our democratic governance. To be blunt, Nigeria could never become the society it was intended to be as long as such small, powerful, yet unelected groups held enormous influence over our political economy and the institutions that govern it. The whims of the few should never hold dominant sway over the hopes and aspirations of the many. If we are to be a democracy, the people and not the power of money must be sovereign. The preceding administration saw this looming danger as well. Indeed, it made no provision in the 2023 appropriations for subsidy. After June this year, removal of this once helpful device that had transformed into a milestone around the country's neck had become inevitable. So multiple exchange rates. Also, the multiple exchange rate system that had been established became nothing but a highway of currency speculation. It diverted money that should have been used to create jobs, build factories, and businesses for millions of people. Our national wealth was doled on favorable terms to a handful of people who have been made filthy rich simply by moving money from one hand to another. This too was extremely unfair. It also compounded the threat that the illicit and mass accumulation of money posed to the future of our democratic system and its economy. So this is not quite giving what I was hoping it would give, but there it is. All right, let's just go through it. I had promised to reform the economy for the long-term good by fighting the major imbalances that had plagued our economy, ending the subsidy and the preferential exchange rate swarm was key to the fight. This fight is to define the faith and future of our nation. Much is in balance. Thus, the defects of our economy immensely profited a tiny elite, the elite of the elite, you might call them. As we moved to fight the flaws in the economy, the people who grow rich from them, predictably, will fight back through every means necessary. So you've heard the fullness of that speech. So let me not take you through it fully. Let me where should we go? Let's go to the Sanusi space. Let's go to the Sanusi space. So yes, confusion in Kano State as portrait of dethroned Emir Mohammed Sanusi resurfaces in state government house. Confusion has enveloped some parts of Kano State after a portrait of the dethroned 14th Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, was hung on the Coronation Hall wall of Kano State Government House over the weekend. Rumors have been rife in the state that the incumbent administration of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf have concluded plans to reinstate Emir Sanusi as the sole Emir instead of the 5 existing Emirs created by the immediate past governor of the state, Abdullahi Ganduje. So they've actually made a mockery of that once revered emirate, where some governor can, at his whim, slash them up, and then another governor at his whim can glue them back. It's just they've made a farce of it. Recall that Ganduje in 2019 signed a law that created 4 additional emirates in the state, leaving Lamido Sanusi, then Emir of Kano, with control of 10 out of 44 local government areas. Then in March 2020, Sanusi was dethroned as the Emir of Kano for total disrespect to lawful instructions from the office of the governor. So this is just unbelievable. Instructions from the office of the governor to the Emir of Kano. We're living in a different world. Over the weekend, photos of the dethroned Emir hung in the State House resurfaced online, reacting to replacing of Sanusi's portrait. Chief Press Secretary to the governor, Sanusi something or the other, said placing the portrait of the dethroned Emir in the Coronation Hall was part of his ongoing facelift of the hall, and the portrait of the 14th Emir was returned because the hall is synonymous to him. So there it is. Intrigues in Kano State. Intrigues in Kano State. So let's move on from there. Let's make this the last one, and then we come into the room, see if there's anyone there to take it on. August the 2nd nationwide strike in Nigeria to protest against hardship, prevent military coup. Organized civil society back in LC. So there it is. We just leave that one at the headline. Let's come into the room, see who's available. We've got Dewale join us. Thank you. We've got Kumi there. Thank you. We've got Thomas. He joins us. Thank you. Father of the bride, Jaja Lekoko joins us. Thank you. And Folly B joins us from Nigeria. Thank you. Let's kick it off with you, Folly. Let's kick it off with you, Folly. Folly, are you ready? Folly B in the house. Or maybe not in the house. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear
if
you.
you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't think I don't think Folly is fully dialed in. Folly. All right, let's go with Dewale then. Let's go with Dewale. Let's kick it off with Dewale. So Dewale, good to have you. So that the Tinubu speech, I'm sure you'd have heard it, but what did you make of it? Let's kick it off with Tinubu speech.
for the fact that he's even addressing the nation, I give kudos to him. Unlike before, when we have the president that was incommunicado, where people don't even know that they have president. So I was trying to read through what he proposed. I was on another platform trying to. I stopped where he proposed a 1 billion naira, for 75 enterprise within the country, and also I think 500 billion for small scale businesses. That was where I stopped. Between now and next year, I believe in August or September. Um, and also, I think I also heard during the speech where he proposed that buses will be provided, to be distributed to the states. By and large, that was what I was able to get, but I've not been able to, read through the entire speech. I was on another platform. I forgot that actually he was going to be. I heard about it, but I completely forgot. I kind of lost in the time, the time frame. But I'm still going to go back while the show is still ongoing, and read through it. I'm not so sure that all the what he proposed is going to be, work out perfectly, but we are going to, look at the one that will work and the one that will not work. But I'm also glad that the states are taking initiatives to, example now, Lagos State, I was reading through the punch that Lagos State slashes public transportation by half, and the yellow buses are going to follow suit. So I hope that other states also will do something, significant to their people as well. That's for now.
All right. But like you said, firstly, it's good to have that communication, because it's a departure, like you said, from what the traditional norm is. But like you said, you've not listened to it, so maybe it wasn't sufficient enough to suit the space. He spoke about directing funds towards agriculture. He spoke about buses for tertiary institutions. He spoke about targeted interventions towards small medium industries, those sort of spaces, and then so he spoke about a lot of things, but what he did speak about was targeted interventions to stimulus areas within the economy. So that is how he wants to direct it.
That is great. I mean, that is awesome. But the follow-up, because previously we've had a government bringing in policies and in initiatives, and it never worked the way they expected. And I hope that all this will be monitored, closely to be able to ensure that, the policy is actually doing what it's set out to do. But like I said, which is to me, it's a great move, and it's a good strategy by speaking directly to the Nigerians. Through the speech, he says, "I'm not going to be engaged in economic jargons, but to tell you in the plain language that you and I will understand, so that Nigerians will be carried along." I mean, I don't know. I know there will be criticism one way or the other along the line. Apart from the policy or the plan itself, I know there will be criticism. But for those who will be saying, well, it hasn't, because I was following the China's news where the professor was invited, and he was, according to him, it was expected that he would, make mention of, reconciliations and, about the elections, and even the anchor of the show was stunned that no, the purpose of the broadcast was to intimate Nigerians about their plans towards elevating their sovereigns and all that. Now you are talking about reconciling Nigerians and all that. So to me, it's a great move, but by and large, we are going to be discussing more about the plans in the days ahead. However, the fact that he's able to touch agriculture and education, those are vital areas. People are educated, and I think I heard during the speech when he says that people don't have to put their aspiration, furthering their education in tertiary institution simply because there's no money. And I tell you this, woman, a lot of people had to put that idea, that ambition on the shelf simply because they could not afford for those who came from the family of 4 or 5s, that have no, substantial income. Here we have federal government proposing, but I think I found a little bit of, a little question mark when it says that 75 enterprises, within the country will be empowered by, providing 1 billion naira. And I'm wondering how they'll be able to do that. Are they going to use geopolitical selection, or is they're going to leave it to the state to provide the list of those? Because while I was on that platform, I was talking about most of the commercial activities or production companies are mainly in the southwest and the southeast. So how are they going to do it in order to spread across the country? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So
Yes.
that others will not feel marginalized or feel being left out. But somebody was quick to remind me that the association of what do you call it? The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. Well, you are going to be fully involved, and I'm thinking that the federal government can engage them. At least among them.
Is that your daughter endorsing Tinubu's speech? Your co-panelist.
My co-panelist. They'll be able to, work in hand with the federal government to identify those among themselves that, we actually needed the funds the most. And we're not talking about, but the modality of the loan is what I'm not so sure about. When it says 60, 5 years, I believe, 5 years to pay back at 9%. I don't know. It must be a very, very vital economic sector that will yield within that short period of time. But I know there will be some conditions that will be conditions that will be attached to the loans, whereby maybe guarantee a certain percentage of employment has to be put in place and all that. Probably yes, but the selection is what I'm worried about. And maybe over the time we'll start digesting more of the plan and see how it will really pan out. But by and large, I give him kudos for engaging Nigerians, at least for the first time.
Yes, I think it's very much a stimulus targeted something. Dewale, I feel for the purpose of the conversation, maybe we should have a listen to it. It's only about let's see.
Okay.
Economic challenges. My fellow citizens, I want to talk to you about our economy. It is important that you understand the reasons for the policy measures I've taken to combat the serious economic challenges this nation had long faced. I'm not going to talk in difficult terms by dwelling on economic jargon and concepts. I will speak in plain, clear language so that you know where I stand. More importantly, so that you see and hopefully will share my vision regarding the journey to a better, more productive economy for our beloved country. For several years, I have consistently maintained the position that the first subsidy had to go. This once beneficial measure had outlived its usefulness. The subsidy cost us trillions of naira yearly, such as a vast sum of money will have been better spent on public transportation, health care, school, housing, and even national security. Instead, it was being funneled into the deep pocket and lavish bank account of a selected group of individuals. This group had amassed so much wealth and power that they became a serious threat to the fairness of our economy and the integrity of our democratic governance. To be blunt, Nigeria could never become the society it was intended to be as long as such small, powerful, yet unelected groups hold enormous influence over our political economy and the institutions that govern it. The whims of the few should never hold dominant sway over the hopes and aspirations of the many. If we are to be a democracy, the people and not the power of money must be sovereign. The preceding administration saw this looming danger as well. Indeed, it made no provision in the 2023 appropriation for subsidy after June this year. Removal of this once helpful device that had transformed into a millstone around the country's neck had become inevitable. Also, the multiple exchange rate, the system that had been established became nothing but a highway of currency speculation. It diverted money that should have been used to create jobs, build factories, and businesses for millions of people. Our national wealth was doled out on favorable terms to a handful of people who had been made filthy rich simply by moving money from one hand to another. This too was extremely unfair and is not acceptable. It also compounded the threat that the illicit and mass accumulation of money posed to the future of our democratic system and its economy. I had promised to reform the economy for the long-term good by fighting major imbalances that has plagued our economy. Ending the subsidy and the preferential exchange rate system were key to this fight. This fight is to define the fate and future of our nation. Much is imbalance. Thus, the effect in our economy immensely profited a tiny elite, the elite of the elite, you might call them. As we move to fight the flaws in the economy, the people who grow rich from them predictably will fight back through every means necessary. But we are ready. Our economy is going through a tough patch, and you are being hurt by it, I know. The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses are struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there is not. If there were, I would have taken that route, as I came here to help, not to hurt the people and the nation that I love so dearly. What I can offer in the immediate is to reduce the burden of current economic situation, which has imposed on all of us, most especially on businesses, the working class, and most vulnerable among us. Already, the federal government is working closely with states and local governments to implement interventions that will cushion the pains of our people across socio-economic brackets. Earlier this month, I signed 4 executive orders in keeping with my electoral promise to address unfriendly fiscal policies and multiple taxes that are stifling the business environment. These executive orders on suspension and deferred commencement of some taxes will provide the necessary buffers and headroom to businesses in manufacturing sector to continue to thrive and expand. To strengthen the manufacturing sector, increase its capacity to expand and create good paying jobs, we are going to spend 75 billion between July 2023 and March 2024. Our objective is to fund minimum of 75 enterprises with great potential to kickstart a sustainable economic growth, accelerated structural transformation, and improved productivity. Each of these 75 manufacturing enterprises will be able to access 1 billion credit at maximum of 9% per annum, with maximum of 60 months repayment for long-term loans and 12 months for working capital. Our administration recognizes the importance of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and the informal sector as the drivers of growth. We are going to energize this important sector with 125 billion. Out of the sum, we will spend 50 billion conditional grant to 1 million nano businesses between now and March 24. Our target is to give a minimum of 50,000 each to 1,300 nano businesses owners in each of the 774 local governments across the country. Ultimately, this program will further drive financial inclusion by onboarding beneficiaries into the formal banking system. In like manner, we will fund 100,000 MSMEs and startups with 75 billion. Under this scheme, each enterprise promoter will be able to get between 500,000 and 1 million at the maximum 9% interest per annum and repayment period of 36 months. To further ensure that food prices.
Teachers, I'll help you make a full pivot to online group tutoring in as little as 90 days, show you how.
And the items remain affordable. We have had a multi-stakeholder engagement with various farmers and associations and the operators within the agricultural value chain. In short and in immediate terms, we will ensure stable food are available and affordable. To this end, I have ordered release of 200,000 metric tons of grains from strategic reserves to households across the 36 states and FCT. To moderate prices, we are also providing 225,000 metric tons of fertilizer, seeding, and other inputs to farmers who are committed to our food security agenda. Our plan to support cultivation of 500,000 hectares of farmland and all year-round farming practice remain on course. To be specific, 200 billion out of the 500 billion approved by the National Assembly will be disbursed as follows. Our administration will invest 50 billion each to cultivate 150,000 hectares of rice and maize. 50 billion each will also be earmarked to cultivate 100,000 hectares of wheat and cassava. This expansive agricultural program will be implemented targeting small farm holders and leveraging large-scale private sector players in the agri-business with strong performance record. In this regard, the expertise of developed financial institutions, commercial banks, and microfinance banks will be tapped in to develop a viable and appropriate transaction structure for all stakeholders. Fellow Nigerians, I made a solemn pledge to work for you, how to improve your welfare and living condition is of paramount importance to me, and it is the only thing that keeps me up day and night. It is in the light of this that I approved the infrastructure support for the states. This new infrastructure fund will enable states to intervene, to invest and reinvest in critical areas and bring relief to many of the pain points, as well as revamp our decaying healthcare and educational infrastructure. The fund will also bring improvement to rural access roads to ease the evacuation of farm produce to markets. With the fund, our state will become more competitive and on a stronger financial footing to deliver economic prosperity to Nigerians. Part of our program is to roll out buses across state and local government for mass transit at a much more affordable rate. We have made provision to invest 100 billion between now and March 2024 to acquire minimum of 3,000 units of 20-seater CNG fuel buses. These buses will be shared to major transportation companies in the state using the intensity of travel per capita. Participating transport companies will be able to access credit under the facility at a maximum per annum 9% interest rate with 60 months repayment period. And then, in the same vein, we are also working in a collaboration with the labor unions to introduce a new national minimum wage for workers. I want to tell you, our workers, that this, your salary review.
When people want to make more money, they basically think there's two options. They can get a better paying job.
Is coming. Once we agree on the minimum wage and general upward review, we will make budget provision for it for immediate implementation. I want to use this opportunity to salute many private employers in the organized private sector who have already implemented general salary review for employees. Fellow Nigerians, this period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work. Sadly, there was an unavoidable lag between subsidy removal and these plans coming fully online. However, we are swiftly closing the time gap. I plead with you, please have faith in our ability to deliver and in our concern for your well-being. We will get out of this turbulence, and due to the measures we have taken, Nigeria will be better equipped and able to take advantage of the future that awaits her. And in a little over 2 months, we are standard on the unproductive fuel subsidy, which only benefited smugglers and fraudsters. In 2 months, we have saved over 1 trillion naira that would have been squandered on the unproductive fuel subsidy, which only benefited smugglers and fraudsters. That money will now be used more directly and more beneficially for you and your families. For example, we shall fulfill our promise to make education more affordable to all and provide loans to higher education students we may need them. No Nigerian student will have to abandon higher education because of lack of money. Our commitment is to promote the greatest good for the greatest number of our people. On principle, we shall never falter. We are also monitoring the effect of exchange rate and inflation on gasoline prices. If and when necessary, we will intervene. I assure you, my fellow countrymen and women, that we are exiting the darkness to enter a new and glorious dawn. Now, I must get back to work in order to make this vision come true.
So there it is. They must get back to work in order to make the vision come true. So there it is. So you seen it then. Dewale, your thoughts on it. Like you said, it's something that he had to do. So it's something that he had to do. But was there sufficient in there to calm the nerves? Because it's somewhat of a stay with me sort of broadcast. He was inviting the people to keep faith with his administration, and he was acknowledging the pain that the people were going through. But was there sufficient enough meat in that speech to satiate the people?
Thank you, woman. I think the details, or the devil is in the details of that plan. I think we should understand that the main reason or the purpose of this broadcast is to intimate Nigeria about the plan being trying to put together. A lot of people are not patient. You cannot, fight them for that, because it's been 2 months now and it's really going hard on people. But I think the objective of this broadcast is not just about the plan, but to see where his administration stands at the moment. Having listened, he identifies those areas, those economic areas that he really wanted to target. And he also understands that the driving force of emerging economy like Nigeria is going to be in production, where what we consume and all that we produce locally. And he understands that. And also to create employment. He mentioned the startups. I mean, that to me is it speaks to his manifesto in the first place. The fact that they make reference to startup, he understands that this is an emerging market, and for them to be able to function properly in this in its current economic dispensation, they also need to have access to funding. Like I said, the devil is in the details of this plan. But to me, it comes across as something that any serious leaders will put in place to address, at least for a short period of time. I think it also included, because I understand the modality of it is going to be, a bigger space to explain that. But it will address the short time when he was talking about the provision of a vehicle, I believe, for the tertiary institutions and all that. So, but by and large, oh my goodness, my co.
Yes, let us let you attend to your co-pilot, and let's bring Ajanle Koko into the conversation. So Ajanle Koko, so I'm sure that's not the first time you've heard Tinubu's speech, and I'm sure you were one of the people canvassing for him to address the nation. So he has addressed the nation now, but did he say enough to ease has he given a brighter future sort of a speech, or were you unimpressed, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, I think last Saturday on this platform, when you address the youth wing of APC at Aso Rock, I mean, when he met the youth wing of APC, leaders of the youth of APC from states across the federation and was urging them that they should go and talk to their people, their mother, their sister, that he feel their pains. Remember, I said clearly on that day that the APC members does not constitute the generality of Nigerian people. Said on that day that it was a wrong approach. And on that day, I called on him that what he should have done is to address the nation, to make a public, a national broadcast to tell the Nigerian people why he has to take that route, why he is taking that measure, and what he have as measures to cushion the effect of the removal of petroleum subsidy. So today, I think he did what I called on him to do, and I think that's a he did well by addressing the nation, by telling the nation measures he's going to take to counter the effect of the removal of the petroleum subsidy. So, but if we look at everything that he mentioned, particularly the 75 billion that he said is going to spend to fund manufacturing sector, 75, the minimum of 75 manufacturing business at the maximum rate of 9% per annum with 60% repayment for long-time loan and 12 months for working capital. I think it sounds really good, and other measures that he said he's going to take, like the purchasing of CNG buses, 300 that is going to distribute to each state of the federation, 20-seater buses that is going to distribute to each state of the federation.
These were some of the things that you were recommending all the way through. Yes.
So all these are very good measures that if they honestly implement this without any political favor, it will go a long way in cushioning the effect of this removal of this petroleum subsidy. But what he failed to do that would have sent what he failed to do that will have been welcomed by the workers, particularly the trade union, NLC, that are planning to go on strike or maybe on demonstration. I don't know what they're trying to do on Wednesday, is to have roll out the increment rate on salary.
No, he spoke about that as well. I think they've not yet come to an agreement with the labor spaces. That's probably. I think latest by mid next week we should see an increment in worker salaries.
Well, I think that is what he has failed to do.
But he mentioned it though. Did he not mention that they are on the cusp of doing that?
What he said he's coming. He's coming with that increment. It's not good enough. By now, for the past 2 months that he has been there, he should have concluded the incremental rate with workers' union. And that should have come out, it should have, that should have been part of this broadcast tonight to tell Nigerian workers, this is what I have for you. This is my agreement with your union. So for him to say, I'm coming for what really matters to the workers, it shows that it's not prepared to do anything for Nigerian workers. Nigerian workers should be at the uppermost of all these
Do
measures.
you think it should announce an arbitrary salary increase, or do you think it has to be a negotiated salary increase with the labor space?
Let me tell you, one man, I'm not recommending that you should have an arbitrary increase. This guy was elected since February, isn't it?
Right, yes.
How many months ago is that? 5 months ago.
No, he took over the reins of power in April the 29th, as you know. We all know, May the 29th, rather. We all know when he took over power. So,
look, let me tell you, one man. He promised us that I'm going to hit the ground running from day one. If you want to hit the ground running from day one, then you should be well prepared.
No, I think you have an unreasonable expectation. You keep going to that. How many things would he?
Hold on, one man.
I think you have been somewhat unreasonable.
Hold on, one man, man. Anybody that is prepared to lead the people, that
must cover all eventualities, or must. Nigerian Leko comment. What's your anticipation of that?
Listen, man. I don't know why you guys want to give too much leeway to this politician to keep on doing. Continue.
On what authority would you have been negotiating with the labor unions in February?
No. I'm not saying in February. Look, he got elected in February, and before election, he said he's going to remove the subsidy.
Yes.
He said he will remove the subsidy. He said if they lie, they can demonstrate or they can do this, and I will remove it.
Right.
You got to remove it to give what back to the workers. He knew it's going to take effect on the workers and Nigerian people. So what do you have in plan to give back to Nigerian people to cushion the effect of this? So what I'm saying here, for the past 2 months, if he has done his own work well, he will have known how much he will be saving, what he got. And for these 2 months, he should have struck a deal with the workers. He will have met them for these 2 months, and they will have reached an agreement. Because
that would be a record if you are able to strike an agreement with the labor union within 2 months. Because the labor union traditionally, they will come with an unfeasible demand, and then the government will counter back with an acceptable offer. And then in between the back and forth of that, the labor union will walk out, they will threaten demonstrations of strike, there'll be an endless back and forth until they come to a convergence. That's how it usually happens. It's not something that they will just say, here is a blank check, write how much you want to be paid.
Look, one man, this guy in his campaign team have the directorate of, what is it called? Directorate of workers, or what's the name of directorate of trade union or something like that, which indicated back then that yes, he have plan for the workers. He have union veteran that headed that directorate. So assuring to us that, look, workers, I have your interests at heart, and I have one of your veterans at the head of one of the directorate running my campaign, and your interest will be surely taken care of. All right? And workers, like some of the trade unions, declare support. They work for him. On what basis did they work for him? On what basis did they campaign for the workers? Did they declare support for him? On the basis that he promised so much for the workers. And
Right.
if
Yes.
you have so much promise for the workers, you must have done your homework well in such a way that by the time you assume office, you are ready to roll out your plan for the worker to counter the effect of the petroleum subsidy. But he was not prepared. Nothing ready for the workers.
No, I don't think I accept that, Ajanliko. I think you have been somewhat unfair. And by the way, it's a fluid and a moving situation. He said he was going to remove the oil subsidy, but then the after effect, there's some predictability to it, but there's fluidity to it as well. So it's pretty much addressing situations as they emerge. And you're saying he would have had a team. Yes, he had that team, but then of course, and the promise to the workers was to improve their lot, and the process of improving their lot is what is embarked upon now. He is already reviewing their salary. He is harvesting all of these monies to improve the country. I mean, what's the expectation that as it comes in, he immediately announces salary increases to you know? By the way, the oil subsidy money is just coming in now. They don't even know how much is coming in. I mean, there's a lot. It's not just. I think you've been a bit unfair, Ajanliko, I must say.
Well, you can describe it that I'm a bit unfair. Position of leadership is a position of responsibility. So if you are not well prepared, then you don't come to be leader of the people. All right? You must have done your homework well to know how much you're going to get from what, how much you're going to save from what, and on that basis, you can prepare your preliminary, what am I going to say, measures to counter whatever you want to remove, or petroleum subsidy you want to remove. You must have done your homework well, plan A, plan B, and plan C. All right? So, since he came in for the past 2 months, and immediately he announced the removal and the jump and the price of what do you call it? The price of the petrol jump up. From that very day that they remove that subsidy, they get the how much they are saving from day one. The government the government got the record of it, how much they started saving from day one when he announced that subsidy is gone. And on that basis, between then and now, this should have negotiated well with workers' interests, or the salary review should not come last. All these things for the manufacturing, for buying buses, for SME, and all these things, where is the workers' interest there? Workers' interest is their salary. And that should have been included. He should have worked hard on that since he assumed office till date, making 2 months that he has been in office before making this thing. He should have worked hard with the trade, to strike a deal and then roll out this thing for Nigerian people.
All right.
The workers are suffering, man. One man. Nigerian workers are suffering now. A lot of people that have car, that ride car to their place of work and back home, doesn't go with cars anymore. They have to park their car at home and go by public transport because that is cheaper. And it's not convenient to most people. Imagine you've been driving car for years and governments have to take some reckless measure that wouldn't let you drive a car, and you have to go into a public transport. It's not convenient for a lot of people, I'm telling you. But look, what I'm saying is that it is good that they roll out all these measures to counter the effect of this thing. But the interest of workers, I think he has to work very hard on that. And, as soon as possible, he has to come out with salary increase. Obasanjo did it. That was the first thing that Obasanjo did after he sacked, after Obasanjo sacked the military chiefs. The first thing that he rolled out was the review of salary, was the increment of salary, of worker salary from 1,000 minimum wage to 3,005. And Nigeria was not as buoyant as we are today. So when you see leaders that are prepared to serve the people and the interests of workers, they don't waste no time. They don't waste no time when it comes to the interests of workers. That should be the salary of worker, keep them going, motivate them, keep them happy, and make them more productive. And when workers are more productive, that stimulate the economy as well. Stimulate economic growth. So because they will put out the best of their productivity, in whatever they are doing. But now the interest of worker is left behind. But I will advise him to quickly, because he has told us now how much he's saving, that he saves 1 billion in 2
1
months.
trillion. 1 trillion.
1 trillion, sorry. Thank you, woman. 1 trillion in 2 months. And definitely that's going to be like 6 trillion. We can project that 6 trillion in a year. So they have the figure now, how much they are saving. So I want to see him have, as quick as possible, meetings upon meeting with workers and strike a deal with them so that workers' salary can, so that the new salary, the review of workers' pay can take effect as well. So that is the only thing that I think that fell short in everything that he rolled out today. So, but talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Implementation is what really matters. Implemented, because we have had series of these kind of measures in the past. Nigerian politicians have rolled out a lot of things like this in the in the past. But we want to see how he will do his own. Talk is cheap. Implementation is what really matters. If he is really sincere to pursue all these measures that he just mentioned now, without political favor, but strictly on the basis of discipline and the interest of Nigerian people, I think it will go far in fighting the effect of this what do you call it? Removal of petroleum subsidy. So, but in conclusion, I think he has done well by making this national broadcast to Nigerian people. And I want to advise him that at this critical stage in the life of our nation, he should be coming out at least once a month to talk to Nigerian people. When he speaks like that, it gives Nigerian people the hope that, yes, he has us at heart. It gives us that hope that the president is there working forward and is informing us of, how he's carrying out the job. It's a servant to us. They have to bear that in mind. All is, what do you call this thing? All is information minister or strategy media team or whatsoever. Yes, those one can be doing the job, on the daily basis, informing us of what is going on in the presidency and what government is doing. But him as the president, as the servant of the people, should, make it come up with a new approach of informing Nigerian people, engaging with us, and possibly having media chat as well that will tell us that, look, this president is different from what we had in the past. Nigerians want their leader to communicate and talk to them all the time so that they can, they can keep us going, and we can be in the same boat with them while the problem in the country is being solved, so we can solve it together. So I give kudos to him for making this announcement, but I'm waiting for the salary of workers as quick as possible. 1 month.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. So, Ajanle Koko, we still have developments on the going on in Niger Republic with Burkina Faso and Mali saying that they are now going to join sides with Niger Republic. But we are staying with the Tinubu narrative at the moment, and we are speaking on Ajula Ngalale as well, who has been appointed. So a lot to talk about, but we're still staying on this national broadcast by Tinubu. And we take on Pansat next. So Pansat, the one thing that I think we can all agree on, that communicating with the governed is the direction of travel. So maybe we can agree on that as we go on as probably then to slaughter the speech. Good to see you, Pansat.
Yeah, good to see you too. Hello to everybody in the panel and those listening to us, especially in the chat session. I'm going to be brief, and I'm sorry to jump ahead of some people. I have an appointment about half an hour from now. Ajanle Koko is right, especially on the two issues. And by the way, one man, yes, we do give him kudos to communicate, right? But that's a low bar. We'll give him kudos to communicate, but not in cliches and banality, bromide, old chestnut, Has the you with the situation of things, he is set up to have run with it because he's following a dunce. He's following somebody who had no curiosity whatsoever. Let such a mighty country go down. So if you come in, you're made to be great just from the setup that you have, right? Look at the team he's assembling to go do the work, right? It's a reactionary set of people that he's put together, right wingers, ultra conservative people, religious, intolerant corporates, criminals, basically. He's not serious. So he gets credit for that, but you look at his 10-point agenda, you look at the budget, basically he's about to spend $652 million to boost the economy and food supply. Concessional loans, micro and small businesses. Stop. Those are just platitudes. Buhari did it. Those kind of talk doesn't move the needle.
I do not stimulus. Those are stimulus, a lot of people will say.
They are stimulus, but the point is there's a lot of cost cutting. A lot of, you look at the money, the budget, our money, first of all, woeful, what we collect from what's due us. A serious person that's riding off the back of dictators all his life, right? So he should slide in some dictatorial stuff right here, go after, find out those oil wells. There's a lot of things you're supposed to come in and do, and people are going to condemn you for being dictatorial, right? Because you have the interests of the people at heart. $26 billion budget for Nigeria is woeful. But a lot of that is stolen. A lot of it is just to pay salaries. Nigeria is a big country with hundreds of millions of people. Those are just that are known. A lot of it is stolen, cornered by a lot of people. Like me, if I come in there, the first person I'm going to grab, it's Dangote. A lot of our money is there. There are a lot of corporates like that all through the country. North, south, east, and west. But look, that's
how is Dangote a corporate?
Well, you have to do your research. This I don't want to make it a personalized stuff. He says he's the wealthiest person in Africa. He's in everything, right? So where are the employment? He's got monies from to build refineries. Where's the refinery? He's in cement. How come cement is so high? There are things you're gonna come in there to do. Forget about your friends. Go out, go work for the people. But anyway, let me talk about. I have to go. The 10 key points from his address there, right? The current economic challenges that he's talking, emphasizing the need for policy measures to combat them. Where's the sacrifice? Where is he going after the top brass, the top notch? What's he cutting? You have to show seriousness. Don't give us all these platitudes and all that nonsense. We're not kids. We're in trouble. You get credit for communicating. That's a deviation from the past 8 years. That's good. But coming there serious, rethink the team you're bringing to a game. That's, it's like if you go to play Brazil World Cup and you have one man and me and, on all those people, we're going to lose that match, right? We know you're not serious.
Speak for yourself. I'm a well sought after number 9. Yeah,
I just try to be fair because I think I could handle my own. But like to tell you the truth, you can't come in there bringing in divisiveness. You don't even have a mandate.
Pansa, can I say this?
Sure.
I cherish your opinion because there's a clear and obvious functioning brain there. But sometimes lend it just to a neutral analysis, not this heavily partisan thing. Rather than there's somewhat of a predictability to it, which somewhat disappoints me. But there it is. Carry on anyway.
Exactly, and it's actually you and those who support him who should be more effusive in your speech and your criticism, and try to maybe, who knows, because anything could happen. This man could end up doing the right thing since he said he's listening to criticism, which is good. Right? I'm not attached to anybody. He doesn't have the mandate, but he has the thing set up for him to run with it. But you got to do serious things. Out of everything he's putting down there in his 10-point thing there, there's nothing that shows that he's serious. You give Nigerians
targeted stimulus to identified economic growth areas. So that's not a good thing.
It's a good thing, but it's woefully not enough. You have to come in there, go after what's choking the country right now. It has to be controversial on your side, even your family. You have the Nigerians are very forgiving people. They're yearning for progress. They don't care where it comes from. So when you come in there and say a few things he would have done today, he could do it tomorrow, right? You have to know that it's people that's holding us down. It's not that we don't have the talent or the resources. In Igbo land, there's a proverb that says "Madu Bonjani," which means it's people that make a country bad or a village bad. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. Personalities. You have to come in there, find out what's choking this country, and remove them. Let people free. Go, like Kenneth made a speech about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Go after the terrorists. If you just gave Nigerians security, the farmers, mobilize the army, marshal them out there. Maybe Buhari will be mad at you or El Rufai will be mad at you, but you have to free people to go to the farms. You have to be serious, and $600 and something million, that is nothing. For the kind of problem we experience. You have to do the right thing, right? So I don't want to keep criticizing it because it doesn't really matter because I'm against him, right? But people like you, people like Colette, and I've seen some improvement in that area, I must say. At least not singing Kumbaya for him, but look, promising people microloans. That's what Buhari did. That money's not even going to get to anybody. If it does, it will be pittance. But cut costs, Government cost, cut it. Go out there, don't care whose ox is God. That's the kind of stuff he has to play dictatorial, but on the side for the people. So that we won't look at it. We're gonna look on the other side when he's doing something like that for the people. Don't use your dictatorial powers to go after Emefiele or go on a war in Niger Republic or doing stupid things. You don't have a mandate. Try to on it. You have a limited time. There's something you will do, and people are gonna go, you know what? It's almost 3 years already, so let's just deal with this, right? But he has to be, he has to move from evil to the right side. He cannot continue to be reactionary. So in essence, what I see him doing is reactionary when he knows there's a looming nationwide strike. So he goes and gives a speech, right? We're not stupid. We know that's why he's giving the speech. We'll give him kudos for doing it anyway, right? But he's doing it because of this looming national strike. So you come talking about subsidy removal, blah, 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 blah. You're going to do microfinance loans. That's not going to move the needle. You apparently don't know the country that you're heading. Nigeria is a big country with a lot of people. And the poverty and all these, the states that the last government left it in, you have the chance to shine. That's how people are Martin Luther King. They're shining because there was that opportunity for them to shine when there was injustice in the United States. So if you come through a time when there is no problem, you don't have a chance to be a hero. So my advice to Tinubu is, look, you actually should resign and say, you know what, I can't handle it. I'm going to resign. You're going to be a hero for doing that. But short of doing that, you have to grab all those your friends, throw them out, go out there, get patriotic Nigerians, educated Nigerians, a task force to come in there within a week or two. They've given you what it is going to take to stabilize that country. You have to do something that's that radical. So in conclusion, I wasn't going to go through the 10-point thing in his speech, but everybody listened to it, right? There's no reason to talk about him cushioning, giving a cushion to impact of economic situation, executive orders, to do fiscal policy, or it's just arbitrary sweet talk to avert a nationwide strike. So my thing to those people, strike. He's not serious. He's not cutting anything. He's not sacrificing anything. He still wants to bring along.
I don't think that strike will take place. I think it's just blustering on the part of the trade union, because we've often instances see them do that. They weaponize that to pressure the government. But I don't think that strike will take place.
Unfortunately, somebody has to get serious. Nobody's serious. We're not even serious on this platform. No Nigerian is serious. We're all responsible for what's going on. You can't sit pretty and have things done. We have to get some change, tangible change, because the first thing you have to do, we're going to be able to tell, right? For example, if you've come in here, you've appointed people who are going to do the work, you get credit for that. But you look at the bunch that he's put into the Senate to go to work with, where he's not well himself. These are familiar people who know what they're capable of doing. Once Rufai gets in there, he's going to start making trouble, angling for 2027 and beyond. So you got a lot of people to talk. I wish I could stay, but I'll be listening because I'm driving out in the next few minutes here. So, let's pressure this government, encourage those who are going to put his feet on fire. Either he resigns or he goes ahead and run with the ball, right? He has a few weeks to put something tangible, cut stuff, fire people, use some dictatorial powers for the people, because you do it, we're going to see the difference. A lot of it is aesthetic, but get security forces to go out there and tackle these terrorists in the farmlands, let people go back to work and deal with the banks, do whatever, borrow money if you have to, but make sure there is production, less corruption. But who are we asking to cut corruption? Tinubu, right? We're going crazy here, right? But who knows? Maybe there's a miracle somewhere. Maybe he say, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to do the right thing. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Pansat. Join us when you're free. With other topics to talk about, especially that space of the Burkina Faso and the Malians are threatening to join forces with Niger. So that space is fast evolving. War might be looming just around our border. So we want to speak on that.
Okay,
Thank you, Pansat. So let's go from Pansat to Bishop and sample his opinion then. So Bishop, now the much expected now speech by Tinubu, who tried to cover as much as the pain points of the Nigerian space as he can, but was that sufficient enough to give hope to the people? Was that a speech of hope, Bishop?
Okay, let me start by saying good evening, fellow compatriots, Nigeria, wherever you may be listening from. Please, as you come in, do the needful, click on the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. But if you cannot do the three, please just do one. Just click on the like button. That is the minimum you can do for this platform to keep it going. Thank you. Having said that, I think I was excited by the president's speech. He strikes the necessary chord. It's human. Everyone has heard what he said, and I was sure that there will be criticism, whatever it is. Well, I like the fact that Ajadle Koko, even in his submission, said he knows that talk is cheap. So people can criticize. Criticism is about the easiest and the most popular job in Nigeria. We know the challenges. For people expecting El Dorado to have landed on our laps in 60 days, in less than 60 days, considering the quagmire that we found ourselves in, that's fine. It's okay. That people say that yes, people can turn things around in 2 weeks. That's fine, in 2 days. I mean, we had a presidential candidate a few days ago that said I would have turned Nigeria around in 1 month. Honestly, talk is cheap. And like I've said before, one man said Nigeria many years ago, he was a football coach. He laughed when somebody tried to interview him. He said, look, Nigeria is a country of 150 million people with 150 million expert opinion on every topic under the sun. Everybody knows what to do. They are excellent administrators. They can perform better than the football, the man on the field. They can perform better, run better faster than the man on the track, and they can govern better than the governors. They can preside better than the president. But I need to say this: some of things that the president, Babajale Koko said. Remember, just facts. The entire population of our federal civil servants in Nigeria is just in a few 100,000, maybe about 500 or 600,000, all of them together. Federal government and parastatal and federal agencies, there was under 700,000. So that's what workforce represents. Remember, the last salary review the federal government tried to impose and force people, some states, military and police are not military and police are not member of NSC. They are not civil servants. They are not. They are not. Hold on. Let me. When I finish, you interject me, please.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to.
No, they are not. They are not military.
No,
paramilitary.
they are paid by the federal government too.
Yeah,
right?
but they are not under. They are not civil servants.
They are workers. Are they not workers too?
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. So let's add all our armed forces. Are you adding all our armed forces? That's about 1 million, both the military and the other parastatals. Paramilitary, about 1 million. So we are talking of 2 million. Just hold on. When I get to where I'm going, you'll be able to address it. Very mildly. I'll give you the chance. Now, let's remember where we're coming from. There was a salary review in 2019, and as we speak, 3.5 years after going to the 4th year, only 27 states have implemented that new salary scale. 10 states are still lagging behind. These are facts. So When federal government implemented them, some states went to court and look, you can pay your people how much you want to pay. They cannot afford to pay. So you cannot force us to pay what we cannot afford to pay. These are facts. So if we are saying, we are presenting it as if Buhari talks.
Sorry, Bishop.
Yes,
is that still the fact now? Because
that is still the fact till today.
Because just as early as this month, the state governments, they got more in federal allocation than they
but they have not implemented. They have not implemented it. I am saying, for a matter of fact, if they pay them more for whatever reason, it does not mean that, because some people are even owing arrears. You'll be shocked how much some states are owing in the old rate. So let's put this thing a little bit clearly. Federal government has about, let's remove the military and the other paramilitary and the police. It's going to model up our argument. I can go that route, but I know I have limited time. So let's just pick the one that can be easily. Now, all the workforce of the federal government is less than 1 million. Majority of them are in Abuja and in some federal, secretariats, which we know is just a drop in those states when we compare them to the state workforce. Now, that's a fact. Another fact is that the 2019 salary review, it took some of them 3 years. It was only about 10 states that actually said they can go with it when it started. Little by little, they were increasing. Some of them were joining. As at the last count this year that I know, only 27 states have implemented it. Now, this is now the catch. If federal government goes ahead and without consulting with those states, how do we first bring those that are still lagging behind to par on where we are now, so that we can now prepare how we can take them to the next level? And just arbitrarily, what we had in 2019 will happen again. Some states will still go to court and say, no, you are making us look bad before our people. We cannot afford this. And if we have to afford this, we have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, those are another different point. Because number one, federal civil servants, NLC, state civil servants, still dealing with NLC. Now, NLC, that is talking, combine both federal civil servants and state civil servants. What percentage of the Nigerians that actually need this palliative, that are actually in the throes of this, are we talking about? There is something that seems to stand out in the president's speech: the non-mention of the 8,000 palliative, whether it's coming in a different ways. Now, they are going to provide buses with CNG. 300. Now they are going to roll it out to states, even though he did not say it's going to be for civil servants alone. But we know those buses are going to be just in the urban areas. It's not going to serve the hinterland and the nooks and crannies of this country. So what we have successfully done is that what was meant, please note my word, I did not say he cancelled it. What was originally meant for, according to them, the poorest of the poor, we have not taken it back now to bring it to the urban centers, to buy buses for civil servants and people that are actually better off than the people that the original one would reach, originally. So, but what I want to just end up with is this: it is not just about salary review alone. It is about making the state, the country, livable for each and every one of us. People that are privileged to be in the civil service, people that are not there, the artisans, the villagers, the old, the young. If we are saying we want to grind the nation because 1 million people or probably 2 million people, which is just an infinitesimal
Bishop, there was more to the speech than just salary reviews of the civil
That's what
service.
I'm saying. No. I'm trying to. Because that's where Adale Koko seems to fault.
No, that was Adale Koko's opinion. So give us yours.
I did say it was a brilliant speech. It was timely, it was comprehensive, it strikes all the necessary chord. I remember I used that phrase, that it strikes, it touched on all the, and it's a good way to start. I mean, for a 2-month government that does not have a cabinet in place yet. Yes.
Bishop,
yes.
Pansat said that the speech was a cynical attempt to preempt the labor union strike. Would you consider there's an element of that to it, that they were trying to steal a march on the labor union who are saber rattling?
So let us assume, without conceding, that the president has taken a preemptive step to make people not to suffer because people will suffer, they will strike. The real people that are earning their daily pay, daily, we suffer. At the end of the day, maybe after 1 week, maybe after 1 month, maybe after 2 months, they will resettle, and labor union will collect their money back. That mama that used to sell at the gate of the Federal Secretariat, who is going to pay her back for those 2 months? Tell me. So if it's a preemptive act, what is bad in that? That look, don't let us make the ordinary people, the man that carried keke mawa, that used to carry people from one point, when there are no people on the street, how is he going to put food on the table? The real people that we're talking about are the ones that are going to suffer. This civil servant will stay at home, just like the ASU did a couple of months back, and insist that they must be paid completely and totally. So let us assume, without considering that, yes, what he said is true. What is bad in preempting and preventing a strike that is going to impoverish the very poor, that is going to subject them to suffering, that is probably going to kill some people because maybe medicals and something will join the ailment that could have been treated? So what is wrong in preempting to forestall that suffering of the common man? Or is it Tinubu that will suffer?
Is it not a better path to negotiate because all of these things to negotiate that salary increment, and then that will stop the strike already?
No. Salary increment cannot be arrived at in 1 meeting or 2 meetings or 3 meetings. Like I told you, salary increment and the committee started work months ago, because already there is an agreement that every 4 years or 5 years, there should be salary review. The last one was not, every 5 years, which is a law, which is, so immediately they did the 2019 own. The next one is due in 2024, which I'm sure they have been meeting and they have been tabulating and they have been working on it now. Now, all I was expecting that they should be done is that, let's assume that you are trying to add, there's a way they used to graduate it, X%, before that is due next year. Because of the current reality, why don't you make it X raised to power 3? So if you are assuming that, okay, let's add 50 naira, I'm just assuming, let's add 20% or 50%. But because of the situation on ground, can we make it 150%? And we'll think of, okay, what is the consequence? The inflation, the effect of inflation, so that we get a middle ground. And, so that we tinker with it. That's what they need to do. But at the same time, they need to carry the state along. But they cannot force the state. The state will tell them, no, we don't have that capacity. We cannot be using. I remember I had about 2 interviews from state governors that said he called civil servants and brought them out when they brought the allocation and they put it down. Oh, yeah, let us share it. That at the end of the day, more than 80 or 90% of the income, state income, went to salary paying alone. So how do you want us to run it? A governor said that. I'm trying to remember what name of that governor. He said he called them that let's share it. So they need to come. So it's not something somebody can just sit down. Tinubu cannot just sit down and say, you know what? Let's give a 100% increase. You will think you have solved problems, but in the real sense of it, you are creating more problems. So I believe there should be negotiations. I believe that negotiation is going on. I believe there are modalities that guide this salary review, and they are working on it. But it cannot just. It was funny listening to Ajale Koko that said the president was elected on the 25th of February. Hey, the president of Nigeria, by every whatever you want to say, resumed work 60 days ago. 60. That's the fact. 2 months, 60 days ago. And the fact is that he's just putting a cabinet in place now.
So Bishop, before he was sworn in, when he told us he was traveling to woo investors and to do all these things, so you don't think that he was preparing to hit the ground running.
So hit the ground running by saying it comes in the second day. He announced, oh, there is a salary review. Is that the kind of government we want?
What is one?
By the way, Ajanle Koko, what you said about Obasanjo increasing salary from day one, that's
not
factually
correct.
That's not correct. It took a good year or more for him. Yeah.
It was Obasanjo started campaigning for salary increase before he got elected. He said he will increase workers' salary.
Yeah, but Tinubu said that as well. Tinubu said that.
So he said he's going to increase workers' salary.
But Tinubu said that as well. Tinubu said that as well.
So he's not prepared for it. He didn't do it.
Okay.
So far, this guy was elected in February and he got no plan for the workers. Workers is coming. Do you know what they call is coming in Yoruba? When Yoruba say, "Oh, Misa is coming," or
no, Baba Ajanle Koko, stop.
So
can we just look at development
on its coming scale?
No.
Coming.
Hold on.
This president to work.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on. Ajanle Koko. Hold on.
Chancellor, President Mademare.
Ajanle Koko. Remember, it's my space.
President, what do you have for me? Oh, Mademare.
Ajanle Koko is my flaw.
I will see you. So I will see you, workers. President.
Ajanle Koko, it's my flaw. Please.
Don't worry, I've
granted you interjection. It's enough that your interjection is taking too long. You are taking over this from me.
No. Let Ajanle Koko interject. But
he has interjected already now.
Land it bishop.
What kind of Mademare president is this to workers? Look, any president or leader that doesn't have anything for workers from day one is not ready to govern because it is that workers that you are going to use to run the government. You see, you can listen to a bishop saying, "Oh, what is the population of workers?" Then let the workers down tools and let's see if the government can function.
Ajanle Koko, heavens will not fall.
The workers,
heavens will not fall.
Workers doesn't matter.
Heavens will not fall. Let them. The rule is this.
Will not function.
I don't care. Let us get it straight.
Right.
Let us get it straight. Hold on. Let us get it straight. Because you are making this sound as if, it cannot be about your direction alone all the time. Now, let's get some facts straight. The labor force is politically aligned. That's one fact. The labor force is...
TUC work for Tinubu.
Hold on now.
He has Directorate of Labor.
Hold on.
And yet he doesn't have no package for workers.
The worst.
Let Bishop push back. Bishop, yeah.
The one I don't want to go to Obasanjo. One of the worst relationship between government, federal government, and labor union was under Obasanjo. Eventually, that led to the splitting of labor union. Obasanjo actually wanted to kill labor union in Nigeria. You are making this sound now like as if Obasanjo is the hero of the labor force in Nigeria. That's not correct. Absolutely not correct. So that's a salary review. If I had known that discussion would go there, I would have gotten the fact on it. I don't want to say something, but we all know that there was never a love lost between Obasanjo and the labor force. That is a fact. That is a fact. No, hold on. Let me finish. Put it in one left hand. When I finish, you will push back.
All right.
Push the one left hand. We know that famous interview broadcast, impromptu broadcast about Obasanjo on television threatening Adams Oshiomhole. It's still there. We see it. So, but let me leave that. I don't want to go that far. I want to address the present. Is there a need for salary? Let me finish. When I finish now, you have spoken even longer than me. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Obasanjo roll out from 1,000 to 3,005.
When?
Yes. No, what? During his first time of office,
hold on, Ajanle Koko, because you might well be painting somewhat of a narrative that is not the fullness of it. So if Obasanjo rolled out whatever it is you said he rolled out, you have to tell us when, because Obasanjo did not. There was no increment of of worker salaries at least within the first year of Obasanjo's administration. I have the article. Somebody sent it in.
He could have achieved it before then, but the laborers were demanding for more. And
is that not what is going on now?
Hold on. Tinubu painted a different picture. Tinubu is a Democrat. Obasanjo is a military man.
Tinubu is the president. Obasanjo was the president.
No. What I'm saying, Obasanjo was coming from a constituency that is not friendly with workers, and
I think you're applying double standards. Yeah, I think you're applying.
What I'm saying here, hold on one man. Look, people expected so much from Tinubu. He promised us so much. He had directorates of labor in his deal, and labor actually worked for him. The TSU worked for him, and look, when you are rolling out this thing and the worker this thing is not included, you have not reached any form of agreement with the worker or on the way of reaching agreement. That's to tell you that he has not started. You can say you want to roll out so much measure and this thing, when the workers' interest is not included, you have not started. So I'm saying, look, this Tinubu that you people are painting, do you know how long it took him to increase the salary of workers in Lagos? Lagos workers have to go on strike during his time when Obasanjo increased their pay. He didn't want to, Lagos workers went on strike for so many days.
All right. Hold on, Bishop.
The leader of
land it. Everybody, hold on. Ajanle Koko land it, and then Bishop pick up what Ajanle Koko said, and then bring it home so that we can go on to Ikene. Otherwise, it will just continue to loop round.
He have antecedent of not friendly to workers. He did it when he was in Lagos. Lagos, after Tinubu, after Obasanjo increased that pay, he didn't want to pay that 3,500. The workers have to fight for so long, for almost a year. Hospitals were closed down. All secretariats were closed down for almost a month. The leader of the workers then were taken to jail.
All right.
Only Dr. Beck that went to bail that guy out. And Beck was started fighting Tinubu. Why could you do this? You are democratic and you are treating workers and their leaders like this. He have not antecedent. So when I'm saying that he should have included the interest of workers, I know what I'm talking about. And they should start this negotiation.
The only thing is this guy is just 2 months in government, but I'll let Bishop pick it up from there. Bishop, let's hear from you. Pick it up from there, bring it home, and then we go on to Ekene.
Thank you, Osi Seriki. Seriki, I want you to read what is on the screen. Anyhow, I don't want us to dissipate too much energy about problems or what somebody did 20 something years ago. The situations are not the same. I'm very optimistic and I'm very passionate about getting it right. And I know everything the president said today, at least to a great extent. Even his critics, his very strong critics that I've had speak today, gave him some level of kudos. It cannot just be about federal civil servants alone. Even when you are ready to hike the federal civil servant, you must do it with some level of compassion and carry the state along. Okay, how is it comfortable? I cannot just pay civil servant 100,000 because I want to pay them. When you know state will not be able to pay 50,000, some state cannot pay 30,000. They go to the same market. If you are doing so, then you are a very insensitive president. Babajani Kuku, I don't know. Maybe it's just because you want to play the devil's alternative, and devil's advocate by, it's good to be very critical, but at the same time, let us be very objective. The challenges on ground. Yoruba used to say, for all these things you are saying, if they give you to come and govern it in 2 months, you will run away. We were here, somebody is saying that Tinubu should resign. That's the only thing. Because we have left, we are still using partisanship to discuss governance. I mean, it's okay. What those things we say in the days of electioneering. Now, the real governance is there. If you are saying, oh, he's not doing enough now, we said, oh, he was too in a hurry. You, in particular, said so when we had this debate. And I said that was a good opportunity to remove the fuel. And he said, no, he was too inside. Where is he running to? Blah, 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 blah. You said so. We can go back and bring that in. So my submission would just be this.
What did I say?
No,
That-
Ajalekoko, please, I want to move on to it. Can I
So
not
my
to hold
submission,
people for
my
too long?
submission,
Yeah.
my submission in a nutshell
What
is
did
this.
I say?
Ajanle Koko, I am quoting that when he started, we had a debate about the announcement that removed the subsidy and something, and you were against it. That he did it impromptu. It was too much in a rush. It
Oh
was
yeah,
too this.
I got it.
So now we were saying that he was too much in a rush. The situation is, he should study the situation first. Now we are saying he said he will hit the ground running, but hey, it's been 2 months. Maybe it's very long because we are in a hurry. No, just give me a minute, just 1 minute more. Just 1 minute more. Maybe we're in a hurry. But if we take a step backward and look at some of this policy and look at what are the what do they call this one now? What's the English word now? What are the alternatives? How could we do this without offending? For example, you can say, okay, we increase worker salary by 100 to 100,000, but they are in the state. They are going to the market, and the state government are saying, no, you are doing this to make us look bad, and there's going to be enmity among them. So even if the president has the capability, he has to consult with the state. Look, how do we do it? Only let's get a middle ground. Okay, let's look for how we can increase state earning a little bit here and there. So governance take a lot of consultation and what do you call it, before we can arrive at what we want to do. Thank you very much. I wish Nigeria will get better than where we are.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Still some high octane topics for us to discuss. Yeah.
Did I hear about who said Lagos said hold workers when Tinubu was the governor?
Yes, he did say that. I let that slide. I let that slide because I couldn't verify.
Do you have a contrary position to what I said? When Obasanjo increased the salary to 3,005, he didn't want to pay. The workers have to fight in Lagos State. They have to go on strike. The whole world is hearing me now. If you have any contrary, you can put it out.
All right, we'll check that. But let's bring Ekene on, who has been waiting patiently. So, Ekene, you heard the national broadcast. So we go from Ekene to Ribadu, and then from Ribadu to Kulata. So we do it in that structure. So, Ekene, so you have been coming here on a daily basis to say that the government should point a direction of travel and tell us how we're going to get us out of this mess that we are, through not of our own doing, we find ourselves through their doing. So Tinubu now makes this national broadcast to chart a pathway. Was that sufficient enough in the Tinubu's broadcast to inspire confidence in you? Ekene, good to have you.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. In fact, I'm excited in his coming out to speak to Nigerians. I will not lie to you, because it shows that sometimes we come here, we say we criticize, even though if we want to criticize, we'll criticize objectively. And some people take it that you're against the government or you don't like the person. That's not a fact. The issue is that the government is for everybody. And when they are not doing the right thing, every citizen from every part of this country have the right to say, this is what I want as a Nigerian. Because they are not there for themselves, they are there for us. So having done that, I give him kudos. Even though I know that this is a critical time, so he really needs to do it. There was a very big protest in Oyo State today. So if you have not done that, I didn't know.
Yes,
I didn't know what would have happened.
We have it. Carry on. Yeah. We have that protest. Carry on.
I didn't know what would happen in the next few days. So he really needs it. He really needs so. But I wish this will not be the last time we will do it. He needs to continue to do that because our nation needs it. At least some people are a little bit the last after the speech. So what I will still point out some things that he made. First, the one thing that captured my
Ekene, good morning, my brother. Wama, if you don't
Yeah.
mind, please, I want to throw this question to everybody. Wama, can I go?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Ekene will
Yes,
pick it up here. Go on.
Ekene will kick it up. Has protests produced any positive to Nigerian government, to Nigerian people before? I'm very young. Maybe they can tell us if protest has ever produced. Maybe Nigeria went to the street and the government did something that changed them. So has he ever happened before? You remember Nigeria will just protest, go back to their cocoon, then the government will still take their position. Thank you.
All right, Ekene, hold on, Ekene. Go on with your thought. Then at the tail end of your delivery, address what Thomas said. So go carry on with your flow. Then towards the end, so back to you. Yeah.
Okay, so most of his policies he rolled out. The one that I will give him much kudos is the 3,000 vehicles, or the CNG 3,000 vehicles. That one stand out among all the policies he rolled out today. So, but the issue of 75 billion for 75 manufacturers and producers to pay in 12 months or so, it didn't stand out to me. Because
what did that mean? What did that mean to you? What did that mean to you?
It means that if I as a manufacturer going to collect 1 billion loan to establish a manufacturing company or whatsoever I want to manufacture, then I will in the interest of 9%, in the next 1 year, I start to pay back. It didn't make any sense.
Let me tell you why I asked. Because I was talking about targeted stimulus in my conversation with Pansat just before he bailed out to come back. What that says to me, 75 billion to 75 enterprises. So that when you're talking about stimulus, that's a stimulus right there. So he gives these soft loans to these 75 identified enterprises, and then with that loan, those enterprises, they're able to expand, and then they capture more some of the unemployment space. So at the same token, it stimulates growth in that industry space to boost the economy, and then it sweeps up the unemployed to part them into that 75 billion, which is the expansion that is facilitating for that business space. So it's a growth stimulus. It's a on unemployment. It's a stimulus for the economy. That's how I understood it.
Yeah. It's not that. My point is this, one man. You can. There is no way you can establish a business in 1 year. It's impossible, given the amount of money that is involved to establish a business with 1 billion naira in 1 year, start to pay in 1 year.
No, it's 3 years, so not 1 year. Yeah.
I think it's not meant for someone to start business. It's meant for existing manufacturing company.
Okay, if it is for existing manufacturing company, then maybe it's favorable. But if it's for existing ones, I don't see any difference in that, because maybe it's meant for people like Dangote and
it's for existing industry that are struggling in this battered economy. So for them to, to come back to life, to expand, and to do better. That's a good step in the right direction.
Okay, if it is for existing one, then I will take my word back. Maybe if it is for because I had a statement. He said 75. Yeah.
It's not 2 years, 60 months, which is like almost 5 years or so.
No, it's not. It's not. You said 12 months.
No.
It's a staggered. Yes. It's not for 12 months. Yeah.
Okay. My point is this. If it is for new companies, it's not, the payment is not favorable. But if it's for existing ones, then it's okay. It's just to boost the business and make the business come to light and be able to employ more workers and all that. So I will take my word back, because that is how I understood it. I thought it was for newcomers into the manufacturing industry. So other aspect, it shows that our government, sometimes when we talk, we think they are not listening. So having taken back the 8,000 naira palliative and now roll out all these monies to boost our economy, it's a very good development. But one man, I still have my doubts based on the kind of cabinet that I see today, the kind of screening they're giving to those guys that are coming to be ministers in our.
Did you see the wicked one? They just gave him a group hug and told him that it was quite embarrassing.
It's just like paddy things. And if it continues, the major issue we have in our problem is not reading out all this speech. He has done well to read out all this speech, but the major issue is implementation. You can agree on that. If this money can disappear under 1 month, this money can disappear under 1 month. If you didn't have a very good implementation plan, because implementation to me is more important than rolling out all these policies. Giving account. So you see, that is the major issue, because I can see that Buhari did roll out more policies than this. But where are we today? So I look at the cabinet, the people that work as the ministers and all that, and I still take myself back and I became so afraid that this money, I don't know where this money will go. But those policies are very nice ones. It will boost our economy. It will boost the small businesses and all that. So, and that is what we need, because if you boost all this economy, even the people you want to give 8,000 naira, those guys are the ones to employ them and start to pay them salary. Just look like people like APs that have given their workers 100% increase. Government couldn't do that. If those businesses are not doing well, they can't do that. So you need to boost those businesses so that those workers they are employing, they will be able to give them a very good pay at the end of every month. So it's more important than giving 8,000 naira every month. That means that they have gone back and do their assignment very well.
They were quite silent on the 8,000 naira. And the last pronouncement on that space was that it was under review. So have they repointed it into another initiative? Are they looking to increase it and still have it as part of the broader mix? Or have they just abandoned it completely as a thought? They've not really. They told us that it was under review, which was about 2 weeks ago, and they've been silent on that money ever since.
Yeah, I think they have redirected everything. You understand? So this is the new policy. In fact, that 8,000 naira, I don't think that they will talk about it again. It has come to an end.
But it's not off the table. So that's why they use it. It's not off the table. That's why they use the term reviewing. It's not off the table. I think at some level, if things not working right, they may roll out that 8,000 to target certain particular, set of people, not necessarily the entire country.
So he said he will still come out for more.
If it's not off the table, why wasn't it mentioned in this national broadcast? Because it was a marquee policy. So why wasn't it mentioned?
Well, I'm guessing what he said, the executive order was actually to target long-term issue, not necessarily right now, but it will be effective right now. But the goal is to cushion it up to next year and see how it works. But nevertheless, they did mention it because they did see a reason why they should bring that out, because they see a bigger, solution than that 8,000. But it's not off the table. If it's off the table, they would have mentioned it that they are no longer looking towards that.
All right, back to you, Kenny.
So, for me, the 8,000 naira is gone, and they have listened to many Nigerians. So many Nigerians, we know, is against that 8,000 naira. So, and they are really looking to it and know where the majority stand. A lot of people might still argue that the 8,000 naira is beneficial. No, our economy is not in a very good position to begin to put money into consumption. You put money into production, and that is what I think he has done. He has listened. So he is channeling those monies in a productive way. Just think about all this money, 9% interest and all that. If they give out all this money and they're able to pay back and all that, the economy will grow, the money will begin to circulate again. You see people begin to enjoy their life. It's not all about, so that is how the economy works. And he made a statement, he said he did not come here to speak grammar. He wants to speak in a language that the Nigerians will understand. It's very necessary that when we are talking to our people, we give an analysis, we give them what they can understand. Economic is not what to begin to speak all the big grammars in the world. At the end of the day, you have not communicated.
Do you think aviation,
yeah.
Do you think aviation industry is also part of that that will benefit from that 75 billion? Do you think government should take care of aviation industry as well?
Well, I think some aviation industry, the aviation we have is doing well. So they are not. I don't think they are part of it.
I think it's medium scale industry.
It's not for manufacturers and the medium business. Yeah. Even people like us, if we can have access to it, he talk about most of our business, 500,000 and 1 million naira.
You mentioned Airpeace earlier. That's why.
Yeah, Airpeace on his own capacity did that. Based on he's doing well. So he has looked around and there is need for increase in the society because of the fuel increase. So he did a 100% increase. He did it. And his workers to keep his business going everywhere.
And so Zenith Bank too.
And Zenith Bank and I think Zenith Bank and the First Bank did also that. So when you support your business, you don't need to you yourself as a government, you have lessened your burden. And that is the point I'm trying to make. It's not the issue of you want to do everything. What you need, you target those sectors that will help your economy and boost it. Then you go and relax. You see everything begin to work out. And the issue, the one thing that he didn't make a very good point is that the agricultural sector. I still don't believe that giving out those grains and all that will work without tackling the major issue, which is insecurity. Insecurity. What we have in the north is that people don't have the confidence to go out and farm. It's a very important, and he didn't point to that area. I'm sorry to say that he didn't really make a very good point to me in that area. He only said he would give them grains and all that and fertilizers. Give them to do what? When most of them are still in IDP camp and all that. So for me, he have not really tackled that agricultural sector. I need him to really show a measure of tackling the insecurity in the north. Because what you need is just to give them confidence. Go back and be as your president. The security is here. Then when you open up the space, you give them loan, you give them those fertilizers and all that. Within few months, you see our agricultural sector begin to turn around. You don't even need to just do the right thing, and those monies you channel it to the right and the appropriate hand. These hungry politicians that I'm seeing, they will hijack all these things. These guys that I'm seeing in the Senate today, doing those things that like the acting movie, they're not serious at all. One came with only 2 credits. One from Sokoto, he came with only 2 credits in WAEC. They were asking him. He said that some other results are still available, but he didn't attach it because he felt that the 2 credits is enough. Just look at it. So those guys I'm seeing there, they are not serious. Those guys, those ministers and all that, those are the people that will just wait aside and they hang this money somewhere. Now it will not be in it. Because if you look at our previous administration, that is the major issue. Buhari didn't really put out a very good, he made some policies that are nice, but the people that surrounded him hijacked those policies, ate those monies and ran away. And the man became a very bad president today. And made him incompetence. So I wouldn't like the same thing to happen to the present government. He really needs to step up his game. So where it is necessary, let him do it by himself, neglecting those sectors that will kill the nice policies that he have for the nation. So those ministers, I'm not comfortable with them. Even some governors are even worse than the federal government itself. Many governors in our state are very incompetent. Most of them, they don't have brain. They don't think.
Now?
Yeah?
Who would you have recommended as a minister to Tinubu?
Oh no, you are opening up a wider space, but
no, I won't go. I won't go there. I won't go there. But I know what I know. If you follow that session today, if you're a good Nigerian, you will notice what I'm saying. You know that those guys are not serious at all.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know if it's because of even the acting chairman of APC. They didn't ask him anything. They only say he's a member. He's a member of APC. He doesn't need any introduction. This and that. Take a bow and go. Just like that.
And what about the Wike one? That one really made me laugh. You know, they barely asked him a question. Even the senator was calling him their leader. You know, it was just the most ridiculous thing. Yeah.
It just feel like come and take your share. This is your cake of delivering the government to us, and that is not how government works.
Let's spare the APC member. What about the PDP and the other NLPs? Do you think they should have done a better job by, grill this minister better than the party members?
No, it's not. Even this ministerial job, I don't think it should be politically affiliated. Because even one person, there was a guy that Lily, they want to use question to kill that guy. Maybe the guy is not a member either of APC or of any party. But that one almost stand there to close to 1 hour. But the ones that are party members, they don't really have enough question for them. Do you understand what I mean? So those are the issues. I don't think ministerial position should be politically affiliated. It should be, in fact, as in, I thought I needed to see more, maybe little politics and more technocrats, people that really want to serve the country. There are some young ones, but it's not enough to me. Those cabinet I don't like it. Maybe if they would do well, but I don't like it, honestly. What I see in the house today, they didn't encourage me. So, and that is the real problem he will be facing in this government, because they really made a nice speech. He really put a good plan. But he will not be the person to implement it. He's not the one to implement it.
Ekene, sorry, please. Ekene, can you just ask you this, please? I'm specifically with somebody I want to mention his name now. Do you think Wike, as a governor, as he has performed, those people know his capacity? Do you think somebody should still be asking Wike question with the level of performance he has proved at the last administration? Thank you.
My own
hold on now, but Adewale for Ekene,
Yeah, for me, Wike himself, everybody knows the area they are pointing at, area of housing and all that infrastructure. I think Wike still stand a little bit out, even though he's facing a lot of criticism. So, even though before he was facing this criticism, Wike was one of my best. Even still, I still like his courage and approach to work to govern.
All right.
So I believe him for that. Even though many people criticize him during this political period, I used to love him before. I used to love his courage. I used to love everything he's doing. So, and I will not use because of politics and kill that narrative I first have for him when he started. So I think Wike will still deliver if he use the capacity that he used to govern River State. So Wike still stand out to me. But there are people that are there that are not. I'm not confident at all. Because to govern Nigeria, you need to have a big heart, just like Wike. You need to have a very big courageous heart to govern Nigeria.
All right, bring it on, McKenna, then we go on to Ribadu.
So for me, one man, he really did a nice job today by talking to Nigeria. I hope he continues to do that. That is what Nigerians need. Let it not be because of the protests or the strike that are coming up. Let him make it a point of it. At least once in a few months, you come up, speak out your policies, because Nigeria are going to hold him. He said they have already saved about 1 trillion. These are the issues. These are the issues that will come up in the next few months when he comes out to address the nation. What do you use these monies for? We want to see where these monies go to. So that is how we hold our government accountable. It's not hate. It's holding them accountable. 1 trillion in the next 6 months. We're expecting 6 trillion. So 6 trillion. What have you used it to do as a president of a nation to better our country? So that is the direction we are going to now. So we are already getting to direction. So thank you very much, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on to Ribadu, who joins us.
Do you want to clear something before we move to Ribadu?
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
You know, my brother Ekene said earlier that this confirmation of minister should have been about politics. Yes, it is politics. You know why? Because 98% of the confirmation process is political. It's usually done behind closed door. All those that you see are those public questioning is just a formality. If the opposition would have objected to certain candidate, they probably would have done that. Usually they'll screen them at the committee level, but because they wanted to expedite, that's why, you know, they jettisoned their own proceeding and put it on hold and decided to go, you know, to do that now. But the thing is, most of the time, usually political, and that is what is playing out, you know, right now. Even here in the United States, it's still political. If members of the committee objects to the candidate, then that's where you will know that you don't, before it gets to the floor of the Senate. So I just want to clarify that.
All right, brilliant. So let's go on then to Ribadu, who joins us. So hopefully still there. Ribadu, are you still there?
Yeah. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. So yeah, it's the wind again, isn't it? We can hear the wind.
As usual, it's very windy today, especially because we are expecting rain. So
all right, speak to us. The Tinubu speech is what we're discussing. So I'm sure you would have heard it. There were good points and bad points, but where did it land for you, Tinubu speech, Ribadu?
Well, I think you will have guessed it by now, one man. I think it's right on time, just like the way the previous contributors point it out. I think it's at the right time. He gave this speech when a lot of Nigerians were looking for explanation from the government, and I think that one will go a long way in calming people's down. And
we can barely hear you. We can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better.
Oh my God. Okay, I said this speech will calm people down, I guess, and he just gave it at the right time. Am I audible enough?
It's slightly better, but there's a heavy woofing sound in the background.
Oh goodness. Okay. So, and I think he is well informed. If there is one thing that this speech has shown is he is well informed. He exactly knows the situation of the country, the emotions, the way things are. The manner he explained himself, I think he is in tune with the current situation of the economy and the situation of the people in general. Also, from the way he talks, you know, there is a serious break away from the previous set of states that you can see, because it's not just like somebody wrote the speech for him and then he just come and read it out. Even if it is written by someone else, that person that wrote it has really did his own. It's thoroughly researched, because he is well connected to the country situation, and it means he is well informed. He knows exactly what is happening to the economy, and the point he raises, almost all the points he raises, I key into that. But the big challenge here is, as Ekene pointed out, it's not just about policy, it's about the implementation. You know, what structure does he has on ground to do that implementation? Because if you can remember during Buhari, when he shuts down our borders and says no more importing of rice, he rolled out billions of naira. At the end of the day, they end up in private pockets. Not even 10% would have went down to the ordinary farmer. Not even 10% of that money. Because in Borno State, I can assure you, it's just for TikTok and maybe advertising some few farms were required and then farmed by the state government, and before you know, the money went somewhere else. Even the President Association of the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, Borno State chapter, the guy just got filthy rich, and then at the end of the day, he even left the state. So all these scenarios are there. So our major concern is how is he going to share that money? What avenue is he going to follow? Because he began to talk about these microfinance banks. We all know the history of microfinance bank. We all know how they do business. You know, it will never trickle down to the ordinary man in the street, to the ordinary farmer, or to the ordinary owner of small business enterprise and all that. So if he is going to go by that existing structure, I don't think it can work really. That is where the fear is. You understand? And then one thing that I like about this speech is the release of the strategic reserve, the grain, you know, the national grain reserve. That will, because in fact things are heating up in Adamawa. Since yesterday, I be day before yesterday, the state is in curfew because people just went and begin to demolish government-owned stores. In fact, even private-owned stores were not spared to take that people are hungry in the street, you know. And it's just
we saw that. We saw it.
So, you know, and it's happened even in the southwest, I think. So all this is a flashpoint, you know. It is indicating that things are really tough, things are really bad, you know. So it's not just about mere words or maybe saying it on paper or on national TV. How can you do it, you know? And it's also good for him or good for this administration to be very, very transparent, or else a lot of blame will be shifted to his head, you know. One thing I think the government should do is try as much as possible to be communicative on regular basis, you know, and also to be transparent, you know. Like now, the way he says he was able to save 1 trillion naira in less than 2 months, you know. I mean, it's a commendable thing to do from the subsidy removal. And also, people that are blaming Tinubu for the subsidy removal, today he made it very clear. He says that the previous administration, which is administration of Baba Buhari, did not make provision for the subsidy in the budget. So even if he did not intend to remove the subsidy, he has to look for money somewhere to pay for the continuation of the subsidy. So it's not just Tinubu, it has been there. The previous administration lacked the political will or the political ability to say, okay, this thing is bad for the country, let's do away with it. So they allow it for the incoming administration to do. I think he made it out, he pointed it out clearly in the speech. And also another aspect of, you know, when you say everybody knows it's industries that in a capital system, you know, in the capitalist system, everybody knows is the private sector that mostly runs the economy, job creation, and all sorts of that. But in our own country, in Nigeria, you know, we don't even have a foolproof tax system that cover all these industries. You know, we have a lot of informal small SMEs springing up all over the country. How can you cover all these entities, all those business entities? How can you do it? You know, and if he said he's going to continue to use the previous system, he will just be taking the money from one tip and giving it to another tip. That is guaranteed, you know. And I also today, I don't know of the southern part of the country, but if you go to Kano, we have Sharada, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. These are all industrial layout. In every phase of that industrial layout, Sharada phase 1 alone, you will have nothing less than 40 to 50 industries. Today, I'm telling you, 90% of all those industries from Sharada phase 1 to Sharada phase 2 has been closed down. It's only few of the Lebanese companies that are still there operating at cutting neck prices, you know, and exploiting our people. So how can you cover all this? It's a very serious challenge. Because if you did not know or if you did not tackle it, the resources you will just be spending and sinking the government resources without viable results. So this is a very serious thing. It's a very serious matter. Everybody knows the bankers in Nigeria don't give a shit about the common man on the street. It's about how they are making money. That's just it. They don't mind. They don't care. They are part of the elite already. So if you say you want to rely on the federal government to give you data of the companies that we have, the small SMEs of the state government or the banks, you know, all this it is going to get it wrong. And also, you know, social investment has its own limitation. One man, Buhari, never before in Nigeria has any government did extensive social investment like Buhari regime. But what were the impact? He left us poorer than the way he met us. You know, so to me, social investment is something that Tinubu should be very, very careful with, because it's a very tricky something. You know, and let me go back to the industrialization that I'm telling you about. It's not every industry. It's not every industry that you will kind of give what they call it intervention. Just like the way Kenya said, you know, there are certain key industries that when you empower them, they will bring about quick result, you know, quick improvement in the economy of the country. Understand? And today, all of these SMEs, they are going out of business because they lack power to produce what they are producing. You know, I mean, look at these small SMEs on the street, those ones that are producing popcorn, you know, roasting popcorn, selling them on the street. For heaven's sake, they are doing it on gas. Do you know how much a kg of a gas today, especially here in Maiduguri? So all these little things that will keep 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 in somebody's pocket, at least he can eat for that day with his family. You know, does the government have the infrastructure to put it in place? We don't have power. We don't have energy to power our industries. We don't. What policy do we have in place as a government that is going to tackle that?
Rivado, let me ask you a question. Do you think Tinubu made a mistake by telling us that they were able to get about 1 trillion naira in 2 months? Do you think he will come to regret making that statement?
It depends on his intention. I don't think it depends on his intention or how his government is going to function. But you know, today I think any sensible Nigerian, sorry to use that word, you know, any person that wish Nigeria well, if he had that, in less than 2 months, the government was able to save 1 trillion. It's something that we should be happy, because it means we don't need to go out and borrow money from the Western world or from whoever is willing to hold us to ransom because of their debt, you know. And it's a good thing. It shows accountability and honesty to be able to tell the nation that this is the problem we had with Buhari. He keep collecting, EFCC keep collecting money from people. He keeps saving. Nobody is telling everybody how much the government has or where our source of funding. It's only when you want to go out and get credit from someone else will start debating it. You know? But for him to come out on national media and tell Nigeria that I have saved 1 trillion naira in less than 2 months, that shows presence, that shows character. I really respect him for that. And since that he's not a fool, and he's not a young person, he's a very elderly person. So you cannot just utter something that he did not mean, or he don't know its implication, or if aftermath. He's an experienced person politically, power-wise, and all that. He's not new to power or governance. So if he says that he intended to say it, and he intended for the Nigerian populace to know, and to me, it's a kind of a relief that at least we know this is what So the only thing is for him to really to break away from the traditional way of doing governance in Nigeria, if he's really going to get it right. If you want to invest, if you want to bail out industries, you need to categorize, you need to prioritize which industries are more important, which industries can play a significant role in improving the economy of the country, by extension improving life.
Ribadu, is that not where he's targeting the 75 billion naira?
It's kind of vague what he said. The 75 million naira, he just mentioned some SMEs, and I don't know, maybe because this is a kind of a TV statement, maybe when he come to break them, it will be more comprehensive, but we are waiting to see that. Nobody knows what policy is going to use to disburse that money, you understand? But what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make here is, I hope it will not be business as usual. That is what I'm saying.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Ribadu. We were glad to hear from you, but the heavy woofing, yes, so that heavy woofing was quite a bit. There's a lot of wind where Ribadu is, so that's where you were hearing. It's in the leafy parts of Maiduguri, and that's just the climatic. And he had to step out, because of course people are asleep where he is. I'll take a couple more commentaries on that space, and then we move on, unless anybody really especially wants to speak on it. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, who joins us, or if it's not ready, then we hear from Kumi. Prince Daddy, are you there?
Yeah, hello, Omar.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Good to have you, Prince. So now to Tinubu's speech, which seems to be the main topic of the day. Did you listen to it? Were you impressed? Should there have been more, or was that sufficient enough in there to calm the nerves of the people?
Yeah, thanks, Omar. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it can never be enough. I mean, we've heard the argument from for both sides, Bishop and Angelico counter arguments and other people. So Tinubu can do enough. Pensat also thinks it should be gone. It should retire. So
yeah, you already know what Pensat has to say now. Even before he comes, you know what he has to say. But carry on.
Yeah. So all I want to say, I'm not disappointed. It's going to be hard for me to be disappointed in the government or an individual, but nonetheless, I'm happy for a responsive government, somebody that's willing to talk to the people, communicate with the people, let them know what the plans are, that he understands, and he's actually in tune to what is going on out there on the street in their homes. Really, that's all we can ask for. I mean, people. One thing I would say I like, though, or I guess, is that people surely expect a whole lot more from Tinubu in just about 60 days, which is quite interesting. So, I guess, Nigerians are, yeah, they're pushing their government. Yeah, we can be, like a disciple about the whole situation. They should push him. That is fine. But in their pushing, also they should recognize what he's doing. Of course, nobody wants to give him any credit. Okay, I think it laid out the argument for the removal of subsidy clearly, trying to let Nigerians know that a handful of people are truly the ones benefiting overall. That if the savings is taken from the subsidy, maybe perhaps really other projects and other things can be done in the country that will benefit a whole lot more people. Yeah, I know Angelica said, I think prior and today about Tinubu or the government investing a lot in transportation, right? But when he was on vacation, we had this argument also. We talked about it. I mean, getting transportation for the people will be a big cushion to their pockets, to move around, and people can cut back on their travel or downsize. I mean, it is a reality. People downsize all over the world. Quite frankly, they do. I know in America they do. I'm guessing also they do so in England because.
Do you think people have to make a lifestyle adjustment to the new economy? Because people are, I think this is where some of the difficulties are. People want to continue to live the life that they've always lived, even though there's a new economic reality. So is there a need for a lifestyle adjustment by Nigerians to come into the reality that is upon them now?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I mean, I would say my experience with Americans, they are kind of a master at it. They look at the economic, if it's personal or whatever it may be, they're quick to analyze their financial states, to downsize and get rid of stuff. They do that all the time. Even people do it personally without any economic hardship because they have a plan. I don't think we know what that is in Nigeria or in Africa. We don't know what that is. I mean, it's part of life. It is part of life. But of course, we have to be sensitive and make sure the basic things that people need, just food on the table, at least twice a day is plentiful in any economy, quite frankly. So people have to adjust. But of course, the problem is, having people at the bottom of the bottom to adjust. And the question is where or how do they adjust? To what extent would they do that? So that's a challenge. But the states, they have to be doing a whole lot more. They have to be doing a whole lot more. They are closer to the people. And we've always talked about the local government functioning and being part of a true governing part of the governing system of the governance, and we don't seem to have a really effective local government apparatus, if you want to put it that way. So that's what we have. It's always top down, which is in some cases it is fine, but sometimes you need people to operate. I think somebody was saying earlier about do we have the infrastructure or the structure in place to disseminate this palliatives or this help that the government is trying to give. That cannot be built in just 60 days. If it's something that's always been there, yes, it'll be much easier, like they do in the Western world. I mean, theirs also did not come overnight. It's because they went through a lot of things, and that's why they introduced structures and system in place to take care of their own people. In Nigeria, I don't think we've had that. The under Buhari, right? We heard about the cash, handout to market women. So that's a poor system. That's a poor way to give up, assistance to people, because it's not sustainable. You got to have people in the system to track them and know the impact of the help they give to the people, so they can increase or improve the system. We don't have that robust system, so we just have to, make do with what we have right now. But again, people should not be too shallow and just attacking the man because of the fun of it. After just 60 days, it's just comical. But again, no matter what we say, just like Tinubu said, he hasn't come to give a speech with a bunch of jargons and in economic terms, but rather speak to the people's heart, to let them know that he understands and he feels the pain and is working to reduce the pain or alleviate the pain, and that's what he can do. That's what he can really do for right now. So yeah.
Yes, and the fact that he did come out to speak, I think this is a culture that has to continue, because there has to be a conversation between the governors and the governed. So it's a culture that I think really ideally there should be a quarterly State of the Nation address from a Nigerian president. If that can even be embedded in law, because the people have to understand what is going on within their own country. I think it should carry on as it started especially with this. People will disagree with a lot of things that he has to say, but that communication portal, that channel, it must remain open.
Well, man, just like you don't. Yeah, it sounds, it sounds nice right now for him to do that. But if it becomes part of the system, part of the routine, people are going to complain of him talking too much. Listen, people don't really care much about hearing from Tinubu or Buhari, quite frankly. They only do so when they have difficult situation in the country. If the economy is running well, things are moving fine, the gas price is affordable, food is affordable, people don't care much about the government. They don't really care. Even here in the West, they don't care about the government. Only when election comes and when they're campaigning and when there's a situation like COVID and they want a response or guidance from the government, that's when they really want to hear from the government. Other than that, nobody wakes up to think about who's the president of the country. Everybody moves on. And to the point earlier about, the labor unions and these people, I think somebody made a comment about Tinubu not being favorable to them when he was a governor, because he came from the private sector, and the labor union, and he knows also that Nigeria economy is largely run in the private sector. The government sector, they don't. I mean, some of them are supposed to be like profit or revenue centers, and they do a horrible job. Many of them did not remit to the national purse at all, nothing. So if they quit, I mean, really. Just like I guess Bishop was saying, what would the impact really be? We just need like really few institutions or agencies to be functional. But most of these institutions, they don't do much. NMPCL, what did they do before they became private? I mean, they don't do much. So if 20% of the economy or less wants to hold the whole economy hostage, I don't think the way to go. These labor people, they've been wanting to protest or cause some kind of a chaos, because many of them, they are not in tune with the current government. That's what I would say.
How do you want to say that labor want to cause chaos when workers are suffering with the removal of petroleum subsidy? When
government,
hold on. How can you say they want to cause chaos? What do you think labor is meant for? What do you think they represent? They represent the interests of the workers. Workers are crying, and they're trying to do their job to push the government to be more responsive and do something about the worker space. And you are saying that they're trying to cause chaos. I don't know the way you people see things sometimes. Maybe because you people, some of you have never worked in civil service, or maybe you would never even work in Nigeria before you travel abroad. You don't know how workers are, you don't know what they're going through. They are the receiving end of this removal of subsidy. They're going through hardship. They work, it's like they're working for free. The pay they get doesn't do nothing. Transportation will take all.
Angelica, what percentage of this workforce you're talking about constitute the Nigerian economy?
Okay.
Hold on, Ajale Coco. Joe, make sure your mic is switched on so that your device will connect properly. So yeah, back to you.
So what I mean, why do you people question the percentage of workers? Are they not Nigerian people? If they don't function, the government activity cannot function, and the nation will collapse. Why do you people reason that way?
Well, I tell you, they cannot collapse the Nigerian economy. You know why? Because most of Nigeria's economy.
The labor union cannot collapse the economy. They can collapse the state.
Yes, they can collapse the state, but the economy will function.
They can collapse the nation economy if the federal workers doesn't go to work for a month. The nation activity, the government activity, we suffer a very serious setback, and the economic activity in the country will suffer the most.
We cannot be a hostage to these people. Here in one of the states in America, right? So it's actually a private health system. Their nurses they went on strike, and believe it or not, the institution, the healthcare system, was able to source workers across the country to fill in the gap in a healthcare system, that is. So now if you want to go to this corrupt, if this so-called civil servant corrupt workers, that they are the gatekeepers of corruption in Nigeria, I'm not so impressed about them, Ajale Koko. I'm not. So if they want to quit, they can quit. Let's look for a replacement for them.
You guys are very quick at blaming workers, call them corrupt and this. But the people that are the head of affairs of government, who are the politicians, you don't want to blame them.
Well, you're right.
You blame them for their irresponsibility. But you
blame
are
everybody.
blame the workers that doesn't even whose pays are just nothing.
How can a civil servant who own over, I think, 100 houses in Nigeria?
That is corruption. And
okay.
If you have responsible people at the helm of affairs, who are the politicians who doesn't tolerate corruption, who are not corrupt as well, it's going to be very impossible for civil servants to be so corrupt as you mentioned. It's because the politicians are corrupt and they see them as corrupt people and they use their own they look at the loopholes too to perpetrate corruption as well.
I totally agree with you, but you know what? The politicians, they're heavily corrupt. At the same time, the people that know how the system works in order to engender corruption are the civil servant workers, especially those people at the top. So I'm not really blaming them only, but I'm just saying that their productivity in reality to Nigeria's economy, I need to see the numbers. What I'm saying to you, Ajale Koko, I'm not really impressed with them. I need to see the numbers.
Because you never work at the civil service, you don't know how important the job they do matters to the nation's growth, and that is why you people quickly condemn them all the time. If the civil service doesn't work, the nation activity will collapse. Every activity, every business activity, everything we collapse in that country. Just don't rubbish civil servants. Just don't rubbish workers. Workers keep the country going. Without workers, the country will collapse.
Ajale Koko, the Nigerian civil servants are very lazy.
In any government that don't take the interest of workers in whatever they are doing, it's irresponsible government. And that is what I've seen, that the Awuchuaju for being elected over 5 months does not even come out clear on not what he wants to do for the workers. It's highly irresponsible. You want to roll out
but I get a quick question though. Do you think the
manufacturing industry, for everything, but we don't have of workers, we don't have of what is your plan for on health, on education, on human capital development? We don't get anything from you.
Ajale Koko, do you think the pain of the government workers is more than the private workers, the common people on the street?
Look, what I'm telling you, if the government workers doesn't work, the private sectors will suffer, because there's a lot of things that the government workers that you see as not doing anything make it possible for private sector to function. If they don't work, we collapse.
We can replace those government workers overnight. Those guys, they are not productive. Even if Tinubu put me in charge, I can replace all of them with more productive. I can train monkeys to be more productive than them.
Because you don't know.
Nigerian civil servants, they are lazy. They don't do anything, man. They just collect salary. So Tinubu can replace all of them, man. There are more people willing to work on the streets. You know, I'm telling you.
I'm not sure you can say that, Mike. You are talking about the staff at the CBN. You are talking about the staff at the Ministry of Health. You are talking about the staff at the NNPC. You are talking about the staff at the tax office. You are talking about all of the staff that grinds the wheel of governance.
There are people in the private sector that you can employ. When you're talking about health workers, they are private health workers.
Yeah, If the staff at CBN, if they down tools today, the economy will collapse.
If you're talking about people at the top, those are not the ones that are trying to strike. You understand? You're talking about even those ones. You can economy will not trust me. Trust me. You can replace these people, man. I mean, the key ones, they're not striking.
You don't know
They are collecting
what
the people on the top. They are collecting huge salary. The main ones are collecting big salary. So they are not the one willing to quit or strike.
You don't know what you're talking about. Do you know that teachers constitute civil servants? Do you know that health workers are part of the civil servant? Do you know that there are so many human services that are constitute that
There are millions that have work experience. They're looking for a job on the street. They can replace them. Trust me.
We suffer serious.
Listen,
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let him come in. Let him come in. Yeah.
One man. Whenever Nigeria, whenever Nigerian government say they are employing, say come sure we are collecting application. The whole stadium fill up, like your whole stadium fill up. You understand? There are millions of Nigerians looking for work. They don't have a job, man. You understand? To me, if I have to be honest with one thing I'm even considering is I want to introduce something called staffing agency. Staffing agency. You understand? In that country, where I will go and be, I'll be training people for all these jobs, right? I'm teaching them productivity, teaching them all those things, and then I'll be approaching government like, listen.
Sorry, Mike. Oh, yeah, sorry. Carry on. I was going to tell Joe to switch on his mic, but he's done that. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I'll be approaching government to give me the contract to do all this work that this civil servant, rather than paying millions to this civil servant, I'll charge less and I'll bring in productive workers that I've trained. I've taught them productivity, taught them how to work hard and everything, and we'll get the job done more in efficient manner and less cost for the government. I'm telling you. Like, if they want to strike, you just hire us. Whenever they say they want to strike, just hire my staffing crew. Will come in and do the work for you, get the job done. Because Nigeria, the biggest problem is unproductive workers. That's the number one problem we have. Unproductive, lack of, like, people are not working. I'm telling you, like, people that work for government, they don't work. They just steal. They're all there to steal, make money. That's it. Very unproductive people, man. So if we say all these people get fired, the people are ready to replace them. Trust me, millions are ready to, even more productive people are ready to replace them because most of them got that job through connection. They're not qualified. Most of them that work there is because my uncle worked there. Where we all know now when you are working, you work in government, connect me now, help me get work in government. So it's through connection. Most of them are not competent. That's what Nigeria is, man.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Overbloated the civil service. What do? Nothing. They just make all the
yeah, but is that not the tradition in every country though? Because I find example. You know there was a time I used to work for Barclays. Hold on. There was a time I used to work for Barclays Bank, and they sent us to India to go and set up an office. Actually to go and supervise some contractors that were working for us to guide them through the process. And they had people in charge of A4 paper. I kid you not. Just for the purposes of creating a job. You know? So and you see that within the civil service. They just create jobs just for the purposes of creating employment. So it's not, and I think that repeats in America as well. Yeah.
My mother was a civil servant now. Until she came to America before she finally knew what a real job is. Because I remember back when I was a kid, you wake up in the morning, still doing makeup at 9 a.m. You understand? My dad was in America. He comes like, what kind of job do you have? 9 a.m. You're still doing makeup. You know, by the time you get to office, like 10, when you get to office, they just sit down and they're talking. They don't do anything, you know. But the work they have to do, it's not much. You understand? And most of it, you know, so even the Sanusi said it before. Now Sanusi, the former CBN governor, when he was making one speech, I don't know if you remember, he said, if I had the way, I would fire all the civil servants because they are not productive. They're just, you know, it's unproductive sector of society. You know?
I don't know. They are not productive. So, and yet the government still have them in place, but yet they are not productive. What are you talking about?
It's the culture.
Woman, can I just say one thing, please, if you don't mind?
1 second. If you don't mind. See, every penny you are paid in America every state, especially in the southern state. You will account for it. So there's this, even there's some places that you have to clock in as a civil servant. You will clock in. There's no, you will account for every single taxpayer money that's been paid to you, and you must look for the cheapest bid. You must look for the cheapest affordable but durable, whatever product you are buying or whatever, for the state, even for the federal. There's no wastage at all. And see, when Tinubu became governor of Lagos State, guess what he did? He introduced a system that phased out all those ghost workers. That is why he didn't joke with their salary. The Baba Jalekoko was saying that he didn't increase salary and all that. Look, let me tell you, if there's one state in Nigeria,
workers went on strike.
Now, if there's one,
all right.
If there's one state in Nigeria that their civil servants enjoy their government, it is Lagos State. You can't tell me since 1999 that Lagos State has withheld the salary of their workers. No, what it did was to phase out those ghost workers that are being paid every month without, them being physically in the system. And to today, they still continue with that. So this idea of Lagos State was no. He took care of the worker. So I mean, and every successful administration is after that, continue with that line. So civil service in Nigeria is a joke, to be honest. It's a joke.
One man, can I interject a little?
Yes. Let Bishop go before you, because I think he wanted to come in. So Bishop, a brief interjection, Joe, a brief interjection, and then round up that space, Prince Daddy, and then we move on. Now, Bishop.
Okay. I'm listening. It's just my observation too. We have just made this about workers, civil servants in Nigeria alone. And civil servants in Nigeria does not constitute the whole of Nigeria. And Niger Coup is so fixated about workers. Yeah, I don't say workers don't matter, but Nigerians matter more. They are part of it. Look, if you think there's going to be a strike today as CBN workers, NNPC workers, Nigeria Security Mission and Printing Company workers, Federal Inland Revenue workers are going to join them, you are just kidding. We know the core civil servant. We know the productive sector of the core civil servant. We know the number of them that are not. And we know that it has to be handled delicately. But you're just making it as if about workers. And only the workers that constitute Nigerians? Are they only one going through these pains? Are they the only one suffering? I know local governments in Nigeria that people don't even go to for more than 20 days in a month. They only go when they want to go and collect salary. They are civil servants too. I know civil servants in secretariat, government secretariat, and I can name names and tell you the ministries that people share how many times they go to work in a week. They just say in your department, okay, 2 people will come today, 2 people. So at the end of the day, you end up going to work once or twice in a week. I know secretariats that immediately you get there, all the staff, they then get the money market. They know how they park their car. Immediately they don't just go sign in. They come back to their car. They open the trunk of their car like this in a shop. They sell everything from slippers to Ankara to bata and shoe and bags. Some of them sell soup ingredients right there in the secretariat because they are not adding value to what they are doing. I'm not saying they should not earn their pay, but then let us make it a civil servant. You are making it sound as if it's only civil servant that holds Nigeria by the jugular. No. There are challenges. There is a need to, but making it sound as if, because every of your argument is everything about civil servant. Are only the civil servant that constitute the rest of us in Nigeria? There are several people that don't have access to any, they don't draw any salary from the government. But they are part of it. They deserve some to be recognized and be remembered too. I'm not saying that things are rosy, but hey, the little effort and the little ones they are getting, if we want to be really very serious about civil servant, say, okay, you want to earn your pay, okay, we want to know the measure of work you are doing. We know that more than 60% of our, just give me a minute more, I've been listening. We know more than 60% of the workforce of the Nigerian civil service today, they are not adding any value. If you ask them to go, so what happens? We know we are just carrying it, so that don't let us make the bad situation worse by laying people off. We know they are not adding values. Are you making civil servants look as if it's only about them? Come on.
They don't.
All right. Let Joe come in. Joe, come in. Yeah, Joe. Oh, have we lost you, Joe? We've lost Joe. So yeah, Ajale Koko respond very briefly to that, and then wrap it up, Prince Daddy, and then we move on.
Yeah, he said that civil servant doesn't add value. Well, people can say whatever they like about civil servant. What I know is what you pointed out, one man in the chat, that civil servant is the engine room of the government. And when government does not function, how will the country function? The country will not function. That is just a simple answer to all of you that are anti-workers and anti-civil servants. If the government does not function, the country will not function. The engine room of the government or the civil servant. That is my point, one man. So all of you should go and think about that.
See, let me give
All right. Go ahead.
Let me give a quick see. In a scenario where labor union say, okay, everybody stop working, the easy thing the government can do is this: you find the most productive ones among them, you rehire them as contract workers. You understand? That's what you need. They're not going to sit at home because they're not breaking any labor law, because they're no longer working as they're just independent contractors. The most productive ones among them, you rehire them as contract workers. Give them now those ones now, tell them to rehire new people in society. And if they're hired as contract workers, that means they get paid by their productivity, according to their productivity, by what they produce, right? So now they will be forced to be forced to do work even harder. So that's how you eliminate the terrible ones among them. So it's not a problem. Trust me. If everybody sit at home, all government have to do is, okay, we're hiring contract workers. If you have experience in this and this and this and this, we hire as the contract workers. So the productive ones, all of them that sit at home, they will all come to want to work as independent contractors. Now the government will now select the productive ones among them and put them back to work. So trust me, that's not a problem. That's the easy solution.
Yeah. Okay.
One man, let me just say something. Well, for information, we already have staffing agencies in Nigeria. The staff banks, they have staff other firms and installations. Other organizations. They ask for contract staffs. So we have contract staffs in Nigeria, especially in banking sector, the oil sector too. They have it. But one thing you should understand is that staffing cannot really work in some government agencies, especially in some sensitive agencies. And those countries where staffing agency works in, like some states, not every state in America allows that. Some states do allow that for you to have, they call them temporary workers, whatever they call it. So, but then the thing is that with staffing agency, you should understand that there are laws. Some states, they regulate it in a different way. You need to understand in the Nigerian context, it makes no sense because for one thing, one of the reasons why people prefer to be hired full-time and work full-time directly with the company is because they can be guaranteed of their, what we call our own 401k here, retirement package and all of that. You cannot expect to staff police departments, and these people are not paid and they don't have any good remuneration, whereby they will be paid handsomely, or when they retire, they will get some kind of pension for their service. So you need to understand this staffing. It doesn't work. Maybe some organizations it might work, but in the government sector, for the most part, not every government agencies, like even federal agencies and even local agencies that they have staffing, they have to just hire full time. It's what they call union bargaining. Union bargaining will not allow you to do that. To hire certain numbers of people should be employed full time with certain agencies. So I don't know this was what you're preferring. It's an agency that it won't work. It didn't work in the government agency. Yeah, So you can't. I don't think.
Well, yeah, rationalize is not going to work based on the current system. But what Mike is saying is not really far off. Yes, there's a lot of
It is
staffing
far off.
agencies.
It's far off in the Nigerian context. So you cannot provide that kind of solution in Nigeria right now.
Well, see, these workers are critical workers, but they're not more important than other workers. They are replaceable, just like Mike said. They are easily replaceable. Okay, but guess what? Working for the government, just like in the U.S. and other places, there's a whole lot of benefit from your healthcare, pension, and all kinds of incentives for working for the government. But the point we're trying to make here is that these workers, they know any important than any other worker in Nigeria. Yes, they are critical. Yes, and if you go to the DMV or the motor vehicle in America, it's a state government worker that you're going to have to work with. Okay, but gradually, if you see that they're becoming a problem, that there are ways to go about it. I mean, aside the Cooper, believe it or not, right, is providing a service to the state, to the Nigerian government that normally would be provided by the military or government workers. So easily, we could dismantle the stronghold on the Nigerian's economy and do without them if we have to. But this notion to have this constituents always wanting to strike and hold everybody by especially when they're not profit centers. We hear it all the time. This agency is supposed to remit certain amount of money, and at the end of the day have zero. So what is going on? Why are you so impressed about these people? They're not the one running the economy.
Let me even answer your Asai Dokubo example that you gave. Asai Dokubo will be willing to work even harder than the Nigerian army, than the Nigerian security forces, because his earning depend on his performance. You understand? He'll be willing to prove himself to the government that, listen, I can get this job done, because he knows that he's on contract. But the Nigerian army soldiers, they're already on salary. So not to say, our soldiers are not well trained, but they're already on salary. So Asai Dokubo will be willing to be more diligent to get this job done than the actual people being paid by, that's what I'm saying. I think our labor sector needs to privatize most of it. Introducing staffing agents, independent contractors. If things is not being done, you fire the lazy ones and hire independent contractors to get the things done.
Yeah, so
all right, wrap that space up, Prince.
One man, sorry. Let me say this.
All right, say that, but I want to move on from that stage. But I say
it's easy for us to now start saying all of this. Back in 2014, 2013, we saw how Tinubu and his people, they were all everywhere in Lagos when Jonathan was about when he was removing the fuel subsidy. You see, what goes around comes around. We should always remember that. What goes around comes around. These are the same people when Jonathan was there. They made it miserable for that guy. We saw how they blockaded Ojota, the Ketu area there. Everywhere they were just mass protests. All because of this man was trying to. If this guy has done what he's doing now, if they had allowed him to do it back then, you know, campaign on that, and not use that as against him. Maybe possibly would not be the suffering that he's begging us this today, that he was begging in the nationwide address. Maybe we would not be talking about it by now.
This narrative is not.
We should always remember that what goes around comes around. So
this narrative wouldn't go anywhere. As at that time, what if those people are not privy to the information that they have now?
What are you talking about?
All right, we can loop around that forever. But let me introduce this topic because it's I want Mike and Rational Mind to go at this. So just as early as yesterday, I think was it you, Rational Mind, that was saying that Nigeria should go and nuke Niger Republic. But it looks as though if they are going to nuke Niger Republic, they will have to nuke a few more countries. But look at this. I'll play you this clip, but this guy is speaking in French, which I suspect only Rational Mind would understand.
Au nom de nos plus hautes autorités, j'ai l'insigne honneur de donner une lecture du communiqué conjoint numéro 001 du Burkina Faso et de la République du Mali. Communiqué dont la teneur suit. Les gouvernements de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali ont appris par voie de presse les conclusions des sommets extraordinaires de la Communauté économique des États d'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, et de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine, UEMOA, tenue le 30 juillet 2023 à Abuja, sur la situation politique au Niger. Le gouvernement de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali, 1. expriment leur solidarité fraternelle et celle des peuples burkinabés et maliens au peuple frère du Niger qui a décidé en toute responsabilité de prendre son destin en main et d'assumer.
All right, for the benefit of the non-French speakers, official announcement, Burkina Faso, Mali to join forces with Niger. And Nigerian President Bola Tinubu needs to be extremely careful with his decisions. I feel like there is a setup going on. You may wonder why Tinubu was choosing to be was choosing to be the head of the ECOWAS at the moment a neighboring country just got hijacked by the military. Niger Republic shares Niger Republic shares a border with about 6 states in Nigeria. If Tinubu declares war on Niger Republic in an attempt to return democracy, it will cost Nigeria a lot. Why? Because both Mali and Burkina Faso had just declared that any military intervention in Niger would amount to declaring war on Burkina Faso and Mali. A joint statement, Burkina Faso news agency. Burkina Faso and Mali agreed to assist the military junta in Niger Republic if Niger Republic's sovereignty and territorial integrity are threatened or violated. And Nigeria's president, being the ECOWAS president, has ordered sanctions and closed borders, which have taken effect. ECOWAS and its international sanctions, ECOWAS and its international sanctions, thousands of trucks are restricted from entering Niger border. Following the coup d'etat on July the 26th, overthrowing the democratically elected President Bazoum, France issues threatening ultimatum to Niger. Paris, together with countries of the West African coalition, demands the restoration of power of the post-President Mohamed Bazoum. The new authorities of Niger received 1 week to implement the decree. In the African Republic, there are now several military bases of Western countries with a total contingent troop of 1.5 thousand French and 1,000 US. I believe Russia may want to arm the Niger Republic and Faso in terms of war. And if Nigeria should be in front of the whole thing, we on our own, using our taxpayers' money to fund a war that is not ours. Niger Republic border states like Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Jigawa, and Yobe. These states will be the first to take the direct hit. Nigeria's president may be very thoughtful in making decisions and should not let anyone push him to make a decision that will cost Nigerians and Nigeria a lot. Nigeria does not want and don't need war. So those are commentaries from whoever that person is, but this is not the coalition to take on the Nigerian space. And this is them now gathering momentum. So there it is. It's now suddenly gone nuclear. What we thought was just a situation of going around to slap around a few Tuaregs and tell them to settle down. So there it is. Because the complement of the Nigerian army, or as we know, about 10,000 or so. We were even as early as yesterday saying that the Ojo cantonment was sufficient enough to go and put manners on these people. But is the Ojo cantonment, are they sufficient enough to go and put manners on Burkina Faso and Mali as well? rational mind is just gone epic.
Woman, you see, you need to pay me as a token on this. You need to start paying me to appear on
You saw it coming, Abi.
I told you yesterday that this thing, if Nigeria should go march into Niger, Mali and Burkina, they would join. They would take side with them. I told you yesterday here, and look at what happened. So you see, you need to understand that there's something going on here. These are three states that are controlled, they're under military control. Because invariably, if they make that, if they go into that, if they go into Niger, and they were able to remove that the military there, then Burkina, Mali will be the next. So they see that as a threat to their sovereignty or to whatever constituted authority that they become in their country, their own territorial area. So it's a threat, because if they do that, it's Tinubu succeed in removing or taking down those rebellions within Niger. Then Burkina will be the next, and then Mali. So you see, I've said this, that the only option would be let them tread with caution. Diplomacy should be the only thing. Just tighten a noose around them. Like,
is it not almost an inevitability now, with these people rolling out their armament and dressing up in military fatigue to threaten the Nigerian authority? So if Tinubu backs down now, would that not be a sure shame?
Well, you see,
have they not made war inevitable by this aggressive stance?
Sometimes you have to swallow. And in fact, I see something happening with what is going on right now. I'm sure Benin Republic and Togo, they will pull out of the West African bloc, because I think they said all the army defense ministers of each of these countries, they are having, after that meeting yesterday, that was it yesterday or the Thursday that Tinubu gave that ECOWAS press conference, that they all meet together and work out these are Nigerian modalities or whatever they call it, work out plan as to how to go about the next option after 7 days if they don't reinstall this guy back as the president. So already they know that it's going to be a military option here. If they want to follow the route of diplomacy. Now, these guys, they cannot just stand aside and watch and let them start building up their military, whatever, to come and attack them. So, but I see that Togo and Togo and Benin will pull out because they don't want trouble. These two countries are one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa.
Yeah, but Togo and Benin are far removed from Niger Republic.
No.
Nigeria is a buffer between them.
No. Benin share border with Niger. And Togo
is that Ribadu coming in? I can hear the sound of Ribadu coming in. Is that you, Ribadu?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear the wind.
Yeah.
The sound of Maduguri.
That's windy, Maduguri. It's very windy there. So also,
can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
We can hear you, but we can hear heavy woofing still.
That's the Sahel. That's the sound of the Sahel.
Boko Haram energy.
Yeah. Boko Haram energy. Anyway, yeah. So the point is, what I'm trying to say is that I see them pulling out because they don't want trouble. These are very, very. I would say they are unstable states, countries. I mean, they are peaceful, very, very peaceful. You see Togo, Benin, those two countries, they are very, very, very peaceful country. You hardly hear of any of this wahala that maybe, apart from maybe the coup d'etat, or maybe they topple the government, they try to remove Yadema's son or whoever. But then, you hardly hear of anything like we see, like all these Boko Haram, Islamists, these countries don't have them as such. And they would not see that as, already, look at what that guy said. And for what you read, they are threatening Sokoto, they're threatening all those border part of Nigeria.
No, they are not threatening Sokoto. That was the analysis of the person that wrote the
But then those border areas, they will retaliate on them. So also, if these people, any of those allies of the West African forces that wants to go and join Nigeria and do that, especially in Togo and Benin, they would suffer because the border Niger, the border Burkina Faso. So these people can easily send in whatever into their states, and start causing wahala there. That's why if you go to those countries, there's a lot of influx of tourists into Benin Republic and Togo because they enjoy very peaceful atmosphere and the bulk of their revenue is from tourism and all of that. They don't want all of this crap. So I'm sure they will have to pull out at some point. They want to stay neutral out of this and let them hire their own wallet out of there by themselves. And these countries that are having military generals ruling them, let them hire. So what I would just say to me, for my own advice to Tinubu is this: just tread with caution. Do not let America push you to go and take some irrational decision whereby it will cost you in terms of your citizen and you have your own crap to take care of. You just give a press conference and you just give a nationwide address today, try to address the people about the hardship and everything. You don't want to start handling so many things in your hand. You don't want to have too much problem in your hand. Face one problem, which is your problem at home. Let them sort themselves out there. The only thing you can do is tighten the noose around this military people that are governing the states so that they will not have money to spend, whereby the people themselves will rise against them. Like what we saw happen in Sudan, whereby the people had to rise against the military and there was a change until somebody came in, or maybe they were forced to maybe do what it was supposed to do, maybe going back to democratically elected governance system. So that's the only way to go because war does not pay. Woman. If you listen to what this Professor Akiyemi said, again, there are. I just saw a little bit caption of that. I not really watched the whole interview that he had with Ruben Abati. What I saw, the people, there are some forces, because South Africa being a regional power, military power too within Africa.
Sorry, hold on, Rational Mind. Can people please help us out with the like button? It's somewhat derisory. In fact, it's somewhat shameful, really, the amount of viewership and the likes. Carry on, Rational Mind.
So if you listen to what, which I'm here to confirm, I will trust. I trust my professor. I respect him. He's a real seasoned diplomat. I've read many of his books. When I was going through the NIA, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. So I read so many of his books there. Now, but the point I'm trying to say is that he said something like he said, South Africa is trying to frustrate AU and ECOWAS. I think that's what he said. Somebody can correct me to that. But if South Africa, I'm not surprised South Africa is doing that because South Africa is an ally.
No, AU, ECOWAS in particular.
In particular, okay, fine. ECOWAS, AU, whatever. So my point is this. We are seeing here people taking sides now in this matter. Nigeria cannot afford to do this because I think we have a very vibrant economy. We don't have any crap going on in our own country. We don't have any problem. We don't have all these insurgencies. Even though we have insurgencies, but we've just stemmed the tide of nip them, at least give them a close marking. Then we get our crap together there. We can say, okay, yeah, we want to use military force. But we have our own problems, which is looking at us, staring at us directly in the eyes. So why want to go and compound it again by getting involved in meddling in other people's affairs? So the point for me is this, is that with South Africa in the game now, too, now trying to frustrate Nigeria, because mind you, they are also power. They're also power.
Sorry. How is South Africa positioned on this? What have they said?
Can you play what you just play?
No. Hey, Rational Man. Before we go, we watch the video. I actually listened and watched the interview.
Okay.
Prof was making reference to what Ramaphosa was trying to do by upstaging Tinubu. AU gave the junta 15 days, but ECOWAS gave the junta 7 days. So who are they going to listen to? Is it the AU or ECOWAS? So Prof said he foresee a situation whereby there will be some kind of like a delay, whereby some things will be worked behind the curtain. By the same time, probably they're going to be doing 15 days by the EU. That Ramaphosa shouldn't have jumped the gun because Tinubu and the ECOWAS have the jurisdiction to act swiftly first before AU can come in. But he was just making reference to what Ramaphosa dirty job that he's doing. They're probably doing the bidding of his new paymaster now in Russia. That's what he was making reference to. And he said the propaganda video that is circulated in South Africa, whereby he's making reference to the Tinubu's administration legitimacy, that how can administration that is yet to be established, and its legitimacy to establish, is not going to be the one headlining the ECOWAS plan to restore.
Was that a pronouncement from Ramaphosa or just South African media? Because we have that clip.
It was a South African media, but at the same time, they were echoing, I believe, the government of the South Africa's, foreign.
Let me bring that clip in.
The neighboring country of Niger, Mali, we've just seen now that the US there also have placed sanctions on some of the military officials. What does this all mean then for the ECOWAS region?
It's quite unstable right now. And unfortunately, you have the chair currently, it's Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria. You know, he's also facing a lot of pressure in his country in terms of how the election panned out in terms of the results. Some questioning the credibility of the elections. He issued a strong statement yesterday, but already when you read the reaction to that statement, people were already saying, you yourself, you are not legitimate. And therefore, this time around, ECOWAS is not as strong as the ECOWAS that we are used to. You'd recall when there were challenges in the region previously, they were quick to react and to respond. And there was that credibility because those who were speaking at that time, who were leading the regional body, had credibility. But right now, it's on a very shaky ground.
Are you saying that's an official stance of the South African?
No, he was. This media practitioner was making reference to the narrative that is being spread online by the obedience.
Okay, but that's not an official stance of the South African government. Yeah.
But that is the opinion that she is adopted. And if she could be saying that on the national television in South Africa, how many people are going to buy into that opinion? So it is to shape the people's mindset. And I also know that the government of South Africa will also be acting based upon those information that is widespread on the social media. So she picked it up. There's a possibility that South African government also will pick it up from there. But the point Prof here it was making was that Ramaphosa jumped the gun by inserting himself or making himself like the de facto. However, the West African sub-region chairmanship has the jurisdiction to foresee or to take over what is happening in the West Africa, not the head of the AU coming in, stepping in. That is more of how do you say it? Undermining the authority of the ECOWAS chairmanship.
No, hold on. I respect my professor. He's a learned person.
But he actually supported this use of force indirectly. He was letting the rise.
For the fact my professor, I respect him. We all differ in how we. I respect his opinion on whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't see there's a complexity to this whole thing. And if Tinubu can read, and he's a Yoruba man, if he's a Yoruba man, except maybe he's a Guinean, like they say he's. Anyway, he's from another Kanuri man. Who say? I'm just.
You're the one who called him a Kanuri man. My goodness me. Yeah.
I mean, Tinubu is a Kanuri name now.
That babe that Tinubu took of you in 1802 is going to regret it for life.
Would have been having my today. Is that what?
Hold on, let rational mind line down.
I just want to draw his attention to. Okay, go ahead.
No, just let him land.
In his submission during the analysis, he said that whether we like it or not, whether we are broke or we are not broke, you can't leave your house or your compound, to be on fire and go to sleep. That whether we like it or not, money is going to be spent. However, if we choose not to be, if we choose not to act, that the fallback from this, we will be the one. It will be more higher in price to pay than that nibbling in the board right now. When the Arise News crew are trying to say, well, we are broke, why should we be the one to headline the what is happening in Niger? And he make it categorical that the price you will pay will be more than. So, however, it's either you do it now or never. But he also make reference to the international bodies, being in support of what the ECOWAS are doing. America and France and the EU, they are fully support. So, I I get it, but anyway, National Man, I don't want to go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I just add one more thing real quick before you go ahead?
Add that, and then I want us to hear from you. Somebody said to play the last 10 minutes. That's the space we want to hear. But add what you want to add, Babati, and I think Ribadu wants to come in on that space as well.
Okay.
And then let's hear from the prof, and then we carry on. Yeah.
So when he says Nigeria, you're going to pay the price tag of if it's, I think what he's saying is this. Let's not forget that we have a lot of Nigerians living in these countries.
Correct.
So we need to be very careful. They're clearly baiting Tinubu into this. And I remember listening yesterday. I could not come up because I was at work. When a woman asked me to come up, and they were talking about, they only have 10,000 troops in Niger. Yeah, they have 10,000 now, but they are forming the coalition clearly at this point. What amuses me is that the French government that has been controlling this space for a long time doesn't want to come in because it's going to really look good to the world. So they want to use Nigeria to fight their own wars in this space. You come here and fight your own war. You've been benefiting from these people for years. There's this anti-French sentiment in these countries. And Nigeria should not be used as a tool to fight the war of the French.
I agree with you 100%.
What? Because
Wait.
I always talk about dominance. I've always talked about dominance, but not this way. They are still your cousins. We have cousins as a Yoruba person in Benin. The Fulanis have cousins across West Africa. Let's not forget that fact. Okay, go ahead,
Babati. See, we should get something right. That what is happening in Niger is none of our business. We should go about our daily activities. That will be the wrong impression that we are given. What the West African state?
I didn't say that, sir.
Hold on. You said that Tinubu is being baited. I don't believe. I don't think that the decision.
No. You're wrong. No, you're wrong, Diwali. You're wrong. I did not say it. What I said is this.
You said you suspect that he might be set up.
What I'm saying, this is what I'm saying closely. You're going to intervene, but you don't start off making threats.
But this decision was adopted collectively. It was not imposed by one individual.
There are too many hands. My point to you is this, sir. There are too many hands in the cookie jar. That decision was making by foreign influence across the board, from Russia to England to France.
But the Russia was categorical that they were not in support of the coup plot.
It's all BS. No, bro, that's BS.
Oh my God, come in.
In public, that's what they would say in public, of course. But we all know that's not true. Come on now.
Yeah, but that's not true. War is not.
Hold on, Dewale. Let Mike come in so that I think he came to push a thought in there.
Yeah. You see, the way we have to start looking at these things, and we need to look at it from historical context as well. Like when the Europeans want to do something in Africa, the boots on the ground that they use, usually the Africans, to get their biddings done. Now this situation is going on. If you study these countries very well, these countries are in a crossroads. The new generations are very informed. Their eyes are opening to the global politics, and you see a lot of protesting, anti-French, anti-this, anti-that. Now it's a situation where there's no way these coup plotters are doing it on their own. Usually it's going to be somebody behind it. Is it the French or the Russians? Now, it's going to get to a point where one side, either the French, if they're finding that they're losing, it will be very difficult for the French to say they have to bring their own troops on the ground, because the whole world will be saying it, watching it happen. If they have to bring their troops on the ground to invade those countries, to carry out their biddings or whatever, to overthrow someone on their own, it will be embarrassing, because the whole world will see it happening. So now what the French may want to do is to find a way to use another force within Africa to carry it done, to get it done. So what I would say is, at this point, because when I see Nigeria and all these countries, their only interest in all this matter is that, we want democracy, we don't like the idea of coup d'etat. But you're not approaching the whole thing in a holistic manner, you're not seeing it holistically, So what you have to have bigger interest than just saying, I don't want military coup. No, what is your economic interest? What is your bigger interest? Your interest cannot just be because it's immoral. Oh, one moral, it's immoral to have military coup. No, you have to have bigger interest than that.
Nigeria,
So
you have your people in those countries once again.
you forget your rich people.
They are like take care.
So you can so are you saying the ones that we already have in Nigeria are hungry? That's not no problem for you, right?
No.
Come on, man. That's not an excuse to go and invest. Make yourself wait. Don't make that as an excuse to head up. Wait, bro,
I'm agreeing with you now. I'm saying that they should also think that when you go into war with these countries, you have
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because because there's no reason why you want to end up making yourself a tool for France or somebody else to go and carry out their foot soldier work, their actual invasion. You don't want to do that. They did it. They used Nigeria in Liberia against Charles Taylor because America, they do that in Africa, even in Somalia. Whenever the West want to go in, but they don't want to send their troops in, they find a way to play some political game to use Kenya or some African troops to go and do their bidding. And these African countries, I'm like, okay, when you go and do this, what is your gain in it? What was your own interest in it? Nothing. What was Nigeria's interest in going to Sierra Leone or Liberia? There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. They just want to do the CIA work for them. That's it. So the French, they were trying to play that game, so trying to figure out to use maybe one country to go in there and get their bidding done. Let the French or the Russian, whoever wants to do, let them come in with their own troops, so we can all see with our own clear eye that this is what's happening. Okay, it's you that really want to do this, but let the Burkina Faso take care of themselves. If it's coup after coup after coup, let them take care of themselves. Nigeria, we are coup after coup after coup until one point we got tired of it, and we evolved to where we are. Allow these countries to evolve on their own.
So how can you go there?
Sorry, Mike. You don't say the
bro.
You don't say the proximity. You don't see the proximity of Niger Republic to us as an interest. You don't see it as a direct impact on us.
But we have to clearly define our interest. Nigeria is not defining any interest now. We are not saying we have this economic interest or this or any kind of interest. All we have is, we don't like coup there. That's what we are saying. That's what the Nigerian government is saying. We are not saying this is affecting our GDP or this is affecting us in this manner.
Can I chime in?
It's affecting our internal stability, our security, our wealth. It affects
Who did that? It's not war that's going on there now. If it's a civil war, it's a different story. It's just a coup.
What do you mean it's just a coup?
It's just a coup that's going on. It's not like they have civil war going on there they are spilling to our country. It's just overthrowing each other. That's what's happening. Their citizens are not fleeing to another country. So we are not suffering border crisis or anything. So it's not like we have any big problem with it. It's just them overthrowing each other. Let them let them evolve on their own.
Gentlemen.
Can I interject?
Gentlemen. Yeah, can you hear me, please?
You can come in, but let Roberto come in first. Sorry, let Roberto come in. Roberto come in.
Would I be able to have
Yes. Hello, can you hear me clearly?
A lot better. It's like listening to a different person. Carry on, Roberto.
Yeah. I had to use AirPod to see how I can minimize it. Okay. Surprise you that between me and Niger is less than maybe 4,000 naira. So is I think on a state level, I think the damage has been done already. Tinubu has committed his first mistake in international politics or diplomacy. Seriously.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Why?
Let him land. No. Let him land. Carry on, Roberto.
Yeah, because it's very, very wrong to give them ultimatum, because if they fail to adhere to that ultimatum, what will he do? You understand?
Then it's
I don't know.
into a worse situation. It's forced into a worse situation.
That is the mistake. You understand? And what we are not even asking is, if we notice this coup has been happening on the belt of the arid zone, okay? It's happening from Mali, from Burkina Faso to that end, up to Djibouti on the other end. Nobody's asking why that pattern. I mean, it's not just a coincidence. Why is it happening? And I don't know if any one of you were able to see the pictures of the masses in Niger wearing Russian flag. They tailor a shirt out of Russian flag and celebrating. Some of the water vendors, they were putting Russian flag and Niger flag simultaneously on their push that they are selling water with. I mean, what caused the coup initially? Forget about the public announcement the generals made. You know, do you do you know when Mali kicked out the French soldiers that were based in Mali? Do you know it was Niger president that made accommodation for them to come to be redeployed in Niger? That was the catalyst. That was the catalyst that caused the coup. And everybody knows how pro-French the guy is. You know, everybody knows how close he is to France. So now that the African countries are waking up, I mean, since Niger, I think, got their independence around the same time we got ours, 1960 or so, or thereabout, you know. Niger is the seventh producer of uranium in the world, and the third that has the highest grade of uranium. Quarter of it is going to France alone. More than 45% or 60% is going to Europe. These are people that have been producing uranium for energy and whatever on all these atomic uses for more than how many decades, but they don't have a single nuclear power plant. In fact, Nigeria, bulk of their electricity is coming from Nigeria. Not just electricity, even petrol. Bulk of their petrol is coming from Nigeria. That was why Tinubu said we are subsidizing other African countries. So what happened to our diplomats? No, they are not seeing all this writing on the wall, and they allow President Tinubu as an ECOWAS chairman to go and do such blunder by giving them ultimatum. It's a very huge blunder, because if these guys, they don't have any intention whatsoever to accept, to adhere, they don't even give a shit about ECOWAS ultimatum one. Okay, so our president would become a laughing stock if he went back on his words. And still we have a lot of, you know, we have our own fragility when it comes to this border and insecurity and military stuff and all that. We have our own fragilities enough. And if the other ECOWAS countries are going to commit, how many of them will commit to resources? Almost 80 or 90% of it will come to us. So, I mean, ECOWAS as an institution, what do they even have, self? As an institution, take it out.
Ribado, somebody was suggesting that that Buhari be sent in as a special envoy to go and resolve that situation. You know, Buhari has a special relationship with that country. Can Buhari go in and take the guns of these rascals that have taken over the country?
1 month, I will beg to differ with you. Those guys, they are not rascals. Okay. We may be eyeing for democracy. Okay. We may be wishing for democracy, but let me tell you, 1 month. If you happen to be a Niger person now, you will never condone what is happening in that country. Okay. Look at Kenya. Kenya is setting examples. There is a silent revolution that is going on within African elites. Okay, these patriotic soldiers, they topple the democratic elected government that for the first time was able to get handover from democratic rule into another democratic rule, which is commendable. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: they are fed up with the system. Go and see Niger. It's a poor, it's a impoverished country. You will not see one a landmark that is worth 5 billion naira. You will not see it even in the capital. They had it enough. That is why Mali is going, Burkina Faso is going, now Niger. Okay, they want to do away with this exploitation that France has been exploiting them for years. This may not be the right way to do it, okay, but it is the only way they have to
Is
affect
that what you
change.
think is really propelling them, or is it just the standard power and money thing? Because often instances, African coups is usually about just power and money.
Correct. I mean, it's just a preamble to taking over the government. I mean, this military. Sorry, this. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You understand that one too cannot be taken off table. Okay, but despite the fact that you can do this is the first time a military coup is having synergy with another military coup. Okay, and did you guys notice that now Russia? Did you guys notice that now Russia has an influence unfolding from Djibouti up, down, that is horizontally, up to Burkina Faso. Now Russia has a presence in Madagascar, Central Africa, cut across Central Africa, Sudan, Libya, and Burkina Faso. You understand? So more or less, the proxy war of the Western world is coming to our shores, or it's here already. Because Mali kicked away France soldiers that have been there for centuries. The same thing with with Mali, now Chad, now Niger, and the fact that you see the Idris Deby son, the son of the former Chadian leader, who is currently now leading Chad, Idris Deby Etino. This guy came to Nigeria, and ECOWAS, Chad is not part of ECOWAS, okay? But he came, I think Chad is not part of ECOWAS, but he came to Nigeria.
But it was in Niamey to see those coup plotters, because France.
Yeah, but it was as an emissary, wasn't it?
Yeah, they sent him there to go and tell them to stand down. Yeah.
When? Oh my God! This is what I'm saying.
Look, hold on.
Calm down.
Sorry. You continue. I'm just trying to add to what you just said. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to add to what you said. That Idris.
I got you. It's all right.
You said what?
I said it's all right.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So I mean, Chad is one country that has one of the most sophisticated land army. Not because they have modern hardware, no, because they are up to date in experience. They have been in conflict on and on. I happened to witness them in action when I went to Munguno. I see how they went out to hunt Boko Haram and come back with their dead bodies. I have seen them. They used to call our soldiers women because our soldiers used to run away. This is very painful for me to admit this, but this is the fact, Mostly when they went to hunt for this Boko Haram, you see they are always at the forefront. Our soldiers are behind them. So, since the point I'm trying to make here is, this is very important for a Chad head of state to come to see Tinubu before going to Niger and sit down with the Niger generals, to the extent that they were able to give him the courtesy to speak to the deposed president one-on-one on national TV, or will I say even international TV, to talk to them. So Nigeria has to be very, very careful. Forget about ECOWAS. I just pray to God Tinubu will have the state of mind to see how complex and how tricky his position is as the ECOWAS chairman. Because if we make a mistake of trying to show our muscles or try to force these people into accepting what we want, I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very bad for us as a nation. Okay, because we don't have we may have the soldiers in numbers, okay, but we don't have the fighting spirit that these francophone soldiers has. You understand? And now that
All right.
Quick
Hold on.
question for Badr, real quick. If I
Yeah, go on.
So the question is, which side is more likely to garner international support in order to squash this military takeover? Is the Tinubu side or the ECOWAS side or this military touts?
okay, you may have your own reason of calling them touts. To me, they are patriots, okay? But the issue is this: there is no military solution to these people, because the highest support we can get is from the Western world, okay? And if we did that, we are going to damage our reputation in the African continent. And then second, we are going to be viewed as puppet of the Western world, especially France. Okay. And when it comes to support, believe me, all these countries I mentioned now, they have Wagner group station. They have Wagner fighters station in that countries. Okay. And believe me, if it comes to military support, Russia is willing to support these people 100%. So if care is not taken, we will damage our reputation as a giant of Africa. We will be viewed or look as the puppet of the West, and then we are going to take one hell of a beating from those guys. Okay, and only God knows where it's going to stop. And coupled with the fragility of the security within that belt, remind you, Boko Haram is still existing. Just 2 weeks back, I told you guys they slaughter some farmers. 17 people, they hack their neck off with machetes. Boko Haram is there. Bandits are there in Zamfara, Sokoto, that axis, okay? Kidnappers are there in Kaduna and other things. You understand? On Wednesday, they kidnapped...
Sorry, Ribado, do you have a screen in front of you?
No.
All right, then let me read the content, because I think you're getting carried whoever interjected is right. The Niger Republic, they're just a bunch of ragtag something Tuaregs. You know, total military, this is from Firepower. Total military personnel 13,000, active personnel 10,000. Paramilitary 3,000, Air Force 350, Army personnel that are active 8,500. So we're not talking about we're not going to fight Egypt. We're just going to beat up a few people in the Niger Republic.
Hello, sorry, can I interject, please?
One man.
Yes.
Let me conclude and give you the floor. Okay, let me tell you something.
Yes.
One man. Remember, you owe me a consolidation, because you tell me Putin is not going to last 2 weeks and he's still here. Sure, you know that one. Okay. Then let me tell you something. I have, as I always used to tell you, I have military background, and it's a profession that I like so much, especially analyzing it. If Nigerian army plus Chad army that come to help us plus Cameroon and Niger itself, we form a multinational task force. With our air force and everything, if we are unable to beat Boko Haram hands down for almost 11 years now, or more, what makes you think that we can...
I'm sorry, everybody, to jump in. I'm sorry.
Boko Haram is guerrilla warfare now.
No, Boko Haram exists because the Nigerian military or the state wants it to exist. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah.
See, in Nigeria, military takeover is kind of a thing of the past, so to speak. So now the cash cow for this military people is this unrest, these terrorist groups across the country. That's how they make their money. Okay, they make a whole lot of money, and of course, the bunkering also in the South. So this Boko Haram people, this bandits, not because they're so strong and so powerful. That's why they're winning and still in existence. It's because we don't want to do much about it. Just like corruption, just like all the aspect of our society, of our economy. It is there because we want it to be there because it benefits a handful of people.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, one more. Don't worry, I will round up soon enough.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I
but
agree.
I want you to hang around though, because I think you are central to this conversation. But when you round up, I want to hear from Babati and then Ife. Ife, good to see you
But
again.
I have the floor. I'm not even finished my.
No, I want people to come into that space, but you would then we come back to you. Yeah.
Okay. I agree with what the last speaker said, 100%. Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is this: conflict. Nobody, no matter how military genius you are, nobody can predict with some certain level of certainty or degree of certainty that how it's going to turn up. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is we are not ready. Nigeria is not ready now to go into any military showdown with any neighboring country, especially when they have the backing of openly backing of two countries. Okay, and also we don't know where Chad is going to stand, because believe me, Chad is not going to take side against its French speaking countries that they have so much ties and closeness together. Okay, and also don't forget that Russia is still there to back these guys. They have professional military trainers and advisors on ground. Okay, and also plus our jam-packed problems that will come to bear on us when we engage in any military enterprise. So to me, yeah, let me conclude, please. Okay, to me, I don't know why today I stand alone on this platform. Okay,
No, you
but
are
to
not
me,
standing alone.
You are not alone. Rational Mind is with you, and if who has abandoned us for months is coming to your rescue. But round up, we hear from Babati, and then Ife comes in. Yeah.
Seriously speaking, with all sincerity of purpose, Tinubu, I don't know if some diplomats if some diplomat lets him astray, or if it's the work of CIA or the French intelligence or the Western world combined. It's a part that I would not love him to take. He should allow these French people to get the beating they are getting from Africa. Let these African countries solve their problem the way they see fit. Gradually, when they are ready, like the way we did, they will have their own stable democracy. But we shouldn't mingle ourselves. We should not put our legs or our hands into this this development that it's happening. Thank you. This is my opinion.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Babati. So, Babati, what Ribado will have us have is we have two Kano jets, by the way, a fleet of them. But Ribado will have us. Can you hold on, please? Let's follow the structure that just so that the voices are not cascading over each other. But Ribado will have us live in fear of a bunch of ragtag Tuaregs who don't even have a complement of 10,000 army. We have two Kano jets. We have a military strength of about 1 million. So where are you positioned, Babati?
Well, okay. So let me get this straight. There were no military action to dislodge the military coups in Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, but now we want to intervene in Niger Republic under the disguise of ECOWAS. The countries I mentioned previously, I did not part of ECOWAS, but what did we do? Did we go there to intervene militarily? We did not. So if your argument is because they are close to our borders, it's a coup. There's no spillover. It's not like there's some kind of civil war over there and people are choosing to come over here. What I'm saying is this: let us be very strategic in the way we deal with things. Don't just. It was a mistake for Tinubu to have given a 7-day ultimatum. That shows me that this guy is being pushed, and I don't feel comfortable with that. He's being pushed by the West to make that declaration, because you can't tell me you've made your assessment within a week. Have you talked to anybody from those countries? They are forming coalitions with other countries. they also have coupists in charge. So if you think you're going to go to that country to fight 8,500 people, that's not true. Their friends will show up in those countries. You engage with Burkina Faso, they kill Nigerians. Will you then move out to Burkina Faso to continue the war? Let's not play this game here. The West thrive in chaos. They don't want any peaceful West Africa. They want continuous, endless war is what they want. Where you let them fight each other. Let me finish.
Are you pivoting positions, Babati? You are the one who told us barely a week ago that we should dominate all of these
I am still for domination, but this is not this way. This is not what I meant by dominating them. Not this way, because the leverage I thought we have at this point, I don't think Tinubu has the leverage I thought he had, based on the kind of the way he's speaking right now. Should we dominate that space economically, militarily? Of course, we should dominate them if they have civilian rule, but you can't dominate a space that the people in Niger, for instance, they support. Some of them, maybe most of them, support this takeover. So you have to be very plan this. This is not. I don't like this one, man. I don't like the approach.
Having now taken this public stance, it has to now follow it through.
And that's a problem. That's a problem.
Well, it's not really a problem. It's a surgical strike, isn't it? You take out their seat of government, you blow up their cantonment, the armament, and then you roll in a troop of 10,000 strong Nigerians to go and seize charge of the country. This is just a 2-week job. It's a 2-week job. A 2-week job.
No, it's not. No.
One man, if you are in Nigeria, you will not be speaking like that. Well, seriously speaking, is it because you are in UK safely in your warm quarters? Are you talking like that? You don't know what
does that. You create long-term enemy for himself.
If you
Babati,
yeah,
can Babati hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Please tell one man how it is being done, please. He is spending his lavish life there in UK. You are saying this. Do you know what it takes to plan on these things? Please, Babati, you have the floor. Continue.
Let me what's going to happen. If you go in there, then you have to stay there. If you just go there, fight one, and leave, that is anarchy. That's chaos.
Babati, don't you think the smart way Tinubu could have gone about it is just to go and sponsor a counter coup or something like that, or sponsor a coup instead of that's how you do it. That's how
you work behind the scenes. You
work behind the scene exactly. You don't start making announcements.
You don't your hands too openly. Remember, people kept coming to
you know you are running contrary to Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, by the way.
Does it mean he's always right?
Yeah, well, often instances he is.
Okay, on this one is wrong.
Babati, am I allowed to ask questions?
Hold on. No. Let me say this, Babati. You said something a while ago. You said, You said something about it should sponsor a counter coup. But let me make this thing understand. Let us understand this, all of us.
No, that was Mike though.
Let me just say this real quick, please, before you.
I'm not saying you should have to. I'm just saying if he wants to take an action, that's a smarter way to.
I'm not saying.
That's what I'm saying.
No, well, I'm not countering what you just said. I'm just trying to say that in Niger, there, the French has about 1,500 strong forces there. The United States has a base there. I think about 500 military personnel or something like that. 300 or 500 or 200, something like that. I've spoken to some guys who go there on their contract, they work for military contractors. I spoke to them, they tell me something another time. So they have a base there. The United States has a base there. I think about 500 or 200. I think it changes from time to time. But what I'm trying to say is that all this time these people were there, were there no intelligence that is showing that Bazoum was going to be overthrown? Were they are they not aware that there was going to be a coup? And now the coup became successful. Now they want other African nations to do their dirty job for them. So you see, that's why I was wondering that what is going on here? Is it some kind of propaganda here going on? Is it some? I don't know, because you can't tell me that because I know they must have within the U.S. Mission there or whatever. They must have some CIA guys working there in the U.S. mission there in Niger. So. And even the French, they have their own base there. So I didn't know aware of this. We didn't know that. Even
sorry, rational mind. Can I ask people to push up the like button, please? If you have no objection to clicking on like, then please do that. It helps the platform. Carry on now, rational mind.
I think I did already. I did give you.
No. I know all of you on the screen would have, but the audience. Yeah,
I'm
carry
just going
on.
to tell our audience that I did, so you guys should do it.
Yeah.
It helps the algorithm. So, yeah. So for me, I'm still trying to wrap my head around, because all the while we've been talking about, brainstorming that since yesterday, even up to what were those intelligence officers within the French legions there in Niger doing? Were they not aware of any coup that was being planned? What were the U.S. intelligence within there over there also doing? So that is what we need to think about. So that is what we need to factor in. And another thing I want to say quickly before I let Babati continue is that, you know that when Tinubu came in, one of his speech, he said, that was even before this coup even came in, he says, we make sure there's no coup. I don't know if people are aware of that. He said something like that. There was not going to be a coup. In the era of coup,
yeah, he said that when he took over the African, West Africa.
And not just a few days after that, what do we see? So is it that he has some from Nigerian intelligence that there's a coup being planned within Niger? Or was it that, you see, these are some of the things that we need to
rational mind. That's what you call slap on the face.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it looks like a slap on the face. Yeah. So you see, there's so many questions here we can raise that needs answers to. But because we're not in there, we're not in their inner circle, we will not know what happened. We can only just speculate based on what we are hearing.
I still feel a surgical strike. I can't get past that. This is a 10,000. I mean,
woman, we keep saying,
woman. Yeah, add something and then we'll get back to Babati. Yeah.
Okay.
Woman, you calling them 10,000 something? You have to understand how the Sahel works. When the Tuareg started fighting the French in 2013, that the French had to have a truce with them. These 10,000 people are talking, they fought the French army down to the last person, and the French had to come down and tell them, please, we don't want this way again, let's stop. Because the Tuareg started calling their people across the Sahel, in Mali, in Chad, everywhere. They started fighting the French everywhere they are. So that's one thing you have to understand, that the way we look at the border security down in our south is not the same thing in the Sahel area. In the Sahel, the affinity to cultural norms and clannish society is still stronger than what we have here. So if Nigeria is going there, or any other African country is going there, they are going there for mess. The Tuareg spans into Algeria, Mali, Burkina, Chad, even down to Sudan. So I'm not surprised that even Algeria, Libya have come to their aid, and Mali and Co and Burkina to say they're in support of them. So let's see how it's going. I will still take my time to analyze some things. That's just what I want to tell you.
All right, carry on, Babati. Yeah.
So because if you go into that country and you say, well, we've defeated the military, you can have your position back, and you just leave, you think that the military will just watch? They will do the same thing over and over again. That means if you dare go into that country, you must stay. And if you stay in that country, will the Nigerians be comfortable with Nigerians occupying their land for that long? There are about 25 million people over there, right? So you're not going there to go and just ransack or just surgical strike with 10,000 people. No, there's more to it. You didn't have to manage that country for that transition period. 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Who knows? Can Nigeria manage transition in another country when we have issues in our own country? Then you're going to have attacks from Burkina Faso, Chad, and other strategic countries as well. Russia will supply them weapons. So if you're going, this is for the long haul, one man. This is not a 2-week surgical strike like you're referring to. Are you ready to occupy a country for 2, 3 to 5 years for stability? We don't have that kind of resources right now. So when you keep talking about going there and just destroy, no, there's more to it than just that. And second of all, Tinubu, I once again, given the 7-day ultimatum, in my opinion, was an error. And
but he's committed to it now. There's no backing out of
if
that.
you're wrong, just say you're wrong. Don't stick to something that is wrong, sir. Please. If I'm wrong or something, just don't stick to it because I want to just no. That was the wrong approach. The man showed his hand too early. Nobody does that in any form of conflict globally. That's an error. You have to find a way behind the scenes to resolve this problem. But no way on God's earth at this time, by the way, maybe down the road. But at this time, Nigeria should secure the border, stay by the border, monitor the reports, do it behind the scenes. For now, if anything changes, then we can do that. But don't jump the gun very early because you want to prove something. This is not about ego. This is not about, with the big brothers. No, not right now. Because you have your AU guys from SA2 being funded by the Russians, spreading this propaganda because they have this ego thing going between SA and Nigeria right now with the AU thing coming up. So don't fall for, once again, this is don't get baited into that, because what they want again is they want conflict. The West benefits from conflict in third world countries. They know you have the resources. They know you have the mines. You have the diamonds. You have those. They want those things. Russia wants them as well. And like I've read like in some articles for many years, they've also talked about Africa's going to be the third world war. And I'm sorry to say, this is starting to look like it in my eyes, because there's a battle for what we have. There's a renewed battle for Africa. And we also have to start paying attention to what China has, because they also have a stake in this as well. What is their position on this issue? So they want Africa is for the taking, and we have to be very, very, very careful to start talking about jumping.
In international studies, we call it a scrambling.
Yes, scrambling for
Africa. Scrambling.
Don't make it easy for them, oh man. Don't make it easy for them. So what I'm saying, this is going to happen.
No. I think in just one of the very rare instances, I think you are misreading very much the situation, Babati, which is very rare. Which is very rare for you, but I think you are completely off base.
Let me ask you. Nigeria invades Niger. They go to war with Nigerian army. Half of their army dies. We lose about 2,000 people. Do you know how that will read on international press?
That's still a misreading. That's still a misreading.
People are going to die on both sides. It's not what is my point. It's a coup. It's not a civil war, for God's sake. It's a coup in their own country. Is the Nigerian life worth losing over that? No, it's not.
Shall I tell you how I read it? We have overwhelmingly superior powers over these people.
I'm asking you, is it worth losing Nigerian life over this?
Well, it is in our strategic, nationalistic, and even existential interest. It's an existential threat.
No. Excuse me,
Babati, please let me add something. I
told you, we have Nigerians living in Burkina Faso. They are living in Chad and Togo. You are putting their life at risk here. And when I'm telling you,
how are you putting their life at risk?
Are you kidding me?
They can come back home at any time.
Really?
Home is home.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I think you missed it. Let me say. Hold on, you can interject. But I think if Feb wants to especially speak on that space, and he's not been here for a good while. So, well, let me just insert this, and then you come in, Ife. The way I read it, you are saying this coup, by the way, is not a popular will of the people. Forget any of the protestations that you're seeing at the French embassy in Niamey. That is orchestrated for the optics. So we all know how those things play out. I think if Nigeria goes in, the only price that has to be paid will be that President Bazoum, who is heavily locked in by this insurrectionist. So if they go in, and because they know where they are, because we have the intent to say this, the French, etc., they have operatives there. We have operatives there too. So we know where they are. We know where they're cordoned in. If we go in there and surgically strike that space, and then we get because the body of the army, I think they will align with where the power base is. You realign them, and then you declare a curfew for 1 week. You put an administrator in there, oversighted by an ECOWAS force, and then you guide them back to democracy. It's very simple. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Wait. You said earlier surgical strike for 2 weeks, and you just said right now that you're going to go there, install somebody, and guide them. That would take more than a year to do that.
One man has been watching too much.
Why would they? No. There's no way.
One man assertion that
there is no way
is not popular.
There is no way.
Babati.
Wait, you cannot go to a country within 2 weeks, take over the country and start somebody. It takes months and years to do that. And I asked you earlier about occupation. You must occupy the country.
No, you don't have to. It's what I'm saying. You don't have to.
Babati.
Oh my
God. We're not talking about a sophisticated country. Now we're talking about Niger Republic.
Babati, let me make this point to one man. One man said that the coup is not popular. I think one man is not following that space well. It's a popular coup because, number one, the military have declared support for the new military leader, the entire military of that country. That's number one. On the political side, all the opposition parties in that country have declared support for the military. And you can see what happened today. Demonstration, people went to the French embassy.
That was orchestrated, that was orchestrated.
It's not orchestrated. You are not sure. They destroyed it, hosted the flag of Russia over the embassy of France. That is a signal that the people of that country are ready to fight to defend the sovereignty of their country. If any invaders should come in under the disguise of spreading kangaroo democracy, they will fight, and they are ready to fight. And I believe they have their anti-aircraft ready to fight.
Anti-aircraft? Where would they get that from?
Let me conclude with Let me conclude. So,
and please, can you?
Let So, according to one man, within 2 weeks, so we're going to invade the country, fight the military, defeat the military, take over the government, appoint somebody, guide them to governance, have them secure the border, and that will be done within 2 weeks and go back to our country.
2 weeks to defeat the insurrectionists.
How long?
And then install an administrator.
How long will you occupy the country? That's what I'm asking you. How long?
You don't have to occupy it. You don't have to occupy it.
You have to occupy the country. You have to occupy the country. If you go there, you must occupy. And I'm asking you, how long will you be there? You can't give me an answer.
You occupy it by proxy. You will put in. Do you remember when Buhari stepped down and they put in Shodekan? So it's a similar sort of scenario. You go there and you defeat them militarily.
How did that work out? How did that work out for Nigeria?
Well, no, that's just it's not really how it works out. But
wait, hold on. So we go to different.
Babati.
We give them what to do, and they just allow that in their own country. But
the administrator will be one of their own now. The administrator, the president will still be one of them. They're not going to put Muyiwa as the president of the Niger Republic.
One man. I have a question for Ibadu. Please.
Yes.
Can we just Ibadu? Can you realize that what is going on in Mali affects a lot of people in northern Nigeria? Can you agree with me? Okay, now we want to have another one to our neighbor, and you guys are supporting coup because of France or whatever. Nigeria is not fighting Russia. We are not fighting Russia. Are we fighting Russia? We don't have any issue with Russia. Now we want to support coup in Niger now. Another insecurity. Do you know that Nigeria have interest? Buhari spend a lot of money in Niger Republic. Buhari spend Nigeria spend a lot of money. Even when we have a contract, a train pipeline, we have our own interest too in Niger. If you guys are talking like Nigeria,
that is why we cannot wage war.
Hold
against
on,
that
Ajande
country.
Koko.
Wait,
Hold on, Ajande Koko
are
for
you
him.
are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are you
No,
asking
no,
me a
no.
question or
I'm
you're making
coming.
a comment?
I'm asking you a question now. Now,
Okay.
when we now realize the same thing that's going on in Mali, going on in Niger, how is it gonna favor northern Nigeria? That's my question to you.
See, I agree with you that you said that the issue in Mali had some effect in Nigeria, especially northern Nigeria, because bulk of our northern brothers has a lot of businesses in Mali, which come to into some certain difficulty. But let me tell you, let me start answering you by this. When you are faced by two evil, you must choose the lesser one. Okay? You guys, I don't know. I may be naive, sha, but it seems to me like you're not seeing the bigger picture. Okay, especially one man. You know, because today, okay, let me give an assumption. Now, mind you, United States of America has two bases in Niger. Is the only country in the whole of Africa that America has two bases. Okay, in Yamé and in Agadez. Okay. So you want to tell me, okay, you want to tell me that with all their surveillance and reconnaissance and the political and the human intelligence they have been gathering, you want to tell me they don't know the antecedent of the politics and the economic situation of that country? That is one for you. And then assuming now we wait, and did you hear even America making a bigger noise than we are doing now as ECOWAS or as Nigeria? Okay, and now if we assuming we win, we say okay, we are taking the bull by the horn, this and that. That is if you follow one man length, you say okay, let's go and strike Niger. Does it occur to you people the aftermath of that action, of that decision? If Kamaru, Niger, Chad, Kamaru cannot defy France, that one is for sure. But Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger itself, if they come together and gang up on Nigeria, what will happen? With their foreign support, Libya and Somalia and all that has extreme Islamic ideologies, what do you think? They will all come and gang up plus all these elements of insurgency we are having. Are we ready to stand all that? And plus the Western world, now that the whole West is starving of resources. Okay, just like is it Daddy T or who I don't know, one of the speaker here is saying the West thrive in chaos. That is what they only live out of chaos. Okay. So, do you know? In fact, it will not even surprise me if the West will come and then back all these countries so that they can destabilize Nigeria for the resources we have, the abundant resources we have. So, in international politics, you have to be selfish to survive. You have to put yourself, your country first before any other neighbor or whoever it is. Okay, so we have to. It's not a matter of a surgical strike. I don't know what. Even if na laser strike, you want call them one man, that one are up to you. But it's not about that. It's about we are not fit for that role. Okay, and we should not allow any foreign influence to put pressure on us or to make ECOWAS or AU and make a decision because we feel we have the population and we have the finances. No, Kenya is not talking. Almost the most outspoken leaders of Africa now, Ghana. Look at how Ghana is dealing with France. Look at how Kenya is dealing with the entire West, not just France, the US, UK. Look at how Kenya head of president is trashing them. So, and now with this war in Ukraine, America is starving of energy. Europe is becoming poorer and poorer because Europe has surrendered their self. They have surrendered their security to for the benefit of American imperialism. So look at how they are. They are doing self-destruct because of American policy. So these guys are vampires out to suck African blood. So we should be very careful. Nigeria should be a stabilizing factor we shouldn't just go and try to destabilize our brothers and neighbors, because definitely we are not ready for what it's going to come, and we don't know where it's going to lead or where it's going to end. This is my take. I hope I have answered your question.
All right, let's hear from Dewale, and then if Ife takes the floor. Dewale, you wanted to come in. You said they are being marginalized. Yeah, possible, Sha. Is Dewale there? I think we lost him for a moment. Yeah, Ife, come in.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everywhere you are. I'm happy to be on this. Actually, I just left my what's it called, but I think something was kicking me when I was sleeping. That if they are talking about what's it called, international politics. Look, whenever two brothers fight, a stranger will inherit their land. That's is an African adage. In World War II, when the West and the Soviets started fighting, African countries, the Indian subcontinent gained independence. Now they've started another fight, a proxy war. African countries will also wake up. The unfortunate thing for them is African countries now, unlike before when information was isolated to some people, everybody can access information at a worldwide and real-time stage now. You see what's happening in Sahel is bound to happen. When the Ukraine war started, I was like, something's bound to happen in Africa. Unfortunately for them, like Ribado has said, we had many foreign interests in Africa at this time. We have the Chinese, we have the Russians, we have the French, we have the US who are having their bases around. You see what will happen, this is what I predict. That Niger Coup will succeed. It will further show the hypocrisy of most of the Western countries who are as slickers to their colonialists. And if we are not careful as a people, it will have a trickle down effect on the general population, such that they will see, oh, so how these African leaders are not even strong before, then to jar up the politics and the citizenry, such that any African leader that has a pro-Western or pro-Russian, but not a pro-African mentality, even though they may have their own, ways of picking and fleecing the population, they will be easily ousted, such that internal pricing will be a thing that will be happening more in the African subcontinent. I understand why US and France will not like it, because already they've lost Burkina, they've lost Mali, they've lost Guinea. Now, if Niger is gone, they've blanketed them out of the Sahel region. The only place they can transact now will now be in the Atlantic, along the Atlantic, Ghana, Togo, Niger, Benin, Ghana, Liberia, and Co. So everything they have to do to make Niger unsuccessful for the military leaders who are more pro-Russian, they will try as much as possible to stop it. But I don't see them getting this, because an average Francophone understands the economy, why the economy is going down. Look at what we're saying. This is the Francophone country, are countries where French still control their GDP up to this moment. It's not good. When
you think that's what's propelling these people? This
it's part of it. They are saying we have gold, we have oil, we have uranium, but we are still living in abject poverty because of the French economic policies on us. The same thing happened in Burkina, the same thing happened in Mali. And that is why you find that even the West African ECOWAS could not do anything, because internally they know. So a part of them will be saying, if I'm going, am I telling my population that we still want to be having this slave mentality? And a part of them is saying, if I don't go, my empire of looting will be lost. The unfortunate thing they have on hand with them in the Niger one is Niger, Burkina, Mali, they've come together and said all other countries should just take it, and these are seasoned military fighters. All those ones are saying we have to Kano. All wars are fought on the ground eventually.
Woman, can I interject a little, please? Because
It's
my
up to
network is
And
always
and
going.
for the
it's up to
strategic,
fair.
for the
Yeah.
man saying strategic, sir, for the man saying strategic, if Nigeria is very strategic to Niger, why did Niger pass through Nigeria? The oil that is being what's it called, dug in Niger, the pipeline was passed. You can imagine the pipeline was moved across Nigerian border to pass through Republic of Benin. I think we discussed this at the time on this platform. They did not pass through Nigeria, and that's why I said Buhari regime is very stupid. One of the most stupid regime we have in Nigeria, even though they have. So, like Ribadu said, in international politics, you have to be selfish to survive. If Nigeria is not strategic about these things, the Tuaregs will see the anti-French sentiment going around the Sahel. Everybody there will see Nigeria as a puppet. And
Please, can I come in a little, please? One man.
Let him first land his thoughts, then I'll come in after him. Yeah.
Let me see first. Yeah.
So eventually, this is why I'm not in support of military coup, but the high-handedness of the West and how and every African is seeing the hypocrisy of what's it called, Western world, the way they have fleeced the continent, such that if we cannot leave our countries, we cannot survive to have a peaceful life based on the economic policy they are imposing on the continent and the way they have been bringing aids that are not helpful to us. These things will lead to all these type of situations. And now nobody is a monopoly. Russia is in the continent, China is in the continent, and even the Arabs are in the continent. Like we are seeing what's happening in Sudan. Everybody wants a sense of dignity, and I don't see this thing going down at the end of the day. France, unfortunately, will be kicked out. That's my own value.
Okay, if France kicked out, is that how the world affect the life?
Please, can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in, Joseph. Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, you see, Ife, thank you. I doff my hat for you, man. Thank you very much for the analysis. And Ribadu has a very good point. You see, I support the coup in Niger. Do you know why? It's a pushback. Do you know how much France is making from their colonies in Africa? And do you know the all this instability in West Africa is caused by the French. So this is a pushback. Tinubu should not go into this thing. We should even support them. I'm telling you. See, France needs to leave West Africa alone so that we can build a solid West African economy, because they are the one causing all these problems. And one man, I don't. You think Tinubu can just send 50,000 soldiers there and they will run down all that 10,000 soldiers? You are going to fight in their own ground.
Within 2 weeks. Their topography is not different.
One man, let me tell you something. One man, let me tell you something.
Nigeria.
One man, let me tell you something. You see, if 50,000 soldiers go into, if 50 Nigerian, our 50 servicemen go in there, 50,000 soldiers go in there. Do you know what this man is going to do? The military head of state now, he'll just make a pronouncement or make an announcement and pitch the people against Nigerian soldiers, and they will start dropping Nigerian soldiers.
No, that's not likely to happen.
My brother,
it's going to happen.
Sorry, let me quickly add something. Sorry, let me quickly add something. One man, mind you, these are places where they don't see the ownership of gun the way we see the ownership of gun in southern Nigeria. Virtually everybody in those Sahel countries and families have a gun to themselves. I think
Exactly.
culturally is
They will
even a
carry
honor.
out their guerrilla warfare against our people.
And you
And
in
if
one
you
day
kill
you'll be
anybody,
losing 2,000 soldiers.
and if you kill anybody of them, they accuse you of killing civilians. If you
Yes.
kill anybody,
Yes.
come
And
on,
that
you don't want
and,
that, man.
and
You don't want that.
that will
You don't want that. Man.
that will
Man,
Quickly,
thank you
quickly
very
to the
much.
speaker.
Thank you very much.
1 second to the speaker. So I don't buy. I don't think woman also bought the idea that the goal is to kick out the French. Okay, they kick out the French. How are this military people, other states, supposed to engage with the rest of the world if they put embargo on them? If they block them in, if Nigeria suffocate them also economically, and they are left surrounded, how would they improve the lives of their people?
Excuse me, see, Nigeria cannot suffocate Niger because one, they have other borders. They have border with Mali. They have border. They could move things in. You cannot suffocate them. The only thing is this:
the economy is 80% reliant on Nigeria.
They can see a military junta can do anything. He can move his he can even ally with other people that could bring what Nigeria is supplying to them too. You see,
Which people like no, let's stop just talking nice talks. What is the practicality of them being able to do that? Who has the resources and to help them?
Okay. Please, what's your name?
Prince Daddy.
Okay, Prince Daddy, you, just let Tinubu try it. You see that it will be catastrophic. Just Tinubu should try it.
No, I'm not saying that Tinubu should invade. It's not about invading
Nigeria economy will suffer some setback too. Nigerian businesses, we have a lot of Nigerian businessmen that trade between Nigeria and Niger, and we have a lot of family connection too. So don't just think that.
And there's the Fulani way that Buhari is building into that country.
Don't think that.
One man.
What will happen to Fulani way? The one that gets up in
oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah. So we are going to suffer. We are going to suffer some setback too, economically, and
we don't need it now. We don't need it.
Quickly. By the way, see, if you know, Tinubu's involvement in Niger is really about Tinubu's doctrine. You know, it's all about democracy in Africa. So it's not strange that it's like it had a strong stand against this military.
You can't impose. You can't violently take democracy to another country.
Oh, no, but you can violently usurp democracy in the country. Is that what you're saying?
Their country. They are a suffering country.
No, it's not just their country. See, it's not just their country. If you depend on another country for 80% of your survival, it's not just your country anymore. It's not your country.
No, where's Buhari, by the way? It's not Nigerian country. They should be able to govern.
See, Ajalikoko, see that contiguous border, okay, with Nigeria is in the interest of Nigeria, is in the interest of Tinubu to do something about it. See, if something goes haywire in Nigeria, the spillover in Nigeria is going to be catastrophic. Just like you know.
That is why Tinubu have to be diplomatic and seek for peaceful solution to this problem, and not the use of force. The use of force in spreading democracy has not helped.
No. You use force to defend democracy. No, you don't use force to get democracy. You use force to defend democracy. You know that.
No, hold on. Don't be bamboozled. Don't allow that propaganda of spreading
of the West
with the use of force to some other part of the world, which has destabilized the world peace. Don't let that. Don't allow that propaganda to take over your sense of reasoning. It never worked. Look at
okay, Angelico, tell me one military nation. Tell us one military nation in Africa that's done so well by its people.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can I just quickly
Big Daddy, tell me.
Yes, there's too many voices, gentlemen. Too many voices. Yeah.
Look at the, what do you call this? Afghanistan, that they used
the use of force to want to impose democracy on them, what happened? They couldn't
No,
do it.
that's not correct.
Those
No, no,
people,
that
hold on,
information is not even correct. It's not
no.
correct.
They fought back, and they have to run away from that country. Those people resisted them. You cannot impose your own will on us, and America got to leave because they never see peace for that 7 years they occupied that country. The same thing. Look at the setback they have caused for Iraq rather, with the spread of democracy. They tag Saddam that it's a terrorist, and what did we got?
Yeah. Not
We
comparing lives now.
cannot.
Not
We
comparing lives.
have. Look,
Yes.
our long time historical tie we have in Niger, long time religious tie we have with them, long time family tie we have with them. We have to manage it. We don't have to wage war against a fellow black African country.
But no, let's not get too sentimental. Quickly. See, the people killing themselves in the Congo and those places are black on black killing or crimes. So let's not try to make this military people as so pious and so humane in their approach to taking power. These people are nothing more than thugs. They only understand force. That's why they took power by force. They also need force.
So you are telling me that the military, the president of that country, have thugs around him when he was in power? Is that what you're telling me?
No, he didn't have thugs around. He had people doing their job. He had people. He had people doing their job.
Big Daddy, can I ask you a question?
You describe them as thugs when they were guiding him.
Sorry, gentlemen. Hold on, everybody. When somebody is trying to come through, people give them the space so that there's fluidity to the conversation. But carry on.
So you can't describe them as thugs. They gave the reason of coming to power that this man have mismanaged the economy of that country for so long.
Angelica, the same reason Buhari gave Abacha and all them people, the same mundane reasons they gave. Nobody's buying it anymore.
Let him come in. Yeah.
When Buhari came in 1984, that they mismanaged the economy, that Shagari government mismanaged the economy, it was based on fact. As a matter of fact, as at the time Buhari came in, the economy of Nigeria, the GDP of Nigeria was 15%, minus 15%. That was the GDP of Nigeria in 1983 when Buhari came in. The Nigeria economy was heading towards collapse just within 4 years.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
That is, I'm telling you, historical fact. I'm not just making it up. Go and check it. The same thing, these same criminals that you have running your country for the 23 years, they have run the
correct, Angelico. Thank you very much.
What are you talking about? The shambolic and useless democracy that we've been running for 23 years, how has it improved the quality of life of Nigerian people? The same thing happened in Niger. The same thing you see.
So, Angelico, so you move from a socialist to a military dictator. That's kind of strange, for you.
I am not moving to.
All right. Angelico, let Bishop come. Let Bishop come in.
Okay. All right.
Good. Just a few things I want to point out before it's amazing. Everybody suddenly becomes an expert in military and international affairs and international politics. That's interesting. I want to say, let's flip the coin and say, assuming that President of Ghana, what's his name?
Nana Akufo-Addo. Nana
Akufo-Addo is the current chairman of ECOWAS, and this has played out, and he has made exactly the same statement Tinubu has made. This conversation we're having will be the direct opposite. People that are crucifying that, saying that Tinubu has erred now that he has say blah blah blah, will be saying exactly. They will be hailing him that, oh, that's how to behave, that's how to go. Oh, he's a hero. He said this is making sure that there's democracy in West Africa, blah 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 blah, and the rest. That is one. Number two, I believe that President Tinubu, as it is today, I don't know tomorrow, have enough access to sound military tactical advice and sound diplomatic advice. The ECOWAS headquarters that is in Abuja, ECOWAS House, has been boozing with the best of the best diplomats putting heads together. What he said was not his voice alone. It was a collective voice of the people, that gave him the mandate. So it was not like only him just woke up and said, let's declare and let's make a voice of. Now, that's not the first time it's happened. During Obasanjo, there were about 3 coup attempts. I remember there was one, I can't remember that country, whether it was Mali or something, that President Obasanjo actually went there by himself and addressed the culprits like an headmaster we address recalcitrant misbehaving children and gave them the marching order, and they obeyed. I remember there was one in South Tome. Wait. Now I'm saying so I'm not saying in the military era. I'm saying as a democratically elected president. Same thing happened when he in South Tome at Principe, and almost on that Buhari. That Jonathan was the something. All we needed to do was to fly some, and we dispatched one of our warship to fly some. Not even 3. It's only 2 that went there for air display. Now, having said that, every coup, people from tomorrow you will see, or maybe they are already doing it now. They will be sponsoring people on the ground to go and say, "Oh, we support them. We do this. We do that. We do this." Every time we applaud and hail any military takeover under whatever guise, we are taking steps backward. Our initial democratic is surprising that Babajale Koko here is saying everything that is not correct about Bazoum. Bazoum just became the president, whether 2021 or 2022, I can't remember. He's not spent 2 years fully. I think maybe somebody can check. It's not so. If you are saying he just came back, he has destroyed everything, that was exactly your word. That he has destroyed everything. He destroyed everything between 2022 and now. That they cannot wait.
That is not what I said. I said this civilian.
You are. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking of the Nigerian owner.
I didn't say.
I'm not talking of the Nigerian.
The same thing that we had in Nigeria. The democracy, the people that have been running democracy have destroyed that country.
Perfect,
the economy of the country is Jambu, security is and what
you will come in. Let me land. The value of play. As bad, as terrible as democracies are, honestly, everybody have come. It is a general consensus. It is still, we will falter and fall and rise up again and learn from them and continue. Every time we allow military interregnum, we are taking a step, much more step backward. So in summary, I believe that the decision to take military to the threat of military, I don't think he's going to lead to boots on the ground. That's the truth. They're just giving the civilian population in Niger and people that still love democracy that, look, we are not leaving you alone, that we are with you. And it's becoming a pattern now that before we know it, I know, and I have said it, that there's not going to be military coup in Africa. But by the time we begin to have more military government, then that means we have gone back to to the 70s, where there are more military regime. Now, all the military regime we have come to correct, how far have they corrected? If we have admitted that democracy is the way to go, does not mean that the democracy is going to be perfect immediately we start it. So all these arguments from the barrier is good to learn, to have people's opinion, but the fact that we undermine that they cannot go there, nobody wants war. I don't think anybody wants war, and it's not going to be war. If they decide to take a military action in that place, if the sanctions don't work, It's not going to be, oh, they are going to be, no. It is the targeted people. And all this one they are telling that some people are the propaganda that is the military have already supported them. That's not correct. It was just a handful of people that were in charge of the push of that coup. Just a handful. And it's only that handful. And maybe they are friends and their circle that will benefit from it, and they will rape the system and they will move on. Maybe after some
please,
years.
Can I ask you a question, please?
No, I will land my thoughts in a 30 seconds. Now, the example of Saddam Hussein and I tried to interject where Jale Koko was using Afghanistan. They are not the same thing at all. I don't see how they compare. They are not the same thing, but you did not allow me to make that input there. So they are not related. We know what happened. August 2, 1988.
Hello?
August 2, 1988.
Okay.
August 2, 1988 is still not just like yesterday, the invasion. We knew what led the build-up that led to the invasion of Kuwait and that led to the Allied forces coming against Saddam Hussein. We know their interest. So it's not the same thing. Then Afghanistan, of course, the monster that Afghanistan, the Taliban became, we knew that it was America that built them up. So it's not like maybe change of government. And the one they resisted after a long time eventually was what? Because it was even America itself that empowered the Taliban. So they are not. It's not like what we had in Niger. So I can take your question if you have.
Okay. Do you think democracy is the best form of governing people in the world? Do you think democracy is the best?
Yes.
Do you think democracy is the best?
Yes.
I don't think so.
No. Okay, let me hold
on, Bishop. Let him expand on what he's saying. Yeah, go on, Joe.
You see, if you look around Africa, you see, you know the problem with Africa. The problem with Africa is this: anything that is thrown at Africa, Africa grab it without analyzing it. The true religion at us will grab it. The true democracy at us will grab it. The true the Western education, the so-called Western education, will grab it. And you see, these things are not working for us. Why can't we develop our own form of governance? That is the only way you can go. Because democracy, democracy is all about divide and rule. I'm telling you, because it's all about divide the people and rule the people. See, look at the last election we had. Yorubas and Igbos have been living in peace for so many years. And even with the Fulanis, we've been living in peace. But anytime there is election, this is their democracy, it tends to divide us because the elites will play on tribal sentiments and religious sentiments, and they'll divide the people. We start fighting ourselves. Meanwhile, in the National Assembly, you don't see them fighting themselves. You don't see them. They just say I, say nay, and they share the whole thing.
Take a bow and go. Take a bow and go.
Exactly. That's what they do in the National Assembly. They don't have, but we are on the street fighting each other, cursing each other. But they are there, the people that instigate the war. They are there enjoying and saying nay, I, take a bow and go. And they share the bounty and they'll leave. We are here killing ourselves. Democracy is not the best form for us.
All right. Before you come back at him, Bishop, I have to say that I agree halfway with you, Joe. I think democracy has to be the best for everybody because if we look at it in loose terms, democracy is really the popular will of the people, and that has to be better than a superimposition on the people. So that has to be better. But I don't think that the sort of democracy that we're taking wholesale from the Western space, I don't think it's especially suited for our own culture and way of being. So maybe it's a hybrid between that ideology and then embedding our cultural mores into that, and then to evolve a system that works for us, but certainly not the system that we had previously with the monarchical overlord that lorded over everybody and had the right of life and death. So we or a religion-based thing. So a hybrid between our culture and the popular will of the people. So that, but Bishop, come in.
Thank you. What I was going to ask him just simple two questions, and I'll summarize and I'll just end it there. You said it's not democracy is not the best system of government compared to what? Monarchical?
You see, excuse me, let me
okay,
you
just
see,
answer me in one
I want to
sentence.
come into let's assume because if you look at the world today, if you look at the politics of the world before
No,
the
let's go
second
through that long. You know, I gave you a long time to. I don't have all the time. I know one man will
okay,
soon back
you
me
can
up.
continue.
I
You can
only
continue.
asked you. I only asked. You said it's not. I said you asked me a question. I said, and you said it's not. And I'm asking, compared to what? Is it monarchical, or what's this one? This church church rule or military rule, or compared to what? Number one,
You see,
just
what
answer
I
me in one
want.
sentence.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
See,
Answer
what I
me.
want to say. Okay, let me. To me, I know maybe most people will not agree with it. To me, communism is the best.
Okay. Now I've had you.
Do you know why? Okay.
Good. Communism is the best. How do you arrive at that communism? The leader, is it not by voting? It's not people that choose him.
Excuse me. See why I say it's, there are a lot of things communism will bring to us. One, communism is going to it's going to actually unite the people against the
Even the
oppressors.
Russians have abandoned this, Joe.
We don't know where communism is working. The iron country, iron country countries.
You see, the thing is this. The thing is this. Just look at our National Assembly. The National Assembly, we are not part of the election. We are not part of something they do there, electing the Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, and all those stuff. We are not part of that thing. And since we're not part of it, we don't kill ourselves.
We are. Joe, one man, are we not the one that elected the representative?
No, I understand we are the one that elected our representatives there. But in that election there, if you just look at the presidential election we had with all the kind of tribal thing, assuming, see what I'm saying? I know in my mouth, it might not go well with everybody here, but see, if we had, for example, we had a one-party system, we have maybe small parties attached to them, like this thing. And everybody, every tribe, like Tinubu is in that party, everybody's in that party, every one of them are in that party. Now, they have an hierarchy, they have like hierarchies, the ranks at which they grow. You understand? So we wouldn't now. We will elect the representative in that council or whatever they call it. Then those people will not elect the president. So in that case, we democracy. Do not get in the.
I don't understand what you are saying. It is still democracy.
That's like somewhat similar to the system in China.
Exactly. One man.
It is still democracy. You vote.
But it is a different form of the one like all these ones we're practicing now that is not even helping us.
See, okay. Can I come now? I was really rushing to quickly round up. So let me just come when I finish. Number one, so I asked you a question. You say it's not the best. Compared to what? You have mentioned communism. I don't agree with you because the world has abandoned communism. I said, is it monarchical? Where you have just one family that is ruling for eternity, and when there is a conflict even within the family of who is the next king or Oba or Eze of Emir, it leads to a fight, and every other person will die in that fight, but not the real people that are fighting. When a brother fighting brothers, cousin fighting cousins, because they want to remain and maintain that kingship, something in their family. Now, democracy is a government of the people that allows people to choose who is best suitable. And if you rule them for a certain period of time and they don't like you, we can go back to election and choose another person to come and rule us. And if that person still not behave, we'll have the opportunity of choosing another person, not like one family say we have been ruling for 10,000 years and it's going to be like that. Whether the next person is a dummy, let me finish. Please, let me finish.
Joe, let him land. Let Bishop land, and then we move on.
So that we now go now, as imperfect as democracy is. I never said it's perfect. I only said it's better compared to other forms of government because it allows for you you cannot be there permanently. It is when people abuse it and they steal the mandate of the people and they remain, sit tight at whatever, using all form of criminality. In the National Assembly, everybody in the National Assembly is elected to represent a constituency, whether at the federal at the federal constituency or at the senatorial. Those people you see there, they are just first among equals. The Senate president is just the first among equals today, is as equal as any of the member. But so if we had it under Obasanjo, that we had whether 4 or 5 Senate presidents in 8 years, they were just, so it's you today from, the number, I can't remember their names, how it was going around. So it might not be perfect. Democracy might not be, hey, the Eldorado. It might be a difficult journey to get to, but compare, because I thought maybe, why should we use the democracy that the West into? It is not everything that the West brought to us that is bad. In as much as I disagree with a lot of the things they brought to us, it is not everything. We have kings that at their order, they will tell you go and behead somebody in those days, and they will go and behead people. Is that democracy? If that person is my family, how would I say? Or is that the kind of government I want to support? And the wealth of the city or the state or the town or the country is in the pocket of some individual, whether they do something or they don't do anything, because their family is just like we have in the United Kingdom now, because their family is the one that is in the head of the something, the head, they monopolize the wealth of the city. So I don't think so. It's democracy still trumps every other system of government.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that's the window. So that's the window for me to ease myself out and bring Thomas in. Before I do that,
before you bring me in, I want to say something before you leave.
Yes, I'm not going to leave just yet, but let me just acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Now, Prince Daddy, of course, we mention him almost on a regular basis. We certainly mention on a regular basis. Alexander Gomez, we mention almost on a daily basis. But Ayo, we mention more than once, and there it is. So anybody that wants to join them, join them. But if you don't want to join the super chats, that's fine. But what we would like is because we've had quite a reasonable traffic, but that's not reflecting on the like button. So if we can take the likes to 100, that would be absolutely fantastic. So Thomas, say what you want to say so I can bail out.
Oh yeah, good evening everyone. One man I've been in military assignments. I was in Niger, so we are planning to fight Nigeria. So I've been there. That is where I've been now.
So enough of your
So I've been busy with family. But one man, I want to say something to all our listeners. This has been on my mind, so let me just say it, Wama. I want you to be there. To you, Batifiers, Articulated, Unifier, anyone you be, Kwankwansia, the politics has gone. So I'm feeling that some people are feeling coming back, but because they have been a rebel to the platform, our hands are open. Anytime you are feeling, I know you guys are watching us. I know you guys are watching us. So anytime you feel coming back to the room, you can come back to the room. We love you all. We want everybody in the house. Anybody, you are obedient, you are disobedient, you are articulated, you are anyone. We need you. What we want is, let me finish. Abati, please.
And the ones calling for Kuko. The ones calling for
wait. Wait.
Those ones can wait in the boys' quarters. Yes.
Yeah. So we want to. All our rules is don't insult people. No foul language, foul words. That is what we ask from you guys. But we want you to come back to the fold. We know you are listening to us. So come back to the house. And please, let's like and share. There's nothing bad in just clicking on that like button. We don't ask for more. That is our own church offering here. Thank you, Wama.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Well said. Like Thomas said, it's an open house. Everybody, it's very rare to get banned from the platform, and it's very rare for you not to get your say. But then you might have your say, then you have a counter argument. The space is always open to anybody who wants to join. As you know, we start off always canvassing for new voices, only because we want to expand the conversation. But yes, so well said, Thomas. So I'll hand over to Thomas. Please be nice with Thomas. And Thomas, try and move the conversation round so that people's voices can be heard, because I think that is one of the things that people have been feeding back, that they wait for too long. So move the conversation round. I think Babati will hold your hand through that. So all of that. So there was a military coup in Niger Republic, but I can hear the drum beats of martial music. There's about to be a military takeover yet again. Oh no, here he comes.
Oman, do I have the floor? Or just
Once again, you're welcome back. I think Rational Man is saying something.
Yeah, do I have the floor back again?
Hold on, please. Bishop is about to say something.
No, sorry.
Bishop, you have the floor.
Sorry, Thomas. Rational Mind can actually have. No, can you hear me, Thomas? Thomas.
Bishop is on
Thomas,
the screen.
can you not hear me, Thomas?
Maybe it's not. Yeah, go on.
Thomas,
Thomas
Ogomini.
I can't hear you before. I am hearing you.
No, I was just going to say, Rational Mind still has the floor. Move it round. Babati is still not yet fully. Ife is joining us back again. Joe, of course. So just move the conversation around so that everybody feels they've had a say. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yes, Rational Mind. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So in conclusion, let me just conclude. I think everybody has said it. I think most of us who see things differently. We've said it yesterday here, even before yesterday, that people should tread with caution. There's a lot involved in this whole Niger thing, because I don't know why suddenly Niger is an issue when we had what happened in Guinea, and what happened in Mali and Burkina Faso. And where were all these world leaders? Why didn't they use ECOWAS then and use them to ask them to stand down and bring back those democratically elected presidents that were overthrown? But why now? It's saying that there's more to this, to the politics of what is going on around this whole issue of Niger. You know, Niger is, I mean, compared to Guinea
Rational Mind, my brother, why can't we leave them to their problem?
That's the thing.
Can't we? Why are we?
Thomas,
Alaye.
We cannot leave them. We cannot leave them. Reason why, we have our own interest too. Nigeria have our own interest. We want to sell gas.
What is the interest? Tell me.
Yes, we want to sell gas to the Europe. Right?
Can I
So what does the
Can I land? Because this is
let's Rational Mind land. Rational Mind, why can't we leave them to their problem?
Well, I think some people already said it here. Some people say we just have to leave them. But you see, the politics of now, you know, when the founding fathers, I will take us back to the 1960s, 1950s, 1960s. We used to have, especially with Ahmadu Bello, his foreign policy there was non-alignment. We were like in the ranks of those non-aligned states like India and the rest of them, whereby we don't want to play politics of, don't want to find ourselves caught in between the East versus West, East Bloc and, remind me of the last song, the East versus West Cold War era, you know. So, but then in this age, in this time, you know, I think like one thing I learned in international relations is that it's always evolving. What used to be the case years and years ago, that's why diplomacy, I think, I don't know, maybe it's been a long time. I don't know if they've revised some of the curriculum that were taught in schools. I mean, but then one thing I understand is it keeps evolving. It's a new things that come into the scene, into the world scene and the diplomatic scene, that nations have to like have their own think tank. They have to think them through even ahead of time, to see things ahead of time. But we don't have that in Nigeria. Our think tank, like the National Strategic, the Nigeria or National Strategic in Kuru there, That's what those kind of places are meant for. NIA in Victoria, like those are where we have those kind of those think tanks. We need to have them to always think ahead of time for Nigeria and strategize. But because we don't have our politics together, that's why. So just to answer your question about why can't we leave them? Well, we cannot leave them because a lot is involved. We cannot just stay aloof. Some people say act dumb. Act dumb would have been act dumb would have, excuse me. I want to I want to sneeze, but I cannot sneeze. Act dumb would have been the way to go. Maybe years and years back when the international scene and the political scene is not as complex as today. I mean, even then back then it was complex, but there's a lot of things involved in this kind of in this new Cold War era or kind of East versus West kind of politics we're seeing now. It's about back then it's about who wants to reign supreme, who wants to show dominance. But now it's about resources now. Resources is the main thing, is the main thing because Niger that we're talking about now, it's about the resources in Niger, the resources in Nigeria, those two countries. Niger has high amount of uranium. Some people say it has the highest, the best grade of uranium.
Yeah, but rational, their lives are not better.
Well, that's why that is the reason why the coup was done. They always use one reason. Even though
rational, I have a question for you. Why can't we segregate ourselves, separate ourselves from this West?
That's what I'm trying to answer. That's what I'm trying to
answer. This West, I don't get it.
You cannot
came here to take all we want, all we have, but we are still pandering to them.
Thomas,
it's just
we cannot live in isolation. We need the rest of the world. We need the rest of the world, especially we need the United States. We need Europe. We need Russia. We need all their allies to develop. But the question is, how do we go about bringing ourselves around these two blocks, these two sworn enemy of each other? Because the new politics now is the politics of resources now, resource control now. They want to control the resources. Even back then too, it was about resources, but it's more about dominance. Like, oh, I have nuclear power. I used to have nuclear power. I will nuke you. That's what about. But now it's about capitalism. It's about money. It's about resources. Every state want to control. Every country wants to control the resources especially in Africa. It's like a scrambling now for Africa now. A new kind of scrambling for Africa. So we cannot stay in isolation. We need to take sides. But when I mean take sides, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying take the sides of the United States, no, or take the side of the Russians, no. We want to play it safe among both of them. How we're going to do that, I don't know how possible that's going to be possible, but I believe everything is possible. It's going to be a form of neutrality, a form of non-alignment, but it's not a non-alignment because you have to align. Even the so-called non-alignment back then, it's not a real sense of non-alignment.
Rational mind. I think maybe the point you are trying to make. Let me say this. Okay. Not take side, not align. We should lead in cooperation, in bringing together countries in Africa. So that we can mobilize our people and our resources in taking a full control of what belongs to us in our own land.
Exactly.
And get rid of these colonial criminals that have been in control of our resources. That is what we should be in the lead to do. South Africa is trying that effort, but Nigeria is pandering.
Yeah, you see
of the West, which is not good for Nigeria and it's not good for the entire West Africa.
You need to understand the calculus here. I mean, you need to understand the calculation here. The West has the bulk of the international investment coming to, especially Nigeria, is from the West, namely United States, Canada, and Europe on one side, and then the investment coming from China, Russia, and maybe some other few allies they have. It's not much compared to America, Canada, and European.
What are these investments?
Is that what?
Give us example of the investments.
Okay, there's a lot. Our oil, most of the oil that we sell, that we're being bought, United States buy oil from us.
That's not investment.
The percentage of oil buying, I mean, United States is buying from Nigeria is very low now. It has dropped.
It's getting low.
They don't
Very
buy from
minute,
us.
Ajale Koko.
I'm just
Dropped
giving
now.
you. No, hold on.
Drastically.
It has
We
dropped.
sell to the market through OPEC. I don't know why they have to do with United States.
No, we sell oil to them. We sell oil to
Through
United States.
OPEC. I mean, there's a demand for oil in the world anyway.
Integrity of everything, and you have to pick. I mean,
But it's not investment. You say investment.
hold
We're
on,
asking, give an example of
Say
investment.
The foreign inflows, our currency coming to Nigeria. How we get our money? Where we make our money? It's also part of. I'm just giving you an example.
It's mainly oil now.
Hold on, not oil. We also have people from the United States investing in our stock exchange. People from there. Money is coming from the West.
Private company.
So the private companies, they are buying stocks and bonds in Nigeria. That's another foreign investment. So we Nigerians in diaspora, we're sending money from this country. I mean, a lot of us we don't live in Russia, we don't live in India, we don't live in China.
But they can't stop us from sending money to Nigeria.
It's part of the investment coming in from Nigerians living abroad.
Yeah, it's not American investment, it's Nigerian, it's individual.
They allow money to come in to our country.
So they can stop you from sending money to Nigeria.
They want to stop us. Yes, they can do that. They want to do that.
How?
No, they can't. National man, they can't stop you from saying
They can't. Oh, listen. If you see, let's not get
Are they not the one that
explain to us how they will stop
all the money transfer? Are
If
they
they
not
listen-
the one that controls it? What are you guys?
Not really, not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily? Who controls the money transfer in the world?
What
Is
are
it
you
not?
talking about? I mean, like,
Can we move on to something else? Let's not want to make.
if in the event of a war, they declare war on Nigeria. If the United States wants to stop Nigerians from sending money to Nigeria, so that they want to stifle Nigeria of money to be able to buy armory or weaponry against the United States. If they see Nigeria as another, okay, look at what they're doing in North Korea. How many of the U.S. money is going to the North Korea? It's not part of the
North Korea still look better than Nigeria anyway.
You said what?
They still look better than Nigeria anyway.
Oh, God.
Exactly,
I
Mike.
don't know why you guys are worshiping these people when it's not like you are enjoying. We are suffering in Africa anyway. What the heck?
Let's stay on topic, please. Don't go to North Korea.
This is what Mike do a lot. How come I'm jumping around the topic? I don't even understand. How come
Recycle. Yeah.
Is Mike not changing his tune tonight? Is it not the one that? Is it not the one that always praises Nigeria here? Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. Now he's now talking.
Who's always I'm always
Where's the double standard?
Ajale Koko. Please, I want to tell you guys something.
Yeah.
When Tunisia, rational mind. When Tunisia was pushing back the immigrants, black immigrants from their border, these same Western and European countries were giving Tunisia aid to stop the black. There was nothing done. Now, there's coup in Niger. All of them shouted. What is their interest in?
That is the point. That's the point. So it's about their interest there. So they want to bring us now, like somebody said, which I agree with. Like if somebody was saying like a while ago that even during the slave trade, you hardly see them. They didn't put boots on ground. They didn't go into the interiors and start kidnapping their fellow Africans to bring to the coast and sell. It was their fellow. They didn't put their own European people down to go into the creeks and into the interiors to go and kidnap blacks and sell on the coast. No, it was the black people that they would give money or give them umbrella or give them the gun or give them money or whatever and say they should go in there and go and kidnap their fellow Africans and sell. That's the thing. They want to use us. This is the same. The France has about 15,000, if not 15,000 strong legions in Niger. Why can't they even stop that? Why can't they even go into that presidential palace there and surround it and prevent any takeover from there? I mean, they could have deployed easily, but they did not do that. Why didn't even America? So you see, it's all about the sudden threat from Russia through Wagner. So if they see Wagner controlling places like Mali and controlling Burkina, and now say Niger also becoming part of it, that's a threat to them. And they know what Niger has in terms of resources when it comes to uranium and lithium. Is it lithium, titanium, or whatever they say they have more. So, and also I think they said they have another. I think they've discovered is oil somewhere in Niger too. I mean, you can imagine all of this too. So they see Niger because Niger too has no business to be poor as such, like Nigeria, because of the monumental corruption, which France is at the head of it, whereby all the remittances or whatever has to go through France before it comes to any francophone country. That is how France. I mean, they've been trying to make their own kind of what do you call it? Their own kind of how do you call it here in America? Is it SEPA or what they call it? Whereby money has to go through France before it can come into any African country. It's like their banks, all their central bank, the central bank of all these Francophone countries is just like a puppet central bank. The main central bank is in Paris. It's there in Paris. It's not in any of those countries. So they see that as, how can we not have control over our money? We have to go through France to make payments and all of that, payment system. So you look at it as it's like they're not sovereign. They're not in control of their money. And bank holds more than half of their treasury in their vaults in France. So you can, so all these things, like they're still in slavery to these people. So people are thinking that no, we need foreigners out of our business, and because they see them as developing their own countries and making them impoverished. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying military takeover is the way to go, but like somebody said here, if that's the only option to them, why not? Because people cannot continue being in. I mean, Africans are suffering a lot, and then here in the West, they are developing their own countries. And when we dare say we want to come to their countries here, they will let us go through some kind of hoops and whatever to get into their country.
It does wait. What can I do?
Oh yeah, thank you, Dr. Laman. I think if Ife wants to come in, yeah, he has been keen to come in. So let's hear from Ife. Ife, a long time. How are you, my brother? Ife. What's the loss in the fridge? Babati. Let's hear from Babati.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, because earlier, because that way, I don't want people to think I'm talking from both sides of my mouth. I know I've been very.
You are.
You know, I have been very hawkish when it comes to Africa being domineering and dominating. I've always said that, but in this case, it is quite different, because Tinubu's move so far is not done in the interest of Nigeria necessarily. It's just like he's working for the West, giving 7-day ultimatums. All these moves he's been making so far he's not really trying to protect West Africa. It does not appear that way to me. So when I say let's be careful, what I'm saying is, even though we're going to dominate that space eventually, like we rightfully should, not under these conditions, where it will appear to not just Nigerians, but these African countries that we are working. Because if we make a move right now to them, they will feel like we are working for the West. And truth be told, if I'm from Burkina Faso or Niger Republic, I will feel the same way as well. So if we go in there into that country and we invade it, then we occupy it. Imagine we then appointing a Nigerian.
Babati, what is wrong working with the West? People form ally, isn't it?
Okay, so let me I didn't say no. Working with the West to achieve what? What do we gain from that alliance with them? Stay with me here. If I want to work with you, I want a transfer of power from the West to Nigeria when it comes to West Africa. That's what I've always wanted. That's what I want. But I'm saying that the kind of friendship that West wants is where we are like they are mercenary. We do the dirty work for them, and once we're done, we leave the space and they go back to dominating the space. No. I'm going to go in there. There are people who want liberation from you. We're going to negotiate this thing out. You will still have some influence in West Africa. Don't get me wrong. You will always have influence. We just limit that influence to where it's bearable for the people of that to breed, to survive. They can like the issue Mike brought up about the CBN being in France. That has to be on the table. The natural resources and all those things have to be on table. So it's a leverage for Nigeria to bargain on behalf of those West African countries, and they have their people on their side. They've been complaining for years that you guys pretty much run their country, even though they're supposed to be independent nations. So that's why I say that's why the angle Nigeria should come from. Don't just jump in there because we're defending democracy. The West think is the right thing to do. No, if France believe that much, they should come and fight that war to defend democracy, right? They have one of the oldest democracy in the world, right? So let them come and defend that democracy in their former colonial regions. Don't use us as that. So let's plan this out. We might eventually have to go in there, but not right now. It's too soon, in my opinion. You don't have enough data. You've not had any meetings with these countries first. They have new governments now. The dynamics within the ECOWAS states is changing so fast. What is the AU's position? What is your strategy? If we go in there, who do we appoint? How do we make moves? You plan this thing ahead of time. We are still Africans at the end of the day. We are still West Africans at the end of the day. You still have to meet with them. Just don't be a tool being used by France to achieve that. Then the first aim in West Africa is all I'm saying. So I'm not opposed to military intervention, but that would be down the drain when you've exhausted all the diplomatic means necessary available for now. But that would be on your own terms. Like, guys, we are West Africans here, but we cannot allow this A, B, C, and D. Then you can have that consensus within the African space. Ghana, I've not heard from Ghana so far. They've been quiet so far within this so-called coalition. So let's hear from Ghana, all these countries, get them involved in it. That way, we have Ghana, all these countries going in together. But just to have Nigeria bully its way through Niger Republic because they are close.
But Ghana is in a meeting now, in that ECOWAS meeting.
I'm saying for the so-called, I'm saying for this so-called invasion of Niger Republic. If it comes to that, it has to be a coalition of West African countries, not just Nigeria only. It will be bad for Nigeria to just go in there by themselves. You must involve other countries.
But see, we are the big brother. Somebody has to set the goal.
No. You can go in there, even though you can listen. We can go in there by ourselves and win. Trust me, we can. But you need to have other West African countries with you. Go if it comes to that, it has to be done that way, just to save your own behind. Don't be a bully. Don't be like don't do that. Okay. We're big boy, okay. But I get that point. But that's my own position on that. And coming from the home front for Tinubu's politics back home, he also has to be very careful. If this is being done by international forces that I get that is coming from, Nigeria also has to. I'm sure Nigeria is also in play here for military intervention. If these guys are going, because we have how many countries so far now? 5 or 4 countries with Burkina Faso, Chad, now Niger, and one more, right? So about 4 to 5 right now going through this in West Africa. Don't go too far into West Africa, forgetting your home front. Make sure your military guys are taken care of, because if care is not taken, even though we don't think it might happen in Nigeria, we might see that in Nigeria as well. So we need to be very careful what's going on across the world, right? There is this effort by some nefarious groups across the world to cause chaos in the West African space for their own benefit. Will Tinubu lead the West African nations against this tide? That is the question. Can we survive? Because he is the head of the snake right now. He's the head of West Africa right now. Can he lead?
Babati, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah, Babati, you see, we're looking at this military intervention in Niger as something that has to do with. Okay, see, the thing has to do with this. The French colonies are tired of what the French are doing in West Africa. They are just tired. You understand? So this is a pushback. They are trying to take their country, liberate their country from France. And that is what is playing out. You understand? Then I know other players who come into it to destabilize. It's all to destabilize West Africa. So what Tinubu should do is, diplomacy is the best form. Try to talk to the Niger juntas. Talk to them. Then just leave it at that. We use diplomacy. Right. Let's don't play into the hands of the West.
Right.
They are going to just create chaos.
But Joe, here's the problem. The Niger Republic is now forming an alliance with other military juntas in Burkina Faso.
It was because of what Tinubu said. If Tinubu has not said all those things he said, like 7 days ultimatum and all those stuff, they wouldn't have done. They know we are their big brother. They know.
That was a mistake, by the way. I agree with you. That was a mistake.
They know.
Yeah.
Babati, can I say something real quick?
Yes, boss.
You see, a lot of these problems, if they spend just a minute just to do critical thinking, they will find out that there are easy solutions. A lot of these coups, right? These generals, they are only doing it because of money, because they are broke. They want to be rich. That's all it is. So if you go and read the CIA book, when they explain the way the CIA does coup, sponsor coup, What they do is they find a key military guy or a key person in the military, and they just approach him, corner him, open a briefcase, show him like maybe $2 million, and say, your salary is not close to this. With this $2 million, go and do our bidding. What about, since we all know that's what it is? If you want those soldiers to get out, how about just offer them money? How much did the French pay to do this? We'll pay the money. That's it. That's how you counter it.
I disagree with what you're saying. The thing is this: some of these military men comes into power because of they want to rescue their country. Let me give you an instance. In Burkina Faso, when Thomas Sankara came in.
No, I get that one. I get the other part of rescuing. But in the case of all these, some of these other ones like Niger, where we are painting different scenarios here. We really don't know the facts, whether who sponsored it, whether it was Wagner, whether it was French, or whether it was just them coming in to change their country. Because we all know in this case, these guys ain't coming to change Niger to anything. They are not coming in to turn the economy around anything. We all know this coup here is either French sponsored them, Wagner sponsored them, or they just saw opportunity. They want to be rich and they overthrow the president. That's all it is. Trust me. These guys are not Thomas Sankara.
Mike, it's not organic.
Mike,
organic.
Mike,
so it didn't come from
French. French did not sponsor them because
I did say that. I'm just saying, it's either someone sponsored them or they took it on their own. And if they didn't take it on their own, whichever scenario, whichever situation it was, they did it for money. That's what it is. Those guys don't have the brain to turn that country around. They're doing it to be rich.
How did you say they don't have the brain? Well, you could be right because they are military. They are not trained to administer.
Are you for even our civilian presidents, can they turn the country around? Even the civilians,
let me ask,
have they been able to turn the country around?
No. Are you saying that you are for the coup that because they are anti-French? Is that what you're saying, Baba? You are pro that coup in that country?
What did you say?
I'm asking you, are you pro coup in those nations because they are allegedly anti-French domination in the West African space? Are you pro what they're doing?
Look, let me tell you this. You see, there are several ways that country can be rescued from foreign dominance. It is either you have courageous civilian leaders that will take certain steps to get rid of them, or you have the military of the country to take action as well to get rid of them. So whichever one that you are doing in the spirit of saving your country, I think is appropriate. So one thing that is, we should all recognize is patriotism to your country. The military officers are citizens of the country. They have responsibility to save their country if they believe that their country is not going through the right direction. So when the military act, whenever they acted in this manner, a lot of people misinterpret their action. It might be for genuine reason, but because we had bad military leaders in our country, we believe that is the way other military leaders in other countries. We believe that's the same way they are. It's not so. So we don't know what they are really up to. But one thing that is very clear is that it is not France that backed them to carry out the coup.
I declare.
Because today they accuse France of trying to attack the presidential palace. That means that France is not aware of the coup. They caught France off guard.
Today?
Yeah, exactly. We are not clear. You can't say you are clear that it's not France.
Why is there? Hold on.
You're right, Mike.
Hold on. Let me land. Do you know that their citizens demonstrated, went to France embassy, destroyed it, set it ablaze, hosted Russian flag on France embassy?
So if it is France that sent them or backed them to carry out this coup, they will not carry out such attack against France. The military leader has been very, 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 how do I say it? They've been talking tough against France since they assumed power.
You are using simple mind to analyze this situation. First of all, let me explain something to you. Anti-French sentiment has already been going on across that area. So if I'm in a position of France, I want to impose a leader. The first thing I'll tell that leader is, hey, go there and act like you are against me.
No, that's
wait. I will want to use it. Wait. This one impose are smart people. You think France we want to impose after all this anti-French sentiment going on, we want to impose a leader and make it obvious that they are behind that leader. They're not going to do that. They will play the game in a way where that leader, they will make sure that, hey, just we say what your how you make your speeches, make it in this manner. They are smart. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying it's a fact. It's a certainly. It's a wait. I'm just telling you that we can't say it's clear. What we can say is we don't know. These are very highly intelligent people we are dealing with here.
Interpreting their action now.
You can't use face value to judge what's going on here. You can't just look at things, take things for face value. Oh, because we say like this, looking like that, no, we don't know. Trust me, we don't know.
I'm judging them. I'm interpreting their action. That is very clear. They are anti-France since they came in.
The same
rhetoric.
Every African is anti-colonial in some way, shape, or form. It's always been there.
Thank you. They are anti-colonial, but they're still puppets.
You see the military junta in Mali, in Burkina Faso. They have driven out France forces out of their country, as well, making. How do I say? They are backing this military leader, and they are all together making anti-France rhetoric. So that's to tell you that their opposition to France in that part of
Thomas, can I interject or no?
That they are not happy with France, princess. France has been the stumbling block.
Look at the economic policy before you judge. If the economic policy is still pro-France, then that other talk is just talk.
What do you say?
If their economic policies and their governmental ties and institutional ties are still connected to France, and they are coming in public to tell you that, oh, we are anti-French, then you are taking a word over their actions. If their economic policies, their institutional ties are still with France, and they are coming to tell you they're anti-French, then I'm sorry, they are hustling.
They are moving away from France, looking for new
space to try.
Yes.
But is it gonna easy?
Russia. They are shifting towards Russia.
Is it going to be easy?
No, guys, hold on, please. But please, you must answer this question. Let me put you in a tough situation right now. Let's say we also want to liberate ourselves from the British control of Nigeria or the West, and the only way, and the military is the option, the way to go. Will you be pro-military in Nigeria? That will liberate your country.
No. Nigerian situation is different.
No.
Hold on.
Best question of the day.
Hold on. Nigerian situation is very complex. Nigeria economy is more connected to the West and directly under the control of the West. Nigeria economy is a dollarized economy.
But France too is the West. France too is the West.
Let me help you.
Nigerian a multinational. All this corporate. What is that? What is doing that?
It's Joe. Joe needs to mute.
Sure.
Nigerian Corporate Organization. Oh,
Thomas, mute Joe, man.
oh, Summers.
Sorry, I had
Joe,
a
mute
problem
your,
with my.
If you are not,
yeah, mute your mic.
everyone,
Okay,
hold
sorry.
on,
Let me
please.
try.
If you are not talking, can you mute yourself? We are getting feedback. Mute yourself, please.
Joe,
Okay,
that's
okay,
you.
sorry.
Joe, mute yourself, I beg. Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's fine.
can you,
Ajali
can you
Koko, go
address
on.
can you address that question, please? If the only way you can get your liberation from the West in Nigeria is through the military, will you take that offer?
Look, let me tell you this. Nigeria, like I said, Nigerian situation is different. Nigerian situation is complex because Nigerian economy is under the direct control of the West. So if
The
the
whole Africa now.
if the
Like Niger
yeah,
too
It's the
now.
whole Africa economy now.
hold on,
It's not just Nigeria only. So I mean,
hold on. If Nigeria is the biggest
It's
economy,
hard.
biggest market in Africa. So the West will still listen to Nigeria more than any other country in Africa, no matter what. Even if you have the military today in Nigeria, the West will be very diplomatic in handling that situation. They will not come all out with sanction and everything against, because they know sanctioning Nigeria is that sanctioning the entire Africa, particularly the entire West African country, because the entire West African country rely on Nigeria, they feed on Nigeria, and anything that happens to Nigeria will destroy the entire West Africa. So they will.
Okay, can I interject if you don't mind?
So what I'm trying to say here is that Nigeria have what it takes to bargain for the well-being and the betterment of that country in a peaceful and diplomatic way with the West than say, okay, we are going, oh, we are going frontally. You don't have to go frontally, but we have everything that it takes to bargain for better relationship and whatever we want from the West. The West will listen to us because
so
they know.
Please, can I
wait.
interject? Please, I need to
Yes.
interject because I never talked since morning.
Well,
Please.
can I come in too? I'm trying to interject. I mean, where's Thomas? I asked Thomas, he didn't say
Why
anything.
someone's now?
Let's Ife come in. Then you come after Ife. Let's hear
Okay.
from Ife.
Who?
I think it's
Yeah,
Daddy is talking. Is Daddy Prince? What is that?
yeah. I want to buttress Adale Kuko's point. Adale Kuko, another thing you guys need to realize is the type of colonialism that happened in Nigeria is not the type of colonialism that happened in the Francophone countries, which borders controls most of West Africa. The type of colonialism that happened in what's it called, our Francophone cousins and friends was the assimilation process, whereby every other thing they thought of was more of French side. You'll be surprised if you go to a country as close as Republic of Benin, the way the Yorubas think there is different from the way Yorubas in Nigeria think, because we went through different type of what's it called, ideological systems. So while they will favor more of a military coup, because already they think in unison based on the way they've been colonized and thought process, we, based on the British system, it's more of divide and rule. That's why a military system will naturally not work in Nigeria, such that the Yorubas will not want to go with a military system being controlled by the Hausas, and the Hausas will not want to go by a military system being controlled by the by the Igbos, or in any combination you want to put it, because the British system is more of a divide and rule, whereby the Francophone system is an assimilation system. A minority can rule in a francophone country, nothing will happen, but a minority will not have its head sway in an Anglofied colonial system. So that's another dimension you have to look at it from. That's just what I wanted to add to Alexander Kuko's point.
Okay, excellent. Well, yeah. To Angelica's explanation to Babati's question earlier, I accept your analysis. Really, Nigeria is much different than these other countries, especially the francophone countries. But back to Niger. The U.S. has a military base. I think a big one at that in Niger. And are we under the assumption that the U.S. military did not know that the coup was to happen or what happened? Personally, I don't think so. The military base, of course, is for intelligence gathering. So there's nothing that goes on in that country. I mean, as far as we know, everything that military installation that is belonging to the Nigerians, it's all tapped, monitored, just like our AU building in where Addis Ababa that was built by the Chinese. That's all bugged. There's nothing that goes on in that building that's not known to the Chinese. By the way, it's a public information. Nothing so fancy about that. So, and I've heard a lot of analysis. I mean, some right on point, I would say. But at this point in time, we're talking about the U.S., we're talking about the French, we're talking about the Russians. What is the benefit to the Nigerians? What exactly do they want? What is going on at this point in time? Quite frankly, nobody knows anything. And for the fact that a bunch of Nigerians are protesting against the French means nothing. These people, they don't know what is going on. Okay, when we had a military rule in Nigeria, also some people cheered for the military. So the people are always analogous to the leaders or the leadership in any country, especially in Africa. They don't know what is going on. So as far as I'm concerned right now, as you guys keep explaining and giving good analysis, I'm just getting more confused about to the base, the roots of this coup. Apart from being in a French country, and as far as I'm concerned, the military people, these people are selfish. There's nothing they're doing that's for the benefit of the. There's nothing they're doing that's the benefit of the people. I don't think so. So
Yeah, please.
Can I
Let
say
me
something?
interject. Yeah, let me say something.
Party,
Rational man, you be on floor. Let me say
let me say
something.
something. I will yield to you guys. Look, Prince Dati. You
yeah,
see, we must remember that that coup was a palace coup. It was not a coup that had. I mean, at the initial stage, it wasn't the military that planned the coup. It was the presidential guard that toppled the president. So the military, as you know, the military command are not aware of the coup. So we cannot definitively say that, oh, it was a coup being sponsored by France or by America or by some other outside interests, because it was confined within the palace. So it was when it happened, then the military chief look at it that if they have to storm the palace, a lot of life will go for it. So what did they do? They negotiated with that leader of the presidential guard. They said, in order to keep the military intact and not to allow the situation that happened in Sudan, where you see the presidential guard and the military fighting for supremacy of military command, now fighting and destroying themselves in that country. They didn't want to go through that route. And that is why, and for that reason, they said, look, this guy already taken down the president, is in the presidential palace already, is part of the military. Let us resolve it. Let us accept him and the new president, and let us work together in order to keep the military together and not cause division within the military. So
Okay,
nobody
so
can.
Angelica, sorry. So what you just explained right there is actually a plan that they had and they executed it. That's what you're telling me.
No, no,
Because
no. You don't
I
understand.
don't.
You don't
No,
understand.
no, I understand. You make it sound like something
No,
transpired.
you don't want to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the military top brass were not part of this
Well,
plan.
that's what I'm saying. I don't believe that. That's what I'm telling you. I don't believe that.
Oh well.
Some elite unit that's not as big or as strong as the army or the military somehow, some way would dictate how these things go. I do not believe that for a second. I don't believe that narrative.
Well,
Sorry.
Hello, yeah, please.
By the way, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying that if
Yeah,
that's what
I
the
agree with
narrative.
you. Well,
Yeah.
yes, everybody
Yeah,
have
my own view, Baba Jolly Coco. My
yes.
own interest is about Nigeria or anything doesn't concern me, but how we gonna have peace in my country? That's my own concern. What is going on in Mali, in Burkina Faso? All this thing is affecting Nigeria up to now.
How so? How so?
Now,
How so? How
yes,
so?
let me explain for you
They
how.
have been saying
Because
this
I
for
said
Keep
since
saying you don't even know what
yesterday.
he's talking about. How so?
I say it, but
Okay, go, let's hear him.
Ribadu never argue with me. Ribadu is from North. I transferred the question to he said yes, but why are you telling me that also? People from North know.
Tell us
People
now.
from
Tell
North,
us.
yes, yeah, people from North know. Most of the ammunition on insecurity from all those countries, all those people they share, all those terrorists share the come to into Nigeria, constitute nonsense and go back. Now, my own point is Buhari spend a lot of money to Niger doing this is 8 years that we are planning to lay a pipeline to Europe. And Buhari signed a contract with train from Nigeria to Niger. They have already paid part of the money. The money is already out there. You understand? Now I'm talking about Nigeria interest. Many contracts like that we're having it. Sometime last year, even the president come out that he want to change the currency to naira. Many things is going on between Nigeria and Niger. You understand? That's my own stand. If this thing continue, I believe France will not fold his down and set back. All of you are saying Russia is coming in. Russia too will be playing his game. Who gonna face the consequences? Do you want to tell me that life of people in Burkina Faso have changed since when the military take over Burkina Faso? My own is we need peace. We need peace.
Let me address this guy.
We need peace in Niger. How they're gonna return the democracy elected president? That's my own stand.
Rational mind.
I support
I will yield for you. I will yield for you. Look, let me tell you. You see, for all these reasons you mentioned, that because of our interests, yes, we have interest to protect. But interest to protect with our neighbor does not mean that we have to carry out war or resort to, launching war against them in order to protect our interests. No, we can't protect your interests by taking up war. It's going to further complicate the problem that is already there. So what Nigeria can do, because of long-time relationship we have with this country, long-time historical relationship, family relationship, and other relationship we have with them for centuries. So we have to negotiate peacefully so that we can have our interests intact. We don't want Nigerian to see Nigeria as their enemy and start launching attack against us. No, we don't want it. Even that we complicate it. That's your interest. You are saying they can blow it up. They can destroy everything. So because Nigerian military doesn't have that capacity, they don't have it to protect all the interests that you are talking about. So we cannot take over the our neighboring country with the use of force. If we want to act like the way some what do you call it? This Western power.
We are big brother now. We can take them down.
No, forget
Don't
about
you
it.
want that?
You cannot even You
Can I?
cannot even take down
No,
Boko Haram.
but let me say something. Let me say
So
something.
let us take it easy. We can do it in a gentleman manner and protect,
But
allow peace to reign, and continue. Let our
it's just
interest
the way
con-
some people is narrating. That's
And
why I understand that.
hold on. Ajale Kuku, are they foreseeing a future democracy forming back, bringing back politicians, or they just want to take off imperpetually?
look.
Yes.
Let me tell you, Nigeria have
I'm talking of Niger, Ajale Kuku.
eh, 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 look. Nigeria can play a very big role in persuading the military leader to go back to democracy as quick as possible. Nigeria can dangle a lot of carrot to them that, look, we will support you to do this, we will support you to do it, we will support you to do this, we will fund your election, we will give you money, economic aid, we can do this, but this is what we want you. We want that we know that you have good intention. We will support you in area of security. We will do this. We will do this. You see, and we will push them to return the country to democracy, not using force. Force will come.
Thank you.
It will destroy everything. That relationship, we will kill our military. We kill civilians there, and that will further push their people to see Nigeria as enemy, and that is not good.
Can I say something? Yeah. So, can you hear me?
National mind, yeah. National mind. Let's have a move.
So, yeah. When you were saying something about Kumi, when you were talking about our interest is not in jeopardy by the new regime in Niger. There's no threat to our national security in whatsoever way. The only threat here is when we go in there and meddle into their affairs there. If we get ourselves involved, because they're a sovereign state of themselves. We understand what they did was wrong, but they have their reasons, and I'm not saying the reason is genuine. Let the people there decide for themselves. If they at one time they would kick them out. I'm sure there will be a counter coup at some point, because we saw what happened in Burkina Faso, even in Niger, and even in Mali too. We saw how they were doing coup and countering coup and all of that. So the only place I see that has been stable is Guinea. Guinea is the only place that has been stable. So I don't know the interest you're talking about that is being threatened. The fact that they have a military junta there in Niger does not mean that Bubu's pipeline or whatever. I mean, they know they need money to run their government. They will need money to pay their civil servants and to pay the army people so that they will not.
Have they even met these people yet, National Mind? Have they even met this new government yet? I mean, the Tinubu government.
Who met who? Who met who?
I'm asking. Have they even talked to them or anything?
No, they sent Idris Debi's son, Mahamat. They sent him to go and speak to
on behalf of Nigeria or on behalf of themselves?
No, on behalf of ECOWAS.
No. I'm saying because you said our interest in that country. I'm saying that have we actually met with those?
No, you see. The thing is this: if any regime changes, our interest is still intact. As long as we don't meddle in their affairs, we don't try to take over from them or they threaten them. I mean, I don't know when people talk about our interest is. No, it's not.
That is not true, Rational Mind. Not true.
Hold on. You will talk. Hold on. Let me land. If you want to ask you a question, no problem. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is this: there's no threat to us because these guys, they tell you the reason why they even struck in the first place. They said the reason why they struck in the first place was because that there was a poor handling of the economy of that country by this person.
Side chick.
No, that's my younger sister calling me. Yeah.
No, that's them you saved.
That's my younger sister. Anyway, yeah. So
Shouting Bowo Deni.
No, you know, Ojiti now.
Oh, cool.
Ojiti Pari, so everybody pays pé ọmọ mi fẹ́ lọ sí school, ọmọ mi ṣe kíní kan, mo fẹ́ sanwó eléyìí, òun náà ni wọ́n pè fún náà. Ebi lè kéré bọ̀dẹ̀ ní ṣèṣirò mi ìgbà mi máa sanwó everything nígbà yẹn. Abuse we need pollution.
Egbo water, Egbo style.
Wọ́n fẹ́ lọ ẹ lọ́wọ́ sẹ́yìn
Well, no,
gbowó.
everybody, all the yogi, all the you are down. Over by national cake, you know.
That's the rational mind coup.
Over by national cake. I mean, a few days ago, my parents were calling, my dad was calling. So
Ebi tí mo yẹ̀yẹ̀ dé láti Nàìjíríà, ó mọ iye kọ́ọ̀lù tó ti pè mí ṣá. Mo ẹ̀jẹ̀ fi rọ́lẹ̀ ni o.
That country, sending you.
Everybody iṣẹ́ o.
Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that there is no threat to our national security. Because these guys, if you look at what is going on in Mali and in Burkina Faso, you understand that, like in Burkina Faso, it was a poor handling of the Islamists. That was because Burkina Faso used to be very, very, forget it. It's, you would say maybe 50%, maybe 60% Christian, maybe 40% Muslims. But it seems like the Muslims are doing well, better than the Christians. But the Christians control politics to some extent there. But suddenly we saw how the whole thing is playing over the years, ever since Thomas Sankara was killed, and then we saw the other guy, Blaise Compaoré, and all of that, and the fallout from after that. So we saw all of that, and now we saw the Islamism and all of the extremism in that country. Now that was the reason why they took the struck. They struck because of what was that guy's name? Their former president that they overthrew. Anyway, so yeah, so they were saying that and look at what Mali is doing now in the northern part of Mali. They've been able to like tame those Tuaregs and tame those Islamists there. I mean, Mali army, they do them, but not only just them, they had the help of the French legions and some other, I think the Chadians and all of that to help them in doing that. And then look at what is going on in Burkina Faso now. This time, I don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about arms were infiltrating into our no. Look at the countries that border Burkina Faso and what's it called, Benin Republic, and even Ghana. Look, somebody came yesterday. What's his name? This guy, our friend from Ghana there, Vine came here and was telling us that Ghana was able to put down this Fulani thing going on in the north. So even go to Benin Republic, go to Togo, they don't have any problem like that, because Burkina Faso does not pose problem. The only place where Burkina Faso has problem is towards that Niger, towards the desert area. That's where they have that problem. So there's no problem, there's no threat there, because these guys, this military, their focus is to put down that Islamist extremism there. That's what they were trying to do. And that is what Niger too, in some sense, is trying to do too. Although theirs is more like, I know it's more economic, because they felt like Bazoum was doing rubbish and wasn't doing very well. Some elites were just becoming richer and richer, and people are becoming poorer. The whole uranium thing is not reflecting the lives of the ordinary Nigerians. Just like in Nigeria, our oil does not reflect on ordinary Nigerians. So I'm not saying it's justified what they did, but if that is what they have to do to emancipate themselves from the slavery of the Western country, like their colonial masters, so be it then. So for me, I don't think there's any threats. I don't know what the threat you're talking about, Kumi. Rather, I see that Tinubu, or whoever becomes the president, should leverage on the position of Nigeria and negotiate with them. Play both sides. Play Russia, play United States. How can the middleman between both of them to kind of like, okay, your interest, you guys have interest in Niger. Okay, we understand. Because our interest is also, because our own national interest too is also important. Now, you guys, I can talk to this military guy. I can sit them down. We talk. Your interest there in Niger will be protected. France, your interest will be protected. US, your interest will be Europeans. Your interest will be protected. Now, you Russians too.
Nigeria.
You would talk. Hold on. It's not about diplomacy. We would, because we have our own interest that will be at conflict, because these people share border with us. If we dare go in there, we can have what happened in Libya happening, and we don't want any further destabilization. Already our borders are porous. We're trying to like stem the tide.
Rational man, listen to yourself, man.
That what?
You say Nigeria would tell US, Russia, France, all of them that equally all their interests will be secure. Are you kidding me?
What are you talking about?
All of them, we have interest secure at the same time in one country.
These guys in Niger, those military, they know that they are standing on one leg. They know that they cannot really do Agidi too much. They have to play ball. If they want, because they know that even that guy, the military guy, if France is really serious, they can take him down. They want to take him down. If France is really serious, just without even Nigeria even intervening, France will deploy their legions there, and they will take him down. So he has to play ball. So he himself, he knows that he wants his self-preservation. He wants to be there for some time. Or anywhere maybe they were able to maybe transform himself into a civilian by himself, or maybe he has to do another election. Somebody else will take over from him. Then he has to play balls. We got ball. But the thing is this: using military intervention into that country will escalate and it will become something else. And Nigeria doesn't want to go that route. They should think it through very well. But I would believe they should use diplomacy first. See these guys down, talk to them. We want these two interests protected. Ours is because we know what's going to. If we say we want to use military and we get the support of these Western countries to come and invade your country, it won't all go well for you. It won't go well for us. So we don't want it. But we want you to give us assurance that the U.S. interest, the French interest will be protected, and as well the Russians that you people are allying with, it will be protected. So we just want that, and we don't want any problem. Sit them down. It's all about getting seasoned diplomats to go and do this for you, and then you I mean, if Tinubu can pull this through, if he can pull this, I think you will get respect. He will have respect. But military might will not. It's not going to happen. We've seen it. It doesn't happen. It never solve it in Libya. Either they did solve it in Afghanistan or in Iraq. Even Syria too. Look at how Syria is today. So what are we talking about? So we should not go that route. Use diplomacy. Talk these guys down. That's just what I would say.
Hey, if Thomas can hear, somebody's trying to get in. Thomas.
Somebody wants to come up. If you can hear me. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I have come for rational mind and it's diplomacy during war. The diplomacy during war with countries that are fighting each other. They don't care about us.
Where is the war?
You said your own. Let me tell you why.
Where's the war? Where's the war? Who's fighting war?
The war is coming.
You don't see war in Ukraine?
When people were speculating whether they will bomb Ukraine or not, people were saying, no, it's not possible. Russia does not have so many arrogant Europeans. We're talking about, Russia does not have this weapon. Within 2 weeks, Russia will be out. See, wait now. That Ukraine versus Russia is not Ukraine versus Russia. It is USA versus Russia. They are just doing it in Ukraine. What they are going to do now, is going to be Nigeria. Russia did not come here to come and be negotiating, to come and be saying, let's do diplomacy. They came to come and choke France. They came to come and put France in chokehold. They are going to come and choke Europe. And is your diplomacy going to make them do that? No. You think they will wait around and let you be doing diplomacy? No. They are just going to fund insurgents. They are not there for you. But Nigeria wants to now come and start defending the West against Russia. They will turn that country into another Ukraine. And you know what US and Europe are going to do? Nothing. Because they don't care about us. They just want us to die for them because they think that they are better than us. Yes, they want us to fight for them because they think that they are better than us. If anything happens, they are not helping us. US is not coming to come and give us weapons. France is not coming to come and give us weapons. Russia are going to either fund, they are going to find a way to collapse. They are patient and they wait. You can see that all these other countries that they've done coup are now siding with Niger and forming alliance. Who would have told them to do that? Russia is not the kind of person that you fight with. These are not people you fight with. They meet you at checkmate. By the time you realize that they are there, you have no choice, and you're already at checkmate. You have only one final decision. The same thing
quickly to your solid.
Their Mumu Ukraine president fell for debate and sacrificed millions of his people. And look at Ukraine now. But they have their
what did you just say now? I never understand it. What's the point?
Where are over 200 million Nigerians going to go to once it starts? You think Russia cares?
And what's your point, dude? This guy, he just came here up here. I'm sorry.
I'm saying my point is that your diplomacy thing will not work. It only works on
paper.
So what will work? Not a good strategy. We're in trouble.
So what will work now? What will work?
If I'm being honest, I'll say that we should just let Russia do their thing and play dumb.
You keep saying play
I
dumb.
see. I
Do you
don't
know
want
what's
to
at
see
stake?
Nigeria.
Do you know what's
I
at
just
stake?
don't want to see Nigeria fighting anything for US and Europe
Okay, let
because
me
it
give you
will
let me give you the
sacrifice
analysis
us.
here. Let me give you the analysis here. Number one, Tinubu is looking for recognition for legitimacy.
So then he
Hold
should
on,
sacrifice the whole
hold
of
on,
Nigeria because
hold
of
on,
that.
hold on, hold on.
And,
He's looking for,
and you
he's
are the
looking
one
for,
supporting Tinubu now. Oh.
you say what?
I cannot believe it. But let's go.
I'm not saying that I'm supporting Tinubu. I'm only analyzing based on. I'm giving an unbiased. If I have to bring my biasness, I'll bring it out. Let you know on the second I'm bringing mine.
Like you always do, Abby.
Let's not do that today. Let's not do that. I don't want to go that. But let me just answer. Solly, I respect Solly with some of his views that he has expressed over the past few days when we were talking about this Russia. I mean, this cool thing in Niger. He has come with a perspective that I really I see into it, and I saw that he has points. You know, when you were talking about the other day, you were talking about Mali and Burkina Faso, what was going on there, and how that also correlates with what is going on. Yeah, I respect that, which is the truth, which is the fact of what is going on. So, but then the point I'm trying to make here is that you need to understand when you are making a decision, like any decision you take in life, you will look at the overall picture of the whole thing. You weigh your options. What are your options? Have you seen something that has been like a model or something that has happened like that or somewhat similar to that in the past? Could that be because somebody said here, our friend from Mayuguri, he said that sometimes, like the United States, we saw that in the United States and NATO, what they did when they invaded Iraq, they invaded Afghanistan. They must have think, oh, we're going to overrun them. It's easy now with our power might. Sometimes you can, military strategies you can only strategize, but how it's going to turn out sometimes you might not know. And that was what happened in the case of the invasions that the United States and its allies did on countries like Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, and maybe Syria. So look at how they ran out of those countries with their tails between their legs. So you want to do the same thing. You want to repeat the feat of maybe what happened in Liberia. Even Liberia was not even a good example too, because
No, those are
Quick,
those are
let me
different
interject real quick.
scenarios.
let me
One
just
second.
Those are different scenarios. All
but
those
you can
Afghanistan,
say
all those
that's what I'm
Libya.
saying. You don't take decision. You have to look at possibility.
No, those are different scenarios. The US that
Well,
you think
I
that
think
is the
you're a
glorious
very young
country,
man, and
the
you
US that
you
is
look
the
at things
glorious
from
country was just taking advantage of those countries because they wanted the resources. They were not going there for good. They were going there for evil. All these Clinton's emails that
Okay,
just come out.
sorry. Okay, one second. If I told you that actually,
It's not as
one
if they were
second.
trying to help the country. They were trying to leech off the country.
One voice, please. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
let me
let the
interject.
sorry land. Yeah, yeah,
So,
sorry, let the sorry land.
yeah, go ahead, Sully.
Sorry, I did land your point.
So my point is that one is not they are not trying to protect any interest. They were just trying to be the America that they are, oppress other people and steal their resources. That's a different case. It's not the same.
Yeah, okay. To that point, if I told you that the U.S. actually did not really steal their resources, they didn't do that. Say the war in Afghanistan and Iraq and even Syria, those are just an extension of U.S. markets. Okay, remember in Iraq, what in Afghanistan over 10 years, Iraq how many years? See, they were just expanding their market to those places for the military-industrial complex. Come on, do you know that? Do you know actually? I hope you guys know that in Afghanistan is the Chinese that are there right now benefiting from their natural resource. U.S. didn't take nothing from those people. But guess what? You know how many trillions they spent? They spent over $2 trillion. $2 trillion.
Okay,
Okay.
so in Afghanistan, who was benefiting from all those poppy plants? And in Libya, who is benefiting from all the oil? Or they just came there, destroyed the country, and started doing business? Is that how to do business?
No, that's what I'm telling you. You have
Yes,
to
now,
understand. You
yes,
have to
now,
understand the
understand.
ideology
I
behind
get
it. No,
your
no, no,
point
no. One
100%.
second.
I know that you have bias. So why is it that in those Clinton emails with Obama, they said that they were going to invade that country because of the currency issue that Gaddafi was
No,
trying to
see,
bring up?
that's what you have to understand. It. See,
They wrote it in their email
that
now.
was that was.
Are you going to argue with what Hillary Clinton wrote in her email?
Sorry, I'm not arguing against that. See, it was the interest to make Libya weak. The position
For
or the
what?
route that Libya
Why
was
are they
taking.
making it weak? Why are they making it to benefit people like you? Why
Well,
are they looking?
because a
Is that
weaker
what you do
Africa, a weaker Libya is good for them. It continues the hegemony or the dependence on them. You know that they don't want the dollar challenge. So what you say, people think. See,
there?
I'm telling you that the U.S. did not get. See, they spent over $2 trillion or more in these places. What
And how
damn
much
natural
did they
resources they
steal?
get from there? They get nothing from there.
And how much did they steal in total? All the
That's what I'm saying.
gold.
They didn't care about stealing. They only
So
cared
why did
about
they steal?
providing.
If they
They
didn't care
only
about, why was that their first priority? Immediately they won. Why was that the first thing that they did?
to where.
Even in Iraq, why were they stealing trucks of gold bars? Why was that the first thing that they are looking for weapons of mass destruction? Yet it's gold that is coming out of Iraq and oil. Is that not
But
stealing?
say
They
again,
destroyed the country to steal.
what they
I
rather
don't understand
destroy.
how
They
you are
rather
arguing this thing.
well, because we actually arguing the same thing, but you're not saying, because I'm telling you the final outcome of it. You can't tell me that you have spent trillions of dollars in the dams in these places, and they didn't get enough. They didn't get more than they invested in it. What was that return on investment? I don't think so. I'm telling you that they only created a market for their companies, the military companies. That's what they did. And if you know how much they spent in these places, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan, building all these buildings. Right now, again, if you go to Afghanistan, it's the Chinese that are benefiting from the natural resources of Afghanistan, not the US.
Okay, but did the Chinese invade Afghanistan?
No, they did not.
So why are you bringing the Chinese up?
But I'm telling you, you're the one that made an argument that the U.S. invaded these places for the natural resources, and I'm telling you that's not the case. They invaded these places to create a market for their own
But did they not
companies.
natural resources at the end of the day from all these places they invaded? Yes or no?
Like what did they get from Libya? You said they get their gold. I don't. I mean, from
Yes,
Iraq. Okay.
are they not pumping oil from Libya? Did they not place their own leader there? Is that not the same thing they were doing in Syria when they were doing coup and placing their own leaders there at the expense of Syrian people?
Well, they did not. What leader they placed in Syria? They did not succeed in Syria. The Russian came in. Bashar al-Assad is still there.
I think Sol is on
They
cloud
did not
nine.
succeed. They did not succeed, but what was their initial plan? Why are you trying to
Solid,
evade?
Solid,
This
you
guy,
just
are you
badging
an
here.
American fully, or what's
Solid,
going
you
on?
just
I'm
badging
telling
here.
you what
I can't even
America is
pin.
doing. You are saying, but that was not their first
I
interest.
can't
But
even
it's
pin you to
something they
any
did.
topic you're even talking. What are you
Somebody
picking on?
slapped you. You said when he came to the house, he did not
where
want to
where are you
slap you,
heading with this?
but he slapped you though.
I'm lost with you. I'm lost with
I'm
you.
lost too. I just like him, but what is it?
He's trying to defend America's actions. He say, well, that's
No,
not
no,
their
no. We're
initial.
talking about. Hold on.
Wait
We're talking
now.
about.
So you're telling me that okay, because that's not what they initially came
We
to
are
do.
discussing
That's
Africa
not their. That's
We're
not
talking
their
about
and
plan.
West
Africa.
Africa,
We're any
not
to.
US.
We're talking about Africa. Sorry. We're talking about which way forward for Tinubu if he has to.
Niger Republic, not
In Niger Republic, which way for him de-escalating this issue in Niger Republic.
Sadly,
Some of
I
them have
don't.
said no, military should be used. So, and you say we should nuke them, like one man would say. Is that what you're saying, Sonny?
Nuke them.
One man like to use the word nuke. We should use surgical airstrike on them. You know, one man with all his, he's been watching a lot of Hollywood and James Bond.
If I'm being honest, I'm being
One
a
man with his
realist.
James Bond.
We
Is
should
that what?
just do nothing, because this thing is not, whatever we do is not going to play out in
You
our
are
favor.
agreeing with him now. You agree with rational mind now.
No,
I said in the same.
I never said
Russian man was saying diplomacy. That's what Russian man was saying.
Now just wait. Now it's just like diplomatic.
Because if you do nothing, if you act no,
his diplomacy is going to be part of recognizing. See, these people are not going to really sit down and make you have diplomacy. They are going to push you to take it to choose a side. Both US, Europe, and Russia, they are going to pressure you to do that. I'm being a realist, and unfortunately, I do not see any way out. I think this thing is just going to turn out bad for Nigeria, whether we like it or not.
They will force you to war.
I don't see any solution,
They will force you to
unfortunately.
war. They will force your hand to war.
They've checkmated us. Russia is not here to play. They've done checkmates. I don't know any solution.
Well, I'm not sure what checkmate with the U.S. embassy there, But as far as I'm concerned right now, just like I submitted earlier, I don't think we have a full picture of what is going on. We don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. We just get all kind of analysis and position from different sides. Listen, the U.S. is well established there. We know they spent a lot of money. I think they have the largest military base in Africa and Niger. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So why don't they?
Prince Daddy, didn't they
Nobody,
spend a lot of money in
nobody
Afghanistan?
believes that they don't know they know what's going on, but they are lying that they don't know. How can you have military base in the country and you don't know
Of
what's
course, they're lying. Of course, they never, everything is going on A to Z. They know every damn thing that's going on in that country. That's a joke that they don't know.
They're lying.
Okay. Can I interject, please?
All right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me keep me now. Oh, Tiki, go keep me now. Go interject.
I'm afraid keen on it.
I could have
Go
ahead.
No, consider good morning, good morning, everyone. And I think this topic you have discussed about is quite good. First, I want to say that every country is not in isolation. There's always interest when you have a bilateral agreement with any country you want to do business or transfer service with. Whether Nigeria, America, and the rest, it's all about interest. First, let's talk about Nigeria. The coup that happened in Niger and most of the West African country is not good for Nigeria. That means who knows? Anytime, who knows? Nigerian military might also be tempted, no matter what happened. That okay, one day we can also seize power, and we have been enjoying this democracy for the last more than 20-something years now, from 1999 to date. So, and all the countries beside Nigeria, they are coup there, and they have military head of state. It's not good. Niger is our northern brother. They are very close to Nigeria. And as everybody say, we have a porous border, and that is one of the problems we have, that a lot of arms and ammunition go to Nigeria easily. I think America knows what is going on. France knows what is going on. And at the same time, Russia also knows what is going on. It's a power play among the three. But what can we do as Nigeria? They want Nigeria and the rest of our West African countries to kick out this new military junta. Because if it's French back, I don't think they will support a military intervention against them. So I think what Nigeria should do, and that's what they have been doing, come together as a group, the ECOWAS military service, other military, West African soldiers come together and launch an attack. But why Nigeria is launching an attack? Nigeria should also talk about our own interests with America, with Russia, and with also with French. If I'm going to do this, how many investment are you going to give to my country? What is my stake in rebuilding of this country? Or how can I also get business in this country? Because live and take, this superpower, they still control Nigeria and the rest of Africa. So what the government of Tinubu is doing, if I were him, or if I were Nigeria, that's what I'll be saying. Because if you leave them, one thing or the other, before you know it, we have problem in our country. Because before now, a lot of Nigerians, they are in Nigeria already. Before there are those ones that are begging money, but now there are those that are taking arms. They are into banditry, robbery, and all sorts of things. Now, if there is a military junta in their country, and let me tell you the truth, no military or no army or soldier will tell you that, okay, I'm just coming to liberate my people, and after that I'll be fine. It's all lies. Everybody always say the same thing. Before you know it, they will kowtow back to the imperialists, whether the French or the American, do their bidding. And before you know it, they start siphoning their country money. They are even worse than civilian. So let's call a spade a spade. What the Tinubu government tried to do this time around, I think is good. And moreover, we have a lot of soldiers in Nigeria. What are they doing? Some of these generals never seen war all their life. Let's push them to do some exercise. Niger is a small country that we cannot overrun, and it's not only Nigeria that is going to be there. There is going to be other West African countries contributing their own soldier too, and backed by United Nations. So we are not. So to me,
United Nations.
Yes, it's backed by United Nations. It's backed by United Nations. I'm telling you the truth. It's backed
United
by
Nations controlled by US or the Security Council.
I'm
United
saying
Nations.
this. I've already said it before. There is nothing you can do. You cannot compete with this
But it's not
superpower
only
now.
Niger we are going to
You
fight
cannot.
now.
You cannot
We are going to
compete
fight
with.
Burkina Faso and
You,
Mali
do
too.
you want to compete with Russia? Do you want to compete with America? Do you want to compete with French military? We
No,
don't have.
no, I mean what I'm trying to tell you, United Nations is not a unilateral decision making organization.
Oh, yeah. But what I'm trying to say
They are not even united. Fela already sang about it.
but
There's
what
no
I'm
unity.
trying, I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. I know the United Nations is split into two. There is a Russian Chinese side and also America and the Western world side, and the rest is just dummy heads. We just kick them the way we like. Okay, so that is the truth. If you are deceiving yourself, you are just lying. America know what is going on. All of them know what is going on, and they are the one pushing Nigeria and other Western countries to go and kick out that guy out. Okay, just write that one too, because if they don't do that, that means Russia is also flexing its muzzle to Africa, and there's a huge uranium there. So if we cannot get uranium, then we should get a lot of investment from America and the French back to Nigeria. So so we are not doing it for fun too. We must get something for ourselves before we can be okay. If we are going to be the one that will contribute most of the soldiers, what is the business angle? What are we gaining? It's not that we just blindfold ourselves, but if we let it undone, then we will have a serious problem in our hand in the next few years. Because this junta, let me be frank with you, not all the soldiers in Niger support these coups. Before you know it, that we have another counter coup, that we are this, that we that, and if they are unstable, it will affect Nigeria as a country, because Nigeria is also not in isolation. We also can trade with them by sending them by selling our grains or whatever to them. We can also sell oil to. I know they have oil, but at least we do business with them. So everybody's just coming and talking about and Nigeria should not do something. We just fold our hand, do like that. No, life is not done like that. If you want to be a superpower, you be a superpower in Africa. If you don't want to be nothing, then you be nothing. So if you do, you think this, oh, we are big and we are strong, and we want to play a big role
So
in
what
this.
should Nigeria do? Go. How exactly should Nigeria? What should they do?
What I'm trying to say is that Nigeria have taken a very good stand in this. Come together as a group with all the other Western countries and kick out these people. Well, while you are kicking them out, mind you, Nigeria also have their own business.
West African countries like Burkina Faso and Mali join with them.
Well, for now, I don't know if they join there. It's not bad. I know there are coup also there. There are military junta, but at the same time, maybe that's their own luck. This will also give them all those what they call Mali, Burkina Faso, and the rest. Maybe have a reason to properly do another election and usher in.
And Togo, Benin, all those West African countries, they are worthless, man. Trust me. There's nothing you can do with them.
Is Togo being ruled by military? No, I don't think so. Togo is constitutional government. I think
Yeah, they are all worthless, man. Trust me. I mean, you should have given up on them when we're trying to do that eco currency. The way they are also
what
weak.
I'm just trying to say now, this thing happens at our back door. We should kick them out. We must show that we are also powerful in Africa, or even in
We are
West
not
Africa.
powerful, man. We are not powerful.
So we are not powerful. So what you are telling me is that our military is not powerful to take on Niger. So why do we have them then?
No.
So if we go to no, Mike, a good question.
We're still struggling to take on ESN and Boko Haram.
Question to everybody in this group. Let's just assume that we went to war, or we are going to go to war with Niger. Are you telling me that Nigerian military cannot defeat them? Then why do we have them?
The question I have for you is, Remy, so we going there to fight? What are we going to get at the end of the day? What is the benefit? What is the gain?
I've already said it several times. I said,
what is it?
First, I make two assertions. First, this is them. The uranium is being controlled by the French. Maybe America.
So Nigeria will take over the uranium.
So we cannot take over the uranium. But what we are going to do is very simple. Mr. French and Mr. America, if you are going to take this military intervention, what are you going to do for my country? Maybe
Remy, don't you think we will just create enmity going there?
You.
Do we not have enemy before? Do you think
half of them are your cousins. No, wait. Half of them are your cousins.
I don't care about cousins, because at the end of the day, the cousin have been killing me in the Northeast for a long time. So why should I care about them now?
No. Nobody's opposed to military. Don't get me wrong. We were saying that before you get to that point, you must go through some steps of diplomacy first.
So
and
they already
planning.
gave them a chance. They told them
How
they
many
gave
days
them
now? How
1
many
week.
days already?
But
Come on,
you
you
know
people now.
what? You know what? Let me be frank with you. If they didn't take, they are not going to take any action. Take my word. Down the line, 1 or 2 years, there will be a big crisis in Niger. Before you know it, there will be counter coup, and there'll be a lot of problem. And before you know it, an influx of refugee. Nigeria will have our own problem with refugee. They will just back to Nigeria before you know it. There is not going to be any stability in that angle. And if there is no stability in that area, that means most of our northern states, they are also not be stable. Because people will flood in there and they will come in with their crime, with everything they have.
Okay.
We are just so we must
do we
them.
no do we have a West an ECOWAS? I mean, because I don't want Nigeria going to that country by themselves. I need to see Ghanaian army.
Well, of course,
I need to see everybody else.
Okay, I think you guys are not updated.
Ghanaian army has only 10,000.
That is chief. That is
Really?
all West African chief of defense.
No, we're Mike now. I can Ghana be 10.
The army is very small. It's only Nigeria that build a large army.
No,
Because of
come on, but
no.
the rest of this country, they have very small army. Google it,
Mike is just hating that. Just hating on it.
No, Google it. I'm not making it up. Ghana is not threatened by civil war or anything like that. They don't invest money in military.
Ghana is not threatened by civil war, but they need a lot of financial support from the Western world. So
they don't have a large military like Nigeria.
There's always something you need from other countries that if this okay fine. They also need a lot of things from Nigeria as well. Why Nigeria also needs something from them? So all the ECOWAS chief of defense have been they already had a meeting to strategize about how to do this thing. If the junta does not reinstate the outside president in 7 days, I think that's the beginning of thing. And even if they are going to fight Niger, it's not going to be just quickly like that. After their 7 days ultimatum, then we are talking about maybe within another 1 or 2 weeks. Then if they are going to do military intervention,
quickly, Remy. So, Rational Mind predicted yesterday that I believe it was yesterday that the other countries, Mali and the other one, they had a military ruler would join hands or support Niger, which is not. I mean, it wasn't like strange that it did that.
I don't think they will dare do something like that because Mali and Burkina Faso, they don't want a lot of sanction from America and the Western nation. Because what is at play here is Western nation against Russia. And who has the most power in Africa? Is it Russia? Is it the West? Is it America? Is it the Europeans or American? You have to check it from the time immemorial. And if you guys are talking about, okay, where is Russia? Russia is not going to do nothing to Africa. They are also going to be even worse than America.
How did you make your judgment that Russia will be worse?
I will tell you why they will be.
Give your example why they are worse.
Because why I'm countering that what you said now is it was Russia that started training African leaders. That was when most Africans still got their independence. That's why we all got our independence in 1960.
Okay, thanks.
And do you know that it was Russia that was supporting the Black Americans in America when America was finishing them with racism?
Okay, fine. They have their own record. They have done good. I'm not saying totally they are bad, but in this dispensation that they have a leader that have been circulating himself for the last more than 30 years as the president of that country. Is the dictator. And if you allow them a chance in your country, you will see what will happen to Nigeria.
What will happen?
Okay. First, let me tell you why they are worse. Why they are worse than America.
Let me ask you one question.
I want to respond. Let me answer you.
Can you compare
one voice, please?
Let me just
ask you. Remy, hold on. Let Solly speak, please. Solly.
Let me ask you a question. Can you compare what America did in Vietnam? Even their reason does not even make any common sense. Can you compare what they did in Vietnam to anything anybody has ever done? Why did they enter Vietnam? Ask your question. These people are evil, pure evil.
Okay.
They go to countries sometimes not even for a good reason. They make up reasons to invade countries, kill their people. Sometimes they are not even going there for resources. They just have a feeling that something bad might happen. Is that a reason to invade somebody's country and finish them? Nobody has dropped bomb on a country more than how many bombs US dropped on Vietnam. And why is their reason for entering Vietnam? Because they thought communism would spread. Is there a good reason to till today? People in Vietnam are still suffering from that war.
Okay, if you are talking that way, then you should
Is that a good
hold
country?
on. Let me respond.
Are those good people?
Can I respond?
Are those good people? Let's be honest.
I will respond to you.
They are evil. They are pure evil.
Okay, are you done? Okay, let me respond to you. If you are going that line or you are towing that line, what of other countries that are from former Soviet Union and even Afghanistan? I have to talk about Russia. And if you also talk about it that way, Russia have also done a lot of things, a lot of bad things. Both of them are evil. I'm not going to mince what about it. I don't even like, let me be frank with you, I don't even like America diplomacy, politics, because I know it's also like a divide and rule and take whatever they want to take. All of them have been doing like that. And if Nigeria as a country, if you also want to be giant of West Africa, not even of Africa, if we don't want big trouble in our hand, and if we don't want a situation where there's going to be a coup in Nigeria in the nearest future, this time around we must play along, but with also our interests. What can we gain from it? Because at the end of the day, everybody is going into play to what they can get from it. So we must also play along to get whatever is going to be good for our country. Because at the end of the day, if you fold our hand, all these things you are talking about, that Nigeria, some Nigerian military are easily to be cajoled by all these Western imperialists to plan a coup, whether you like it or not, and they will carry it. And nothing.
Cool, Nigeria.
We can go on the street, protest from today to tomorrow. At the end of the day, if it's going to happen, it will happen. But to
At
get
this point, Nigerians have suffered so much. I don't think they will protest. I think they will even support it.
So what are we?
Military coup in Nigeria is not possible. Trust me. They are signing like disobedience.
Okay. We are not even talking about that one today. But what I'm trying to say,
why are people supporting? Why are you proposing or military invasion like in my like
the reason why I propose military intervention is that if you want to go on diplomacy or they say, okay, let's talk to them, blah 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 blah, that means you are also encouraging them. You are encouraging a coup, and if they know that once I plan a coup, that we are just going to sit on the table and I will talk to the rest of the other West African countries and everything will be Georgia and everything will be fine. That means you are not, I don't know. My mind is that I like democracy, but I don't like American democracy. True. I don't like the way Nigerian copy American democracy total. I don't like it because we don't have the power. And we are not American. We are Africa. We are Nigerian. We are totally different. We should fashion our own democracy totally different.
Give us how so what kind of democracy should Nigeria have?
What I want Nigeria to have is that I want a mixed one. Why you copy a little bit from America, copy a little bit from Britain. I would like a situation whereby we still retain our state, but with a lean national assembly. Probably maybe in the whole of the federation, maybe 2 or 3 people, from each state, at least not more than 100 national assembly. And we should make it like a part-time, not really a full-time. Or we should make it number of seats. You see.
Can I come in, please?
Can I quickly, before I forget my line of thought, because you asked me what kind
of... Remy, finish. Yeah. Let's hear from Akin. Remy, land it.
So below 100 people is enough to make law, and then I will support a situation where we have a ceremonial president and we have a prime minister, and I will support where we make it very very unattractive for you to grab power. I mean, for you to become a governor or something. We make that the salary is very low. We have to just rethink in our own way how we can fashion the very best from America and Britain and the rest of the world, and then fuse it together with our own culture and tradition so that it works for Nigeria. I'm not talking about socialism. Forget it. I'm not for that one. Okay, I like the democracy.
Who is stopping us from doing it now?
Nobody is stopping us. The only problem we have now is this. The kind of democracy we practice today, the president cannot just stand up and say, "This is what I want." It's not possible. He has to go to the National Assembly. And because the people at National Assembly, they are enjoying this juicy peg, you don't expect them to now say, "Okay, let's reduce our numbers. Let's do this." It's not going to happen. So if we have a strong leader, if we can do a referendum on about all these things, reducing the members of the National Assembly, making a government a link government, maybe in the state, instead of having so many people who are state assembly not doing nothing, I think we should also reduce their size. If we reduce people in government and then we encourage private sector, and mind you, you guys have been talking, blah, blah, blah. Remember, whatever you do, most of the things you produce in your country, for you to make more money, you have to export it. So you have to have a good agreement with some world powers. If you are not in their good book, who is going to buy your oil? Who's going to buy your grain? Who's going to buy this, buy that, buy that? Whatever you do, look at China. Would they close their country? But by the time they open, they allow Americans, everybody, come to our country, use our base as the production base of the world. If not, do you think China would be where they are today? So we need to trade with people. So it's like that. So it's like a coin like that. Flip both sides. Which one can suit me? That's what you go for every time. And that is what I think the Nigerian government should be looking at. Go for this intervention. Look what I will benefit from. What are we gaining like other countries are gaining? If I can get more uranium for myself, yeah, America can take bigger one. If I can get some chunk for myself, it's also good for me if it's continue like that. So I'm in for the military intervention. Thank you.
Oh,
Can
thank you,
I
Rebecca.
can I ask
Thomas,
you a
can I come in,
question?
please?
Can I ask you a question?
Let's
How
hear
many
from yeah. Let's hear from Akim. Yeah, yes, hear from
okay.
Akim without interjection, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I just heard people ask what kind of democracy. The democracy does not have different types. There's only one type of one kind of democracy, and that is the ability of the people to choose who govern them. The system of government is different in different countries. And I think that is where Nigeria has always got it wrong. That we try to copy how to govern from America or from Britain or from. We've not really sit down to tailor it the way it suits us as a people. And I think that for us is something that we need to do. But the democracy is just the ability of the people to elect their government. It doesn't. It's the same everywhere in every country where democracy exists. So I would say that on the issue of Niger, I don't think people understand the consequences of not taking actions. You're talking about a military government next door to a country like Nigeria, a country if we kind of endorse what is going on in Niger, our nation is so fragile, is so on the edge that it will not even take anything to embolden our own military to do the same thing. So Niger is nothing. ECOWAS already come out. They've locked down that country as we speak right now. Niger, as we speak, is in total lockdown. No flying zone has been implemented. Land borders has been blocked. So the military government, in my own opinion, they will be so stupid. They will be so stupid to even want to resist anything because they don't have the capacity. Don't forget, people who come on platform to underrate Nigeria, you need to understand the people that we are talking about. These countries don't look. How many countries in West Africa do you think even have a air force? Maybe two maximum. So how are you going to fight the country when you don't even have the air power? So we're not talking about whether they have the ability. No, they don't even have any. They don't have the ability to match the Nigerian military. And this is not just in the Nigerian military. Talking about the ECOWAS military, minus Mali and Burkina Faso, because those are not recognized government as we speak right now. So for me, I think the government is doing the right thing, and I think they must do everything to make sure that our constitutional government is returned in Niger, because that is in our own interest as a people.
Can I interject now?
Yeah, you can interject.
So I wanted to ask Remy, because he was saying we should just negotiate for our own interest. Can you mention like 3 countries that have benefited from having interest with USA?
You mean in Africa?
Maybe in the world.
Yeah, I think
Egypt, Israel.
Nigeria as a country, number one, has benefited a lot from America.
What do we benefit?
We have benefited in every areas, everything. Recently,
Like what?
We have been able to buy a lot of military armaments and military firepower from America. We have a lot. Listen, I'm giving you an example. We have been able to have a bilateral in the field of education culture. Our Nigerian citizens from so many years have been able to travel to America to study in their higher institutions and everything.
How is that? That's not benefiting us. All this thing you're mentioning is something we are doing with other countries.
Listen,
okay, we are going to school in Germany. Is that benefiting us?
You're asking questions and I'm responding.
I'm talking about infrastructure-wise, things that is benefiting the average Nigerian.
Okay, fine. Now you are changing it. First you said what are
okay. I'm clarifying it. Who has benefited from USA? That their citizens have also benefited at the end of the day. Which country ever in the history of that USA country?
There are so many
countries. Israel and Egypt.
The so-called China have benefited a lot from America. I will tell you the truth.
Enormously, yes.
Because if you see a lot of American brands that in China, you'll be amazed.
So it's
That's creating job employment.
KFC is our benefit.
Listen, can you just give me a chance to talk? Because you cannot just be asking questions and answering it by yourself. You just have to let me respond back to you. The so-called China you are talking about, do you know how many of the American brands in that country? Do you know the job employment opportunity for Chinese to work in all those big companies? There are several of them, all Europeans, they have all their big brands in China. I'm talking about even their technical support. I'm talking about big manufacturing outfits like Bosch, like all of them. They are all in Germany. They have almost of their companies. They are in China. The same thing in America.
Think, sorry, Remy, you have to look at the what's it called, economics of scale in terms of where is it for you to maximize your production and make much of the profit. I think that's why you have most of the companies in China.
I think the question is very simple. The question you asked me, what countries have benefited from America? But if you are not trying to trickle down about scale of economics, that is totally another different ball game. But if you are telling me that no matter what, there are so many countries that have benefited from America in terms of even financial support, in terms of helping them in this field or the other field.
Well, I don't know how far you know what's it called. Most of the Russians, Nigeria, most of there were doctors who were trained under the Soviet Union in Nigerians too, but because of the fall of the Soviet
I'd like to interject too, actually. Remy pretty much listed everything. I mean, there are direct benefits.
Somebody was talking now. Hold on. Somebody was talking before you now. Let him talk.
There were many doctors, engineers, even our military that were being trained by the Soviet state before. But because of the fall of the Soviet state, it affected Russia's impact in Africa generally. The fact that we are looking at one side of the game, and I'm sorry, we are only thinking because we were colonies of the English countries. The way we are talking is the same way the Francophone will talk, and the same way the Angolans will talk about the Portuguese and other. So what you find out is every colony tends to think in terms of the benefit from its colonial masters. Unfortunately, if you go to Republic of Benin now, that's the same. The way you are talking now is the same way an average Beninois will talk. Well, if we look at it holistically, look at as long as we are moving away from our country, there's no benefit from there. A civilization that tells you to move away from your country before you can make way in life, generally, there's no benefit in there. The China you are talking about, every Chinese comes to the Western world, go back to their country.
That what you just said now, I'm sorry to cut you short. That is a big lie.
I'm sorry, I will stand on that. A colonization,
I mean,
I'll reiterate again.
we
A
are both
civilization,
entitled to
wait,
our opinion,
wait, a
but that is a big lie.
civilization,
That is
a
a big lie.
civilization,
One voice, please. One voice,
is
please. If you talk
okay,
over people, I will just kick you out. You
okay,
can't be talking over each other. If two person is talking, no one is talking.
Can I quickly
Yeah,
interject?
please. Yeah, and
What
hold on, Remy. You'll be speaking. Hold on, Remy.
okay,
Let's if land, please. Yeah,
yeah,
if
what
land
I
your
said
point.
this, yeah, I said this, a civilization that is created such that if you don't move away from your base, you cannot have a good well-being in life, is a wrong concept of civilization, such that for the francophone countries, until they move to France or there are other francophone colonies in other countries they have direct impact on, an average francophone will not be able to make way in life. The same thing anglophone, the same thing the Portuguese, until they move away from their base. The only thing China got right was the Chinese sat down together and make their country viable. Because the way we are moving about, that's the way Chinese used to move about before. If you remember in the early 90s, that's how the Chinese move about before. But now there's no incentive for an average Chinese to move away from China.
Okay, can I respond to you now?
Yeah, respond.
Okay, fine. I think the assertion you have laid down here are totally untrue. For the last more than 30 years now, a lot of Chinese that moved to America or moved to all these Western nations, more than 60 or 70, 65% of them, they are not coming back to China anymore. And I will tell you the reason. As the economy of Chinese improve, they start to move en masse to Australia, to Canada, America. And how do they do this? They buy property. And once you buy property, you can have access to their green card or their permanent residency. And they are not buying cheap property. You can ask people that live in Canada or Australia or America, they will tell you the truth. They start going there by buying property. And after doing that, they start taking over some small America or Canadian or Australian company. If you go to Los Angeles area, you can see there is a big investment from Chinese. And that's what they have been doing. And they have stayed in America. They have their second generation there now. So that is that. And I also want to talk about China, their activity in the Southeast area. They control the water. They control the water around that area. And they bully Philippines. They bullied, I know that Taiwan is part of China, but they have their independence. They bully all the countries around them, Vietnam and Cambodia. You need to go to all these countries if you are in Asia, because I've been there. You will see a lot of product from China. You think it's just easy for me to dump my product in your country? They support them by giving them financial support, and they also bully them. They bully them to the extent that they make sure that if you go to all of this country, you will see a lot of made in China product. Everything is imported from China in all this Asia, Southeast Asia.
But what's your point? USA does it too.
My point is that
and USA is worse.
My point, this guy is telling me that Chinese are going back to their country. That is a big lie. That is not true. That is one. Two, China is also doing the same thing, bullying everybody around themselves in a very soft and secret way that you guys don't know. If you live in that country, you will know. Americans know what they're doing. The other European countries, they know what they're doing. But I totally agree with him that China play very big. China are very smart people. Their people came together to say, this is what we want. And when they open up, they know what they want. But Nigeria is Nigeria as a country, we are not together as one. That is one. And secondly, do we plan very well? We did not plan very well because Nigerian people does not want to suffer. If you are talking about these Chinese people, this is a country closed for 20 solid years. And it's still a dictatorial country to today. you cannot just call their president foolish or stupid. They will just immediately they will take you and you are going to jail. There is no or there is freedom, but there's a limited freedom. Nobody can just put pen on paper and be writing rubbish on newspaper or online or something like that. They will pick you. Nothing can happen to you. They will pick you immediately. You'll be sent to jail if you are not even not killed. But what I'm trying to say is that they control the Southeast very well, and they do it in a distributed manner. They have all their big ship all around the ocean, around that place, making sure their products from their country is being bought or is being sold in all these countries by force, by fire, by force. If you know their activities, what they are doing, do you think it's just that they just go to their country and say, okay, I want you to be, I want to be the train for you, a rail line for you, and they just accept it that way? They also bully countries a lot because they're also powerful. But what they have done is that in international politics, they won't go to war against any country. Go and write it down today. That is their own diplomacy. They will never go to war with any country. But they will not allow any country to also intervene or maybe come to their country in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the rest. They can die for that one. So that's what they've been doing for a long time. So whatever happens, China will not go to war. They won't come to Africa to fight a war. But they will use their money, and they also hide under Russia influence to do whatever they want to do because they are the one giving Russia a lot of money. Russia is already broke. They don't have money. Some of their ammunition, sometimes it comes from China, the war they're fighting in Ukraine. You guys don't know something about this one. So they fight their war underneath. That's what they are doing. Their interest is also big. And uranium, if the Russia is in the Russian hand, who will get more of it? It's the Chinese. Because they are the ones manufacturing world of the world. They will get more from under Russia. They already play their game. That's how they play their game. But going to war, seeing them fighting, you won't see them that. But they continue to build their military might. For the first time, first they had one military carrier. Now they're having about 2 or 3. It's only America. After America, it's only China that have 2 or 3. Maybe America, Russia, maybe China now. So if you are talking about their people coming back to China, for what? China economy is not as good as before. So a lot of their people, you can ask people. I think Thomas live in Perth. I live in America. In Australia, they will tell the truth. I have a friend living in Perth too. We used to study and work together in China. Now he moved to Perth like 3 or 4 years ago. So I agree totally with you that China come together as a country, but the game, they are also playing the same game like the Americans are and other like the Russians and the French. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Let's just take the topic. I think we over labor that topic. Back to Obi and his Bula Balu. Obi camp has condemned EU for giving some legitimacy to Tinubu's election. So what
you should go and sit down. You should go and sit down.
Abati, do you know what is on my mind? I can't wait for this final verdict. I can't wait for this final verdict so that Obi will just go away. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Abati?
No, first of all, who is asking for his opinion? What is he the president? You lost. Get over it. I know it's hard, it's difficult. You and your fans. Try again, 4 years. It took me your juicy. You lost. I don't get all this. Why are they asking me?
No, hold on. Where are you getting your news from? This is your news. Where, I mean, Thomas. Okay, where are you getting this from? Where did you get the news from?
You should ask one man. That's what one man plots was. So if you want to ask that question, one man is the best person to answer the question. That is one of the talking points of today.
So
yeah, the news is
let me get this straight. When that same European whatever were condemning the election, they were supporting. Say, oh yeah, European can say against.
But what did they do now? What did they say now? You see, one man where the way one man phrases his topic. I know it's like just.
No, okay, Rashomai, one man read.
Hold on. Let me just land. Way he phrases his thumbnail sometimes just to attract people like me and everybody to come here and start try to fight you other guys. So what is it? What is the substance of that news? Let me hear. Go on now, please.
Well, you read the article earlier when you started the show, and it's about this European organization that they pretty much drew a conclusion that the court outcome would favor Tinubu and Obi does not have a chance. So I think that's the overarching message of the article, and which of course is true.
Which article is that? From who? Which European Union or what?
I can't. It gave the acronym. I can't remember the name, the full name of the.
EIU. I don't know the full meaning. EIU. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's European something. I can't remember the other two words, but anyways, he
So
read it.
when Obi loses, so that people like National Mind can go back to his.
Hold on. You people just Tinubu and his people go and paste on media group and
Don't call me people. Don't call me by do. I'm a gal. I'm not gonna do.
we know that we know where you lean now. Even though
What
you're
do
not
you mean?
not
I'm
refined.
SDP now. You know I'm SDP.
I'm a parrot around there. See yourself.
But yeah, okay, but anyways, see, I'm not even sure why they mentioned Obi. Anyways, I thought if anybody had a chance, that'd be Atiku. So Obi never had a chance. So I'm not sure why. It's a big deal.
But Prince, I don't know. Maybe you've been listening to us when the politics started. We said it on this platform. I said Peter Obi will not win the election. We said it on. Kolata even brought spreadsheets, many spreadsheets. It doesn't come to me as a surprise. Even 6.5 million that he got, I was surprised. But I knew he can't win the election. We knew that. That is not a breaking news.
Yeah, it's even the over 6 million vote, that 6.5 that he got was not a surprise really, because because we didn't, like, a lot of people didn't give him any chance, neither did I. But I mean, towards the end of the getting close to the election, we knew he was going to win the entire southeast. Anybody that said that was a surprise was like, that's just not paying attention. It's just a joker, because we know Atiku did horribly in the southeast. And also he played the religious card a lot. That is Peter B. So we knew a lot of Christians also
Thank
voted for
you.
him.
Thank you. God bless you for that
So
comment. Religious card. All those
so
memos they sent to the Redeemed Church.
yeah. So at the end of the day, Peter B.
It is that time of the day now that you people will start doing your your kumbaya. Go on.
no, no kumbaya. It's
Yeah,
a
go
fact,
on.
man. People get excited about it. It's boring now. There's nothing to it.
Obi
No,
lost
no.
the
Everybody is
election.
waiting
There's
for.
nothing to discuss here. The
No,
man lost.
hold on. You people will just go. Tinubu and people go and pay some international whatever media group to be speak.
No. Let me ask you. Who is bankrolling you?
Are they in charge?
No. Who is bankrolling you? Who is paying you?
Who is bankrolling me?
It's true. It's about calling you rational mind.
But the FFK now. I'm now FFK. Who is bankrolling me?
Obi and what they call Okonkwo, that lawyer is bankrolling rational mind.
I wish I would be making money. I would be late.
You didn't. If you create your platform and you continue to do like.
But Remy, can you please help me ask rational man? How come? What miracle will happen that Peter Obi will win the election? Please help me ask him. I don't want to ask him myself.
Just as just as rational mind is support for Obi is born out of total. I will not use hatred. Total dislike for Tinubu. It's like anybody but not Tinubu. That is rational mind. That is how he looks at it. And you can see the way he fought from the beginning up to the last minute, telling us that don't worry, INEC they'll check it. They won't declare him. They won't swear in him. Even I remember that he was saying, we shall see what will happen during the inauguration. He fought hard and nailed, but unfortunately, he lost. And he knew the truth that
is that the question he asked?
Is
that the question he asked? He said you should ask me a question.
I don't need to ask any question. I'm not going to ask.
Let me answer his question.
I'm going to command it on top of it for you.
Hold on now. I've had this your narrative many times. Let me answer his question.
Let me finish with my narrative.
I'm not finished now.
Give me one more minute, and then you have your floor. Okay.
All right.
Give me one more minute. And now what he's thinking on is the tribunal overturning everything. And he knows in his heart that that one is impossible, that there's nothing like that will happen.
Remy, I'm sorry, you're wrong with that part. Trust me, he believes it. He believes to the end that Obi is going to win in the tribunal. So I think on that part,
Who does? Who does? Who does?
If he believes that,
rational mind.
that is what is pushing him. And if at the end of the day, after the verdict, what is he going to fight
do you
on?
know what he's hoping for?
Yeah.
That Obi wins. He will not call me and start saying, "I told you people so."
Yeah, if that happens,
the man wants that so bad. He wants it so bad. So he can come here and just embarrass everybody.
You know what?
He's hoping for that.
It's not easy to lose. Like,
hold on now, guys. You should not do this now.
You are a strong man.
Can I talk?
Okay.
Can I talk? About defeat. There's no defeat here. I mean, it's all robbery. They like robbery. Only ní Tinubu. Ó jalè, ó jí gbogbo Lagos State office rẹ̀ dá.
Ìwọ náà jí tiẹ̀. Ìwọ náà jí tiẹ̀.
Kò láìkò bí gẹ́gẹ́ pàṣẹ torí Tinubu gangan kì í ṣe pé láìkò kò dé láìkì ó láìkà tí
kò gbọ́dọ̀ báyìí we won't like
it. Torí Tinubu náà gbogbo ẹ̀ náà.
No, not because of Tinubu. You see,
it's because of him. Just accept it. It's normal. Everybody knows. So
everybody knows now. So you can't hide that.
Why? I mean, why would I? I mean, you see, guys, I don't want to be going through all these things again. I've said this many times. It's already very almost midnight here.
But is it not Thomas that asked us to ask that
question? Yeah, so let me ask a question now. But you see, if people like to do something here, Thomas, for me, a lot of people are by the way, when my interjecting, Mama,
they always give you chance. You and Ajale Koko, you are special to one man. One man will give you all the chance in this world to talk, to interject. Yeah, Ajale Koko can rational mind. You can interject any man once the one man is on this floor. You have all your time to say whatever you want. In fact, when I came to this platform for the first time, I had your vote for solid 3 hours.
Really?
I'm telling you, I never joined. Before I even joined this group, I've been listening for more than 1 month. I never joined. I've been listening. If I don't hear your voice, I will hear of Ajale Koko. These two people, Rational Man and Ajale Koko, always.
Old name, you know.
That's true. That's true.
He had this name.
I'm not lying now. So that is the truth. So you have all the chances this one. You are special to one man.
Yeah. So I can down with very now. So can you open pin openly, Lori? What are we pinning this up on? So that we're pinning this up that we're going to win this case in a court. Well, there are so many of them. The issue of his certificate scandal is there. I don't know if you people understand the magnitude of the seriousness. What getting sorrow? Should continue she was taking sorrow. She was getting sorrow.
Because it's so funny.
Yeah, again, sorrow now. Getting sorrow. I mean, you people don't just only hear me mention Tinubu at all in anything. If I mention anything bad about Tinubu,
no,
all real on me.
And you said, do me one favor. Can you tell me 3 things you love about Tinubu?
3 things. 3
what? No.
Yeah,
3 what?
3 things you love about him.
3 what? Say that again, please.
Give us 3 things you love about Tinubu. Just 3 things. Try.
Nothing.
That's the hardest question in the world, Babati. That's the hardest question in the world.
Nothing.
Okay. That's a difficult one. Yeah, you're right. But you see, those 3 things.
He likes his academic qualification. We don't like. I'm the swagger of Tinubu. Tinubu has swagger. Like I'm a boss. I don't know.
Because will offer you what they show by the below when was it me or
Remy Obaje, yeah, I mean, Mama, so Wọ́n máa bí ètò wà nú ẹ̀ kò bá bí fún mi, kò bá jẹ́ ọmọ mi.
Irọ́ rẹ̀ ní kọ́ ló fẹ́ dupsy yẹn gangan ló yẹ kó fẹ́. Fire. You will. In fact, I hope you breathe every day.
Èmi àti dupsy mi ò lè fẹ́ ọmọ Ondo. Mi ò lè fẹ́ ọmọ Ondo. Mi ò lè fẹ́ ọmọ Ondo. That is why mi ò fi, I mean, all my life, taste me, funfun ni taste me. So.
Okay. What's your say again?
I mean, funfun lèmi máa ń fẹ́, mi ò fẹ́ dídú.
You mean
Sell
from
out,
the state?
sell out. You sold out your own race. Go and find white.
No. It's just attraction meaning. I'm
So
always
white-
attracted to funfun.
White you fair white. White in your white.
I mean, funfun lèmi fẹ́. Ọmọ tí mo bí mix ni wọn.
Oh, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's a beautiful word
okay.
there.
You know, our culture. The man is the owner. You own the child anyway, so it makes no difference.
It's just me. Well, let me not go into all those people, but
Can I ask you a question? If
hold
you are
on.
not
You see,
outside
the problem the one so ni pé if the man ever ma interject me, I'm too sọ̀rọ̀ kó lọ́rọ̀ tá à ń sọ. Yeah, very kí
Now
sọ̀rọ̀
we're
tí
not
mo.
discussing white woman. Now, how did we get here? How did we get to white?
Ẹni kọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí, so ó ń bè lọ́wọ́ mi pé ọmọ wo ni ọmọ mi.
Can we move the vehicle back to politics,
Yeah,
please?
thanks.
Yeah, so about Tinubu, tell us what you
Okay,
love.
so the certificate scandal around his neck is an issue. Whether it's the same Tinubu, Bola, Tinubu that went to Tinubu that went to Chicago, and if it's the same Tinubu, Tinubu Adekunle, Bola Adekunle Tinubu, that is another thing. But we know him as Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So what happened to that he? That is another thing. The inconsistencies around this guy, right from when Fawemimi brought this thing up, till this very day, not see if there was anything that was said. The highest then was like, oh, initially it was supposed to be University of Chicago. He said, Chicago State University, and he said University of Chicago. That was how they died down the case then. And then they do their kangaroo, Lagos State legislative, they do whatever, and they swept it under the carpet. They said it was an error. He was not the one who filled it up. It was Fikuyam, who was that person that filled it out. And then,
Rational mind, please, can I interject?
Oh God, let me land now. That is on the certificate scandal. He's trying to give you an in-depth of what is surrounding him. Now, the one is submitted to INEC. He could have, okay, fine, call your school. If you went to Chicago, give me a copy. I lost the previous copy. I don't know where I put it. Abacha chased me out of Nigeria. I lost everything. So give me a new copy. No, he did not do that. He went to go and print out a fake one or whatever. He went to go and buy it online. Even though you own that certificate, what does it cost you to go and get the original? Why must you go and print out the fake and give to INEC? That's the problem. So you cannot provide fake thing like that. So what does it take if you know you own that certificate, that you had the same Bola Tinubu that went to Chicago?
Rational, where did he get the fake one from? Where did he hear that from?
Yeah, it's there. Go check on the it's part of the evidence that was tendered in court. If it was not, why was it tendered?
Rational mind.
Hold on.
I'm laughing the way you are just talking.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Yeah, you can laugh. You can counter it later when I'm done. So that is one on one side. Now, this guy, there's also issue of the drug case in the United States that was involved his accounts. I like an example somebody gave today when I was listening to a program. One of these YouTubers who was always talking about the chances of Tinubu or chances of any of those people in the court. The guy said, it's just like some people here have come here. Kolata is one of them. I've argued that with Kolata and some other people, and then our friend from German-speaking Yoruba guy from Cyprus. There, what's his name? Fatai. That he said, oh, it was the account. My goodness, what kind of dumb argument is that? And that was the same argument they said they proposed in their report. What they gave just to reply to.
Please, do you know you are among the people that is spoiling the image of Nigeria in diaspora? That Nigeria now, just let me finish, please. That Nigeria has just elected the drug dealer as their president.
Yes, that's the
You
one.
see, dude. You see,
Rational mind. Before you
why
continue.
do you don't allow me to finish
Rational
my
mind.
talk now? And
Rational mind.
just
A quick question for you. A quick question for you. You live in America, right?
Oh God.
If
Dude,
there is a
let's
court
go ask you a
case,
question.
no,
Let me
no,
land my
I just want a quick question. If there is a case in America and they have already closed that case entirely, it's done and sealed, and that verdict or whatever you say was not registered according to Nigerian constitution, was not registered in Nigeria. That means Nigeria does not care about anything that goes on in that angle. It was not registered, and you know inside your heart, this guy was never convicted for any offense in America. He was not sent to jail. He was not sent to anything. All this thing is just holding to a straw. And when you talk about certificate, you rational mind.
Even he wasn't in the court. He wasn't in court. He wasn't in the court. He didn't attend any court.
If you rational mind, if I suspect your certificate, I don't need to bother myself about your rational mind. I write to your university, and then your university will give me your transcript, your certificate, and everything. And that's what they have done. All these things you are saying, one fake certificate or no fake certificate, and one Adekunle or no Adekunle. There was a photo there. There's everything there. You guys are just holding to our straw.
Can I land?
No, because when you continue to spill this,
I'm not spewing it. You debunk it later. Let me just land my point. You see, you asked me a question. I'm going to debunk. Let me, please, Joe. Now, what I'm saying is this: that the issue of the certificate is one issue. You know, you talk about the Adekunle evidence. I think I'm done with that. The issue of his drug case that involved his bank account, just like somebody said today on that YouTube something that he did. He said it's just like somebody who got involved in an accident and he ran away. He used his car to hit somebody, and he ran away. Of course, they will impound that car, but the point is that person is also to be arrested. The car is not just the only thing that they will arrest. They will arrest the person if he's there, if they caught him there. So the same thing. You cannot extricate. I think that's the English word. Extricate Tinubu from his bank account. The bank account is not just come and go and call those drug dealers, come and put money in my account. Tinubu must have given his bank account.
I'm sorry, Rashama. Yes,
So
you
why
can.
didn't the Americans prosecute him?
Yes, you can.
Hold on. No, is that what?
Why didn't the Americans prosecute him?
No. Let me hear this guy.
You know better than the Americans, Abi.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
He knows everything.
Sorry,
Why
rational man,
Okay, so to rational mind.
Why there is a communication from the U.S. government that this guy does not have any case in America or have been
okay, you see, we get to that.
Okay, let me respond, rational mind. Okay, 1 second. See, it's an issue. I think Ogbeni says it all the time. You have to understand the law. It's not by your common sense or your logic that prevails. It's what the law says, rational mind.
Tell me the law has no common sense. Go on. Tell me. You that does not have the common sense or they have the common sense. Go on. Tell me. What is it?
No, I said it's not about common sense or logic. It's about what the law says. Do you understand the law enough to have an in-depth talk about it? You don't. So the notion that somebody had an accident, the analogy you're trying to give or paint does not really jam at all. Okay. The man was not convicted. It's quite clear, and he has no conviction. And perhaps, I think we also know that the statute of limitation is passed on this matter. You guys are just looking for something to hold on to, and hopefully the court is going to pass on it. No, newsflash, Russian mind. At the end of the day, the court is going to.
That is the obedient narrative now. Obedient narrative. They need to go and check their.
Don't worry, can I come in one
I'm sorry.
Let me wrap it up. So at the end of the day, the Nigerian courts are really going to concentrate on the election issue strictly. They may answer to all these little frivolous things here and there, but they have to go strictly to the numbers, and they're going to pass the judgment based on that. They're not going to disqualify no damn Tinubu because of some certificate and some other things as such. No, it's not going to work. So get used to it. Tinubu is your president and he's going to remain your president.
Not being that book crap. I should get used to what.
Can I come in real quick?
Get used to it.
Okay. Let's Patai. Go on.
Rational.
Patai, what happened? They mention your name, then you surface. What happened?
No, I've been hearing my name a long time. Mo sí lé wọ́n dẹ̀ ń kéèyàn mi kéré kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ everybody just make representation aside. Mo ní sí lórí panel they go dey say
kan
call
ní ẹ̀
somebody else
wọ́n
kàtà kí
forúkọ
ló
rẹ̀ jáde
ṣẹlẹ̀.
wá ọmọ kan ní ẹ̀.
Rational mind ọjọ́ wo la jẹ wá gíw àkáǹtì mi ò bẹ́ anybody á gíw àkáǹtì kí ló kàn mí àti àkáǹtì.
I have a photographic, I mean, is it a photographic experience? I mean, memory. Maybe not too well, but maybe like we are used to have. Money Ogun story. Yeah.
Pé I can argue account. We didn't argue account. Me and all my own argument is the whole thing is a crap, right? The whole document itself, I have read it over and over again, and everything
you
is a
once
crap.
said here, Fatai needs to know. You once said here, you and I remember that very day, you were even doing one man allowed you to present those paper, and we're going through them one. So you said the issue on ground is like it was his bank account that were just being that got involved in this. It doesn't not concern Tinubu. And I said no, it is not.
No. I said
we have the records here on this moment. People can
yes now, of course now, and I will tell you again. What I said that the guy opened an account, a money market account, right? And the account had a lot of interest. The interest was better than the normal savings interest. Now I said, even look at this guy. You are even supposed to praise him that he goes to the bank, have an account, you can negotiate for better interest because it was a what did they call it? Like when you sign your check for withdrawal, right? It's not the withdrawal on demand, because you can have your money kept with the bank, right? Before you make the withdrawal. The longer you can have your money with the bank can give you more interest. I was talking about how the money in the bank was improving, and they were like, what is this strange guy with this strange money? So I don't talk about whether it's account or it's not account. That's not even the issue. The issue is that it's all.
Fatai, before you go on, do you remember Kulata came?
And my point was that
Fatai,
America, rather than shitting on the guy, the US should apologize to Tinubu. Right, that's my point. I'm not saying whether it's account, who cares whether it's account. I'm saying that it was an expert thing. They should apologize to him for dragging his name through the mud. They should apologize to him for dragging his name through the mud.
Somebody was involved in money
for dragging his name through the mud. They had no case because they had no case, right? Excuse me, can I make my point? Here's my point. Whatever Tinubu, here's my point. Whatever, I was not there in America when Tinubu was there. I don't know what he was doing. But that case, it was a defamation. They defamed Tinubu with that case. That case is so rubbish, it's beyond belief. And America themselves, they wrote an agreement for Tinubu never to talk about it again. So when you see him it's there right in that document. My question was, why if Tinubu was caught with transacting drugs that goes to millions, so to go to over $1 million, we're not talking a 10 euro drug, we're talking over $1 million, right? What is America's interest in signing an agreement with him to not talk about it again? They don't want to talk about it. They don't want Tinubu to talk about it. They say he must not come after them again. He must never come after them. What does
that mean? What does that mean?
It means they wronged him. It means they wronged him. They did him wrong. That's what it means.
No, that's not what it means.
No, that's what it means.
No, that's not what it means.
That's what it means. They dismissed.
Hold on. God, dude, let us have conversation here. They said, we have taken this money from your account. Do not come after us again, talking about this money. That's what they said in that thing. But that's not
talking about the whole matter. Talking about the whole matter. Talking about the whole matter. Okay, let me explain. You know that this thing is two faces, right? So they went in the court without Tinubu, without him expertise. They went to court they seized the whole money originally without Tinubu's knowledge. It was Tinubu himself wanted to do a transaction in his account, and the bank said, "Hey, your account has been frozen, has been seized, everything like that." And he called them. I said, "Why did you why did you seize my money?" And then they go. So the court, what everybody is calling, they cut his money. No, it's not the court that gave a judgment. There is no court judgment. When he called them
dude,
back, then
what are
they
you talking
had
about?
excuse me, can I land my point? There was no court
You're
judgment.
misleading people. You're misleading
Excuse
people
me.
with this comment, with this statement.
Yeah, nothing. Go and read the document. I have read the document over and over. Excuse me.
Rational mind.
Excuse
If you have problem with Tinubu being president, you think he's not qualified, take your matter
Let
behind
me
it.
let
Stop coming here to
let,
disturb
let me. I just heard my name and I wanted to understand what is going on. I don't want nobody should get it twisted. I don't like people representing me. Let me
No,
just finish my this thing.
I didn't
So
misrepresent you because
it happens in
there's
two
a
cases.
record
It
here.
happens.
One man.
It
The
happens.
videos is
The
here.
case,
The videos are here.
the matter is in two phases, right? The first phase, they went alone in the court, ex parte, and they got a decision to freeze, to seize his account, and they seized it without his knowledge, ex parte. That is when they said all those stupidity they said in the paper. He's not there to defend himself. Those they said whatever they wanted to say. They say no objection. They just said anything they said. Everything make no sense. They said it's based on probability. What is that thing? Probability. No evidence. No nothing. Nothing. No evidence. Not single evidence. Not single evidence that is linked with anybody. Right. The only evidence they live together. They did $20,000 transaction from one account to one account. Whatever they say. So they say all that book crap, and they got the decision to seize the account. And when you go to court, you seize the account so that because you want to investigate before the money disappears. That is the rationale. Court will give you a decision to seize it, to keep the object of the whatever so that it doesn't disappear. So and that's the whole point of the seizing his money. Then he called back and said, "Why did you seize my money?" And then they went into a negotiation and say, and that's where the money is 32%, and that's the percentage of the original money. The original money that was seized, 1 point something million, they take 32% and they gave him back his money. That one is not a court decision. It was they settled and they took it back into the court and say, okay, court, we are not interested to go on with this case. This is the settlement we have reached. So they took that part of whatever.
Come on. This guy, don't stop this.
Excuse me, that is.
Would you stop this? Would you just stop this? Would you just stop this misleading?
Stop what? I'm
Can we
saying.
move on to some other conversation? Why do you have to be? Is this part of the topic?
No.
Thomas.
Thomas, ask question.
You guys know rational mind will not let you go.
Thomas,
Everybody have his
I just want to close it and leave. I like I said, I just came because I heard my name being represented.
Yeah, I know. Yes. Fatai, yes, give us.
Yeah. Let me just land the 1 minute. I'll just finish it and get out. So the second part, it was not a decision of the court. It was if the US take the settlement, take it back to the court. We have written an agreement to please enter this agreement into the court. And they enter the court and take and give him back his money and take 32% out of it, which was a money market account, which was from a money market account in which he had acquired interest and all of that into the account. Which he said he made his original money from when he did some with Deloitte. They pay him, I think, 800,000. They paid him in a consultancy or whatever. You can go and query that if you don't believe that that's where the original money came from. And that's it. And it was a settlement. And the settlement was, don't come back after us again over this matter. Let this matter go without prejudice or whatever was the terminology there. And that's it.
But before you move forward, can we question the US even with that assertion that we took the money, you can't come up, you can't come after us? What are they hiding? Why can't he come after them?
Exactly.
Because if he got the money,
Thank you, my brother.
If he got the money legitimately, why can't he question the US?
You get the point, my brother. The US did not because
that's the pattern.
He asked me.
I should give you the answer, right?
Because let me answer the question. If the US is so sure that they find you with drugs or dealing with drugs, going worth over millions, nobody's going to make an agreement. Oh, please don't talk about it again. Please don't talk about it again. Let's just close the matter. How? What is the interest? Don't talk about it again.
Is that how they said it?
Yeah, that's how they go and read document. Don't talk about it.
You're very
Tinubu must
comical.
not talk about it. Like nobody talked about it. Like
You're
nobody
very
come
comical,
to
Shadai.
talk about it. Everybody talking about this. The level of dumbness is incredible. But
Oh,
they
God.
can talk.
I would
They
I
can
would
be
divorce.
talking about anyway. It will go nowhere. It will go nowhere. So they can say Arukani, like say Aruka.
When is that? Please, guys. When is the?
Alaruka. Let him do his own.
When
Let
is
him do his own and leave the rest.
When is
Let him do his own.
But one very very love me when they down low on
when is the next court case? When is the next court hearing?
I think they just submitted their rebuttal. Was it yes?
I can't wait for this.
Tomorrow,
today or tomorrow.
Disturbing the whole country over case to
Lori. Serious? You better go to court. You better go to court.
Go now. They should go. They are there now. They will come back with nothing. They don't tell them it will be nothing.
That's what I'm mind. You guys are just destroying the image of Nigeria. Look at that South African journalist now. Look at the way they are not taking Nigeria seriously anymore because of you useless obedient.
Your country has lost its respect.
Even Russia that I was thinking maybe Russia will engage Nigeria. Russia is not even looking at Nigeria anymore because they are listening to you obedient all over the internet. Just rubbish. This can be giant of Africa.
When I call you people rascals, when I call you the Tinubu rascals and the Lagos rascals.
But we are behaving online like miscreants now.
Did you
see? Just mess up the image of Nigeria for no reason.
Who are people behaving like a miscreant now? Look at me.
Come on.
You guys are so losers, man. This election, let's move on.
I'm talking like an informed person and talking with respect. Look at this one now. Mike just call me idiot. Idiot.
I didn't call you idiot too.
Hey, you just say obedient now. Is that what you said?
No,
if I'm an obedient,
obedient and idiot are the same word.
Which I'm not an obedient, but my people who we all see eye to eye on as a case of Obi that we are, I'm obedient.
All the propagandists, liars.
You see, anybody's a propagandist. You guys are the propagandists.
Now lie, it's a lie. It's not everybody. It's obedient people.
You've hijacked every platform. Platform like one man's platform.
Let me ask you. According to your own logic, they said Obi won Ogun State.
Hold on now, Sherry.
No. Is that true? No. Hold on.
I will not be jumping around on topic. Ask me a question.
Thomas,
give me three reasons that.
Yes.
I'm killing. What's up with this dividend day? That another idiot that just come on.
Oh, that idiot guy. That we supposed to even talk about him. That guy is a non-entity, man. That guy is that guy is so no. You saw me there now. You saw me there. I was forced to sign in. That what is this guy is talking about? He's so naive.
He's become a business now. They all partnering people so they can be collecting donations. That's all.
Come on, you want my honest opinion. You want my honest opinion.
Hold on.
You continue.
I follow this guy called Ned. He used to do like a very small travel video like this. Like
that guy is
another thing. Before he had about 10K subs. Because I used to follow him back in the days. The guy has over 100,000 and all his videos get about 80K views. Obi. He's making money. He's moved away from travel.
That is a big business.
Obi now. He's making money. 80K, 100K.
That's what I mean. You can be making money.
You know what? How much one man is worth with his platform here? If you go and Google it, one man is worth a lot because of you this Tinubu rascals. Yeah?
Iwoma was pandering for business. After all this everyday show that he's doing, he would have made at least $1 million right now.
Do you know how much they pay for behind the scene that he will come here and give us some thumbnails? Oh, Tinubu has improved Nigeria. Tinubu
that's what I mean. Don't say what you don't know.
You know me now. You know
me. Hold on, Mike. Let's just have discussion about that guy. I was listening. I was so disgusting. It'd be like say make I enter that television and give him a dirty slap slap this
Where was
stupid
this that Thomas? Where was this?
on Rudolph channel.
I don't go there anymore. I don't go to that.
This guy is so naive, so stupid, so myopic.
Thomas, Rudolph
Is it David? Is it David
Rudolph
Dane?
is a very
David Dane, yes.
No. Rudolph is a very smart guy, but he does this that.
Omo 1990. Omo 1990. Omo 1990.
No, forget
Egbe àbúrò mi is just talking rubbish.
Forget age for a second. I blame Rudolph for this because you will bring people on. You know that they're not making any sense, but because of viewership, you bring all these clowns on your panel, and you have all these people talking crap on your show. I don't go there. I don't.
And they will lie. You won't even correct them. They will tell like
and
obvious
they're lying,
lies,
they
and you
know.
just let it flow.
So I'm like, what is this guy doing? I say you're a journalist. I'm like, forget this guy, Jerry. I just go there.
I don't even need to waste my time coming there.
Babati, I feel like we should change the discussion and discuss more progressive policies.
Yeah, all this. Okay.
Dude,
Really,
don't
because
come here and say we should do
rational
Please
mind.
not progressive.
There's nothing progressive here. But there's nothing
Give me
progressive
breathe.
anything you want to tell us here. We're talking
Let me
progressive.
breathe, rational
You
mind.
will
Let me
breathe. Wàá breathe mi ò fẹ́ lọ́rùn pa. Let us not progressive.
Rational mind, you're gonna apply for job with David Day. The guy will employ you, man.
Rational mind. Let me breathe. The thing is, why do you people repeat the same thing over and over again? It's not working any longer. You have said this guy is a drug dad, this and that. It's not working any longer. I believe at this point in your career too, you don't put your certificate forward as what you have done before. You put your experiences. As part of what you've done before. Please, let's move on. Okay, let's move on. You can't be lamenting it. Tinubu is not an entry level. Hold on. Tinubu is not an entry level politician. He's not looking for an entry level job.
You said go to court. You said go to court. Is that what you said? Hold on.
Yeah. So why are you making online noise?
Then why are you making noise?
You mean noise?
Okay.
Why are you online? It's online court.
Okay, will you allow me to talk now?
Is this your courtroom? Yeah.
Exactly. Come present your facts there.
You will not allow me to talk. You ask a question now.
Just give me 1 minute, please. Today, they are adopting their final addresses in court. Nobody's speaking about that. PDP removed your Labour Party guy because he's not on register. Nobody made noise. PDP did not even make noise. In Delta State, it happened in Delta State. The tribunal has removed one of the LP House of Assembly members. PDP is not making noise. They are pursuing their case in court legitimately without noise. So why are you making noise online? Give us a breather. Let us breathe, please.
Okay, are you done talking?
Yeah.
Okay. So the same thing I will ask you people to shut the hell up, because you people come here on the same platform and platforms like the other platform, the Batify platform. You come here and you spill crap, and then you want us to keep quiet when you can continue promoting.
We are not Batify. Where are you getting this notion from?
No,
I am not Batify.
Thomas.
I can see myself. I am not Batify.
Stop now. We know where you don't need to tell me.
No, don't say no. You remember one day we almost fought on this platform.
Fine.
Stop it.
Okay.
I am not Batify.
It's okay.
Cut me out. I'm not Batify.
Okay, so you say you are not Batify. No problem.
Yes, I am not Batify.
Hold on. I said the Batified come here. You will say you are not.
No. You always classify all of us together. You no.
Speak for yourself.
When we are joking, we can talk it jokingly. But you always mean it that I'm not Batify. I will never be Batify.
Yeah, you clear that part for yourself. So those who are Batify, they come here and they kind of spill crap, and then you want to force it down our throat.
What is the crap? Give us an example of the crap.
So many crap. Look at what.
Give us an example now.
Oh my God, dude, let me speak.
We give you an example of your own crap. Give us an example.
He was asking a question. Thomas asked a question.
Okay, yeah, just what I thought. You don't have example.
Yeah, you see, boy,
you just throw buzzwords. That's what he does. You just throw buzzwords.
This is the rascality I'm talking about. And
those niggas don't stop, man. You say nothing. You just talk in circle. That's all. You talk in circle and then you land on Tinubu. That's it.
Is it not what you asked me? You asked me about Tinubu. Is that what you asked me?
No, you will say nothing. But you're at the end of the conversation. That's it.
Sorry, guys. See, Rashnaman, see, Remy said something earlier about you dominating conversation. You and Pansat, you have a way to stay
It's
on the
because,
topic forever.
hold on, it's because you people target us, people like myself, because we're
No,
only
no,
loyal
no,
to the
They
minority.
will talk in a circle.
you purposely invite that also so you can be the main point of discussion and you take
Yeah,
time
so
for
there
it.
you go. So there you go. So if you know that, then why you
They are
asking me
looking for attention.
Yes.
They are looking for the one they are doing now. They are looking for global attention.
Oh, let me be going. Let me now be going because I know I cannot continue with you here.
Actually, too heavy.
Yeah, you said
So,
what?
rational mind. What I will tell you is,
There's nothing you tell me. There's nothing
wait.
you
Hold
tell
on,
me.
hold on. Please, when you get back to your caucus meeting, please let them change
Of course.
strategy.
Hey, Umba want to go
Yes,
to the meeting.
yes, exactly. No. Let them. It's one thing. They are not. Labour Party is not politically smart. You need to change your strategy at this point in time to be a viable opposition. There's the reason why we call you opposition. Opposition is you look at the policies that have been rolled out, you give your own input and see that you can do better. That's you position yourself in such a way that people will be considering that okay, you have smart people in your midst, but it looks like you don't have smart people because you're always facing Tinubu's. You're not policing his policies. You're just facing his personality.
It's
Or he's a
because
drug dealer. So
Do you know what baffles me about the obedience? Please hold on. What baffles me about the obedience? They leave election issue. You won the election. I win the election. Tell us how you win the election. They are going to mundane and not nonsense.
Things that
What
have
is
nothing to do
drug
with election.
deal?
Have you been following
What is drug deal in America
Thomas,
has got to do with election?
they say they won. They
Thomas.
won in Ogun State. I got
Let's rational man land. So
He's
rational
not
man will
going to
not let
land
us.
now.
You just
I
asked
was
the
the one
question now.
speaking.
You've not been you're not following the election tribunal. There were so many documents that were submitted. They disputed River State. Hold on, they disputed River State, Lagos State, and many of the states, and they submitted evidence.
Rational man, let me ask you this. Why do you think Tinubu didn't bring any witness?
Okay,
He
thank you.
didn't do anything.
Okay, good.
Because he knew all what Labour Party is doing is just stupidness.
Yeah, here you
Nothing
go.
will turn this election over.
There you
Nothing.
go. That's not what
Nothing.
that's not what it is. That's what I'm saying. You're not.
Tinubu won the election fairly, squarely. He won the election.
No.
You can't tell me Peter Obi will win election. We said it that Peter Obi cannot win.
You will not allow me to speak. You ask me a
Thomas, you
question.
know the funny thing? They will say they won the election, and we ask them, okay, how did you win? They'll start talking to you about
It's
drug.
just frustrating.
They'll start talking
Let me
about
say
drug
this.
in Chicago.
Mike, Daily, Rational Mike, hold on, please. Daily Farotimi came on Rudolph television, or Rudolph channel. Everybody was just massaging his ego. Thank you.
Those guys are looking for money now.
Nobody asked him that. How did Peter Obi won this election? This stupid guy Udein came last week. Nobody asked him that. How did he win the election? Nobody. They are just thanking him. Your brain is okay. You are intellectual. You all this nonsense. But
Oh,
how did this guy win this election? Nobody is telling us.
But will you allow me
It's just
I get it. I
frustrating.
get it right now. Quickly. So Rashnaman wants Tinubu disqualified, not because he didn't win the election. No, I get it. Okay.
No, that's what they want now. If you ask how did they win the election, they start talking to you about something that has nothing to do with election, like a drug in Chicago, certificates. So certificate is how you won the election, abi?
Hold on. You see, this is what you people do a lot. You don't allow me to talk.
You are not talking nothing. There's nothing you want to say now that we haven't heard before.
It's nothing. No, it's not something you've heard before. It's very glaring.
Tell us something new. Go ahead. Tell us something new.
You're not even following the court case.
Go ahead.
I've given you two already. I was on the second one when Fatai came in and jumped on me and then he was pounding on me. That he never said it's fine. No problem.
Did you read?
God, would you please allow me to speak? Would you allow me to speak?
Hold on, Kumi. Hold on. With that interjection, let's Rational Mind told us a new thing that we haven't heard before. Yeah.
You want a new thing and you have not heard before. You
Do
asked me,
something new.
give me three things. I said, you asked me, give me three things that show that
We are asking you now. Don't ask us.
Nothing new to hide.
Don't
Nothing
ask
new
us
to hide.
now.
Irrational, it's how you dominate the conversation. You know,
They're asking,
Can I talk?
they're asking us. No,
Can I talk?
you, not us. You.
Can I talk? I'm not going to give you anything new except what is on in court. Of course, most of you must have heard it. What Obi is challenging in court. But I'm giving you, said, give me three things, and I'm giving you three things from that thing they presented to the court that will very likely disqualify Tinubu. I've given you the issue of his certificate that is supposed to, that he claimed that he owns, but he could not get the original. I don't know whatever the same blunder he did back in 1998. I mean, 1998, 99 through 99, that he submitted to INEC. That almost cost him his governorship. Then again, the issue about the money laundering that was dangling on his neck in the United States, and we see how that plays out. Also, the third one is the issue of around this what's it called? This issue. I could give you four of them, but the third one is the issue of Shetima, because the timeline of Shetima and when he submitted his form and when INEC accepted it, it was beyond the 14. If people are not factoring what APM even brought recently too, that is a place in the Constitution, the Electoral Act that says that you must be able to bring your replacement or whatever, your vice president within 14 days, which he exceeded. All those things were going to stand against him, except if the court is being by over, because it is there in the electoral act. And then, Thomas, lastly, the one you're talking about the issue of the in the tribunal that did they prove that he won the election, that he won the majority? Well, they gave you 18,000 blood results, which in their report, in their final address that they said, they were saying that they did not say that if it's yes or no. They said the court does not have jurisdiction over that. No, that's not the issue. These were duly certified by INEC, that INEC gave it to them, that these were blood results, that they could not even see the figures on it. But when the numbers are allocated to Tinubu from there, that he won the election in some of these 18,000 polling units. So, but we can't say anything. We can't even see anything on that.
So, Rashidama, does that really make sense to you? That they allocate votes? Does that?
Dude, what are you talking about? Did you even listen to what I said? Did you listen?
I know. Yes, I was just asking you. Does that make sense?
Those
they allocate votes.
Hold on. Go to those 18,000 polling units that the results were blood. Tinubu or whoever win that, they declare winner for those places. Either it's Obi or either it's Tinubu. The result on the sheets were all blood results. You can't even read it. So what is the figure? How did we know that it was Tinubu or it was Obi that won that polling station? It's not there. So that election needs to be counted. We need to count the figures. However amount it is, we need to count it and deduct it from all of them. And then we're going to see how that's going to drop Tinubu down. And then the issue, other one is submitted in what's it called? Like in Edo State, in River State, in Benue State, which even the IRA shows that Obi won them, not even Tinubu. And then we're going to talk about Taraba State, Adamawa State, and even somewhere in some other northern states where the figures were falsified. Even Plateau State is there. So you don't have, they submitted a lot of documents which you don't even know. You're not following it. So, but I'm giving you that for me, the one I'm holding on to, those three things, is that the Shetima one, these fake certificate that is submitted that they could not go and go update the real one, that we went to go and do Pinterest, go and buy one online and submit to, because the signature, the one that they will issue from, okay, fine, he is Tinubu that went to that Chicago University, but why can't you get the original? Why do you have to go and get the one they print out from some fake website and give to? That is falsification. That has disqualified so many candidates. Disqualify them for presenting fake results. If you own it, why don't you go and get the original? So we're going to see how the judges are going to rule on that. So, and then the issue of the money laundering, even the way the final address they give to that, it doesn't even hold water. Can be saying that you cannot do that. If you do that, you disqualify. I mean,
so this is how you won the election, Abi.
The 25%. You see, listen. Finally.
National mind. Everything.
You won the election through money laundering.
In conclusion, let me just say this conclusion. I'll let you talk. Now, my conclusion is this: that what they are doing is this. If we cannot prove to them, if what will be presented to them as to all the figures that they give to Tinubu in that election, that they are false. If the judges could not agree with them on that, the issue of Shetima is another one we're banking on If the court cannot agree on that, the issue of the 25% is another one. How do you reach that? You don't have 25% in Abuja. How will you rule on that one? If that one does not work, then the issue of his certificate scandal, at least one of them should pin on it. You cannot tell me all these 4 counts, except maybe he has bought these judges. One of them must spin on this guy.
National man, that's my problem with you guys. He has bought the judge. What? Oh God.
So, or a judging, begin or something. What are you trying to say? Well,
But somehow judge, does that mean Tinubu will buy the judge?
I beg you, forget that thing. I beg you. Are we baby today?
That's your opinion. I respect it. That's all right.
You don't have to respect me. Don't patronize me, Thomas.
I know it's your opinion now because we are pushing back on you. You thought maybe we are just
let me ask you a question.
I think the
wait, let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If they rule against Peter Obi, will you accept the judgment?
Well, the thing is, there's nothing I can do.
No. I'm just
Hold on now. You ask me a question now. Okay, are you done with your question?
Yes or no? No, don't do that.
I'm not going to answer I'm not going to give you a yes or no, but I'll give you an answer. This is my answer. It's going to be yes if they rule against Tinubu. Yeah, why not? If they rain against Obi, that all those cases that he bring forward, no one is going to pin on him. That no one disqualifies him or gets him out of the whole race. Then no problem. I will understand that we are in the same problem.
Will you accept? No. I'm saying, will you accept the judgment?
I won't accept it, but I'll just let it go like that.
Man, yeah. You know what? Let's move on. Let's just do
I won't accept.
I don't want
to. But by saying I won't accept does not mean I will go against him or I will go and start this. Say I will continue my opposition to him like I've always done here on other platforms. But that I would like say no, he's not my president anymore. Not gonna everything. No, he's the president. The court has declared him as the president. No problem as that. But that I'll accept him. That really in my own heart of hearts that he is that president. No, forget it.
But for the sake of the country, you will just let it go. For Nigeria,
I'll just let it go. I just let it go. They declared him well. They said there's nothing they cannot be. Why not? Sure.
Would you then help us to educate your fellow?
No, I'm not going to educate anybody. Don't forget me. Don't get me crap.
So they can accept.
I don't do immoral person. I don't allow immoral person to
help educate them about what you just accepted. Is what I'm saying.
Now what?
That they should just move on like you will move on.
I'm not gonna, that's what I'm saying. I won't educate anybody. It's left for anybody to
for your country, for the love of your country,
in their own heart, in their own mind.
For Nigeria, that's what I'm saying. For your country, just to help, to help spread the word.
Spread what word? That Tinubu is the Messiah.
That your man lost. That
Tinubu is the Messiah. That he has won in the court.
No. I didn't say Messiah. I'm saying stay on the court case now.
Baba T.
That's what.
National man, bill.
What you doing there? You there? What you doing?
You are still waiting for the one document. When Tinubu is facing coup in Niger, you are waiting for document.
Adewale, on that, do you know that Mali and Burkina Faso are joining forces with?
Ajekunya no oje. I think Burkina Faso, and they shared all of them together. Ajekunya. Watch and see.
National
wide. See now, you see when Tinubu kept going to France and
read the meaning here.
There you go.
Wait a minute. Did you buy a new mic? Oh, when I let you.
You guys would let me.
No. Baba T. Debale ti ń ṣe bí Bobrisky lẹ́jọ́ mẹ́ta.
Thomas, don't do that.
Ohun Bobrisky nìyẹn. Yeah, go on, Adewale.
You know, sometimes we need to read between the lines. You remember when Tinubu went to Paris, kept going to Paris. And when he eventually attended the summit in Paris, you watch the body language, the way the Macrons greeted him and welcomed him. That means that that wasn't the first time both of them will be meeting. So they must have met a couple of times. What if that ECOWAS is also going to be fighting a proxy war on behalf of the Western war. What? Because I look at it, it seems the West, Paris, America, are in support of what West African ECOWAS are doing. Now, is it going to be easy? Probably not. AU joined in that communique that was issued for yesterday. Um, the Economic West Africa, the French section of the economic group, also joined. Though you also have what do you call these people? EMH or something like that. They also joined. So you have the commission of the ECOWAS, you have the commission of AU, you know, uh, strictly defending, democracy. So what I foresee is going to happen is that the Western worlds are going to provide, um, and because I look at it this way again. Both France and America has military base in Niger. They didn't interfere, right? And Tinubu, the first outing that was going to make after he emerged as the chairman of the ECOWAS, he carved out his own foreign policy by saying that ECOWAS would not tolerate coup. So he drew the line on the day one that he graced the, international stage. So in my head, I'm kind of like, okay, let me put one or two together. So there's a possibility that Tinubu must have had the backings of the Western countries. However, even though America has um, military base in Niger, they're not going to be fighting war. Who is much closer to Niger? We. So they're probably going to use us to fight the war, or probably use us to prosecute the war by providing finances and weaponry to do that.
Adewale,
And
can I ask you a question?
yeah, go ahead.
Do you think if America wants those soldiers that took the office to get out of the office, do you think all they have to do is just a phone call and say, "Hey, get out of there"?
No, it's not going to work that way. I mean, it's still a sovereign country, it's still a
Wait.
sovereign land.
Wait. If you telling me,
No,
wait,
if you
wait. You telling me if America announce to those guys like, "Hey,
what
get out of
interest
that
does
office and put
America
the
have?
president back," they will
What
say no.
in
To hell with that.
no what interest does America have to pick up the phone and tell them you need to do this for us? That I
What do you
mean, they
mean?
don't have no
No,
no
no.
stand.
You made a statement. Said the Western countries are trying to use
Yeah, they're using
Tinubu
it
to go
indirectly.
and take out the guy.
You know what?
And the Western country
It's
go to America, right?
They will now use
yes.
and dump you, Abi. So they like me one.
No,
No, no, no, no,
see,
no, no, no.
no, we are
Following
too.
now.
We
Yeah,
are
look,
no, not. Wait now. See, you guys wait. You see, only thing, the major thing American export the most is democracy, right? They use the under the disguise of that to exploit these poor countries. We're talking about the uranium that has been explored from Niger, right? So they come and tells you, hey, take this money. We want to deepen democracy in your country. However, we needed your raw materials, right? But if you look at it, what does the USA tend to lose if they don't have an ally in Niger or in the Sahel area? They have a lot to lose. Even France itself, they have a lot to lose. I watched the protest on the YouTube, and who do you see most at the protest? The youth, the younger one that has no idea. They don't even know their left hand to their right hand. They are being used as proxy to achieve whatever aim they are trying to achieve. They are the one attacking the French embassy. Hardly you will see an adult in their 40s, 50s standing on the road, burning tires and doing all that. So what does that tell us? It tells us that this thing is beyond, what we are seeing on the surface. Now, they have the backing of the Russia, and Russia is not being categorical about their stand because they have their mercenary already in the neighboring country and they are willing. I mean, who is going to pick up the tab of Wagner if they decided to come to the aid of the juntas? So someone else is going to pick up the tab, right? So and who would that be? The paymaster who invited. I watched in display, African head of state graciously uh, uh, accepting Putin's invitation, just like they did to um, Biden. So if you're going to have a summit for Africa, where else are you supposed to have it? It's a show of power. You didn't just do it one day, you extended it to second day, right? To the point that you display the country's weapons and machinery's might. So what does that means is that Russia is saying, look, I am ready to have you guys as my ally. I will give you this. I will ensure this. And I saw Ramaphosa smiling, grand from here to here. And I said, now they never leave us. They've left us. And America is going to be watching us all smiling and just like, you guys don't know nothing. By the time Russia is done with you, in fact, you won't even recognize yourself. And that gives that speaks to what is happening now in this Niger of a thing, because they have the boldness, because they found ally that is ready and willing to wrestle power from their colonial paymasters. So I think ECOWAS, what do Nigeria in particular, because it seems the chairman of ECOWAS at the moment, being our country president, I could say that we've been mentioning Tinubu all day long. This is a joint decision. This is not just a chairman said everybody do this. No, yes, Nigeria will pick up the third. Nigeria will lead when it comes to the sub-region, but it was a joint decision for every head of state in the West African to, go ahead with these sanctions and the communique that was issued. And AU also joined. They both of them attended the summit, extraordinary summit. So, to me personally, Tinubu is facing the toughest challenge of his presidency. It's so terrible that it's happening so soon that he has assumed office. And this is something that was delayed. So all this thing is not happening at instant, upon instant. This is something that is culminating.
So Niger is the toughest challenge of his.
Dewale, so what happens when I think he's going to overcome this? Let's say
Definitely
he's able to stabilize West Africa. What does that do to his legacy overall?
How does that even help the interest of? How is that in interest of Nigeria?
No. This is what I'm trying to get at. Of course, it's pay to play. Like okay, listen, the West. If you want me to help you out in this situation because I have leverage, what is it? What is it in for me? What is in for Nigeria? So we should. That's our
Nothing.
leverage.
For
We should have
Nigeria.
See,
Before
there is something.
you interject, I want to answer Babati real quick before you interject. Babati, if you are not in Nigeria, right? You are not in Nigeria. You have nothing to do with Nigeria, and you have it in mind to invest in Africa or let's say in Nigeria, right? And you as a foreign person, you see the neighboring country of Nigeria going to flame, close in proximity to Nigeria. Are you still going to be willing to put your money down in Nigeria?
Come on, man. That's a weekend.
No, it is not. It is not. You see, we always downplay. We always downplay.
So Nigeria is going to be keeping peace in all this country because.
Let me
Come
reply
on.
to that question
Listen
now.
now.
No, you
So the Boko Haram in Nigeria is not enough reason for Nigeria to think investors will not want to come to Nigeria. So you are
Of
telling me
course
the disaster in Niger. And secondly, the so-called coup in Niger is not really a disaster in Niger. It's not like a civil war going on in Niger. So this is your point about investors will not want to come to Nigeria. So
When
Nigeria
you
should come
have
through
political
the
instability,
coup plotter because come on, man.
when you have political instability
Yeah.
in a region, when you have
It's not instability.
That's not instability, man. That's just a coup d'etat. That's overthrow of government.
So what do you call that?
It's not instability.
Hey, Mike.
Changing of government is not instability.
It's not instability. Is like when there's crisis, like war going on and danger. So what does that? How does that stop?
Changing of government is not political instability.
Okay.
Bro, okay. Listen. They change government and they move on with their life. So investor that wants to come to Nigeria will say because there's a coup in Niger, I'm scared to go to Nigeria to go and invest.
People don't get these things. You think the way it happens in Burkina Faso is none of our business, but it happens in
they want to listen now. Nobody's saying it's none of our. What I'm saying is that our approach should be measured, diplomatic at first, then maybe necessarily military down the road. But it should not be the
Babati,
first thing you do. Is
Yeah,
what I'm
Babati,
saying.
but
Yeah.
can I interject
the
please?
previous issue has not worked out well. That's why they decided, you know what, we are going to apply force.
Previous what? The man who become president it's barely 2 months
Babati,
ago. Yeah,
Babati,
go on, yeah.
Babati. The truth is, Tinubu has given open channel for diplomatic engagement before now, before the 1 week ultimatum that he gave them. So automatically, after diplomatic negotiations does not, if he doesn't, they don't succumb to diplomatic negotiations, they have to actually use force. The truth is, if Tinubu can successfully maneuver this thing, you've always been advocating for we penetrating the francophone countries, having to do deals with, sit at the table with their paymasters. It gives us the leeway to actually enter and be like a big brother for West Africa. If Tinubu is successfully able to overcome this, then it makes ECOWAS much more stronger, and that means Nigeria will have
AY, but
more influence.
how you do it is my issue. How you do it matters.
So the truth
I'm not
is,
I'm not
I,
against it, but how you
I
do it
looked at
matters.
for this guy, these coup plotters, they don't have a strong support base yet. I look at their statements, their support base, they are open. Russia would give them a backing. So, and you tell me Russia also has interests. Niger is a smaller interest compared to a wider interest Russia has, especially looking for the UN African Summit. So Niger is still small compared to advantage of backing Niger over a region like Nigeria, a powerhouse like Nigeria. Putin is not going to risk like that. I'm not sure Putin is going to give that kind of backing to back one small country against Nigeria, even though Nigeria is pro-West. And I don't think Putin will also want to buy back something like all this kind of coups, because there was an attempted coup against Putin, a move against Putin too in the last few weeks, and it was quelled. So he also understands the need for political stability. I'm not sure that the backing they are hoping for from Russia would scale through, because even Russia needs stability of the region to be able to trade, do other things, advance their own interests too. And we can see that Tinubu's position is being neutral. Vice President was talking to Putin, Tinubu was talking with US, and it's making us is projecting the power that we have our own independent mind and everybody is welcome to play at the table. So I believe that these guys will go. They don't have the force. They are hoping that Russia will give them the backing. And if Russia does not give them the backing, they are going to lose woefully. They don't have the solidarity of all the army yet. The army are just bending to them. Niger army is just bending to them because that's all they see for now.
I even heard that they are divided. The Nigeria's armies are divided now.
Exactly. Because and they will not afford to, they have only 12,000 military might. Just 12,000 compared to ECOMOG, compared to even division of Nigerian army is even sufficient for them.
All right, I'm with
Looking
you,
at Air
but
Force too.
let's exhaust every diplomatic means
They,
necessary before we go into war. That's what that's what I'm saying. Just before we actually make that move,
But they put both on the table.
no, and when we do, it must be a joint effort amongst African nations. Ghana, everybody has to chip in. It cannot be just Nigeria only invading a country. No, it has to be everybody in that
it's not
ECOWAS
Nigeria,
coming
it is
together.
ECOMOG.
Okay, right.
ECOMOG is
Okay,
different from Nigeria.
okay. I know that
ECOMOG
makes
is
more
being
sense
funded
to
by
me.
all other
I agree with you. The argument I had earlier was this idea of Nigeria just going it alone into Niger. That's the issue
no,
I had. Like,
Nigeria
They
is
will
not there.
never go
ECOMOG has
alone.
their own air force. They have their
yeah,
it's a
that
combination
no,
of all the chief of
Nigeria is
defense
pretty much
staffs.
ECOMOG. We are pretty much ECOMOG on a bigger base. It's just pretty much, but we need more from Ghana, please. Ghana has to come up. Ghana, do
But
something.
it has the input of all the chief of defense, because all the other chief of defense are already meeting and they're already strategizing. If the guy does not come down in 1 week and they
Don't
activate
worry.
ECOMOG,
The
that's
Burkina
all.
Faso said a declaration of war. They haven't said war yet. I mean, apart from their common, which country supported them in Africa?
Wait. Here's the issue here. If we can take down Niger Republic, but Burkina Faso will feel threatened. They will, that means you must go to that country as well and do the same thing. Then the other one, you
No,
cannot
the
do
thing
one by one.
is, Babati, I
Right.
think this will be. I believe that Tinubu should go all out because Mali is in a transitional phase. So the Malian general backing Niger is giving a pointer to that
God
all
bless you,
the
my brother.
plans for to transit to democracy was just a
I mean,
facade.
the Malians have what do you call it? Right from
A
day one,
transition,
they have yeah, they already have that
a
mandate that this is
transitional. They're
what we
already
are here
trying
for.
to turn.
We're
Yes,
here to
exactly.
create
So they are not
stability and
backing
all that.
Niger.
So,
Exactly.
but these ones just came. They don't even know what they wanted yet. They haven't come up with anything concrete yet. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that would have
Diwali,
been the
do
point of
you agree with me
negotiation.
that if you go to Niger, you must go to Burkina Faso as well? You
Well,
have
it
to.
depends on
Yes,
what
you
You
Burkina
should.
have
Faso
You should go
no,
to the
is.
no,
tree.
because they will feel threatened now. Why do you think they're
No,
supporting
no,
Niger
no,
right
no,
now?
no, no, no. See, I was watching uh
They are forming
Putin.
alliance already. Like,
Wait
come
now.
on.
Wait, yes, they are, but let's get this thing straight. I was watching Putin's summit, African summit in Russia, and the Burkina Faso's head of state was also there. That young guy, I think he's in his 30s or so. I was addressing Putin. I was trying to, get an idea of, he's already, presenting himself, being a legitimate leader of Burkina Faso. I think the reason why um, uh, ECOWAS not really bothered about Burkina Faso per se is like the economic influence in the sub-region actually is probably less than 5%. So, and
They
also
are
to look
small
at
boys.
what is the significance of Burkina Faso. We're talking about Niger. Niger is in the strategic, even though they are
How
poor,
is Niger strategic for West Africa?
they have resources. They
For
have
who?
resources.
Who's for West Africa or for other countries?
Yeah, they have resources that other Western worlds are exploiting.
Really? Nigeria is exploiting Niger's uranium.
I mean,
Western
is that not
countries.
exploitation?
Western countries.
Are you
Fam, we are
saying no? You're saying West African countries. I mean,
We're discussing
I mean,
other
Niger.
in
Western
West Africa,
countries.
I'm talking about in the West Africa. And
But
no.
I mean,
You're
if
saying
that
the reason.
if
Wait. Let me make sure I understand you. You're saying the reason we in the West Africa we're not taking Burkina Faso as serious as we are taking Niger serious is because Niger has resources. Is that what you said?
yes, they have resources. Apart from that,
but it's for the but that's
political purpose
no.
also.
Wait.
That's
Wait. Hold on. Let's not fly that. You said but those resources that they have is it's not benefiting West Africa. It's benefiting
of
the
course
West.
I know
So
that.
what's
I know
the
that.
point?
Also, if they are not occupying any strategic position, both America and France won't have that place as their base, right? So they could as well go to Ghana or go to somewhere else where they know there will be stability. So they purposely choose that area because of the proximity to the other Sahel countries and also in the West, in the core West. So that's why I says you occupy a strategic position than Burkina Faso, and then coupled with the economic importance of Niger, Burkina Faso has nothing. So that's my argument. So they can't let it go into the hands
I
of
think
rascals.
there's no country in Africa that doesn't have anything. I believe Burkina Faso has land resources as well.
Even if they have land, they don't have that they don't hold that position that
But
important position like.
So basically we should not care enough because they
And
don't make
also,
it.
I'm not saying they shouldn't care
What
about.
happened to
See,
so Nigeria should not care about Burkina Faso, they only care about Niger
come on
because
now,
no,
Niger.
no, no, no. See,
come
I'm
on,
not even
man.
talking about Nigeria now. I'm not even talking. I'm talking globally now. I mean,
No.
why that was
We are
when
discussing West Africa
the
now.
Burkina Faso's case happened. They talked about it, but they didn't generate this uproar like it's generated
Wale,
today.
we are West Africans now. Forget the world. We're discussing West Africa now. As Nigerians, you should care about them as well. You can't just say because they are 5% or 2%.
You know, the funniest thing is that Nigeria, at a point, used to be in the position of these guys, and we clamor, we agitate, and they say, we want to be self-governed, and here we are, 2023.
Right.
History is repeating itself in all these smaller countries that
And
are
it's our
yet
duty
to
to save
understand.
them now. We are
No,
the
no,
big
no,
brothers,
no.
right?
Well, you see, what we are trying, like Mike now, Mike is thinking of why should we even get ourselves bothered about these
No.
people?
I want us to get ourselves involved. Just different, not the same way.
Any means necessary to deepen democracy. The bottom line is that
No. Dwale, listen. I see. Hold on. I see an opportunity. You There's no way on God's earth Tinubu will go there for free for democracy. F that. F democracy.
Exactly.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't push democracy.
Excuse me. I must
Babati,
benefit from helping you now. I must benefit from that.
Babati, trust Tinubu that Tinubu is negotiating. And let me tell you some of the things that we don't. Let me tell you some of the things this thing will propel. It will propel like, sometimes there are some military security weaponry that we are trying to get access to as a regional, as a country within this West African region that we've not really had access to, because of Buhari's positioning, in the last 8 years. Look at Tinubu's positioning now. Trust that over the course of time, if this issue is resolved, the issue of terrorism, getting access to advanced weaponry to actually, solidify the West African regional security architecture and Nigerians' security architecture, deepen it so well. I think Tinubu will leverage on this situation to actually advance that course with the West and to get support in terms of funding and all of that. Because Nigeria is not going to do this for free. EU has interest, UN has interest, America has interest, AU has interest. Of course, they're going to support with funding. And trust us, we'll maximize the funds very well. And in terms of, we'll negotiate very, very well. So the thing is, in terms of, we'll probably also get advanced training to, when this insurgency is dealt with, so that it doesn't raise its head again. So it's a plus for us if we can win the war at the long run. It's a plus for us, but it's something we have to fight. And I think Tinubu should just use the opportunity to extend this warning to those two. He should restore order in Niger and as well give them a timeline to transit Burkina Faso and Mali to transit to democracy. That's it. Once they do that, that young boy that is just, being youthful exuberance, talking, he doesn't have any weight. That's what
Talking
they
about
don't know.
Burkina
He doesn't have any
Faso.
weight. Yes.
That guy, if he stay, that guy will not last a year. They will take over from him eventually. You can tell. It's
No. So if Tinubu gives them,
you that you're already clamoring for dominance in Africa, this is opportunity for us.
Yes, now it's an opportunity. I know, but how? Once again, don't get me wrong. I want us to take over the place, but they will still benefit from us being there. Not the same way the French were treating them. Not that way. Where we say you must pay naira now, or we control the central bank. No. That's not what I'm talking about. What they are fighting for, we should understand that, help them take over the space, be dominant, but you still give them the liberty to to be free to have the opportunity.
Babati, power changes, especially when military gets to power. They may say the motive is right, but once they touch the power,
they will go back to the same thing now. Yeah.
Look at the guy. Look at this guy. Why I'm saying that? I don't think war is out of option for Niger because the guy is 61. The guy, general commander, is 61, and now he has access to power. He wants to solidify himself at least till he gets to 81 or something, 20 years dominance. If he didn't cross his mind the last few days, he will cross his mind that if I can navigate my country, myself out of this and win this war, I get to exert my dominance on the country. And trust me, that guy is not going to leave. He's not even going to think of transiting to democracy in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Look at this young boy. Do you think this young boy wants to leave power? That Burkina Faso guy? No. So the thing is, let us make them that. And the thing is, what are we saying? We are not going to spend much, because they don't have air force. Those 3 countries, they don't have air force. So what are we now saying?
You guys know what's really funny, right? Nigeria is so rich. Like, we have billions of dollars in our disposal. It's like,
exactly,
we should be the one actually sponsoring like coups and be putting puppet leaders in these countries, and that's what we should be doing. That should be our role, We should be the one doing that because we are in close proximity. We shouldn't be the French flying all the way from France to be, doing those kind of things. Which if these countries are so weak, that it's so easy to take overthrow government, then we should be the one doing our interest. That's the kind of interest where we should be. That's the way we should be She's not our interest in West Africa. It's not by waiting for someone else to do a coup and we go there to go and help them to fight, remove the guy, and go back home, and then somebody else will do a coup, and then no, we should be the one actually like sponsoring and controlling, because Nigeria is way richer than all these countries, man. Even their military, their budget, those countries are poor. Like they don't have. So we
Look at
should
the
be the one
sanctions.
really.
If our borders were working, these sanctions alone should have sent the country into a chaos. What do they have?
That's leverage too as well. You can still use that, and you know
But he has used that now. He has activated that no flight zone. He has given them
they
sanctions. So
depend on
why?
all about the Benin seaport. That needs to be stopped.
Everything, West Africa,
Can I say
everything.
something? Can I say something? You see, the sanction for me, that would be the way to go, but I don't expect it to really have much impact. And this is the reason. Nigeria borders so many countries. It borders Algeria, Libya, Chad, uh, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Chad. I think well, not directly with Cameroon, but from the Chad basin, they could really access Cameroon from there. Also, I think the border, yeah, Nigeria, Benin, and Burkina. So yeah. So the thing is this: from Mali, they could get access to stuff from Mali, say from Mauritania to Sahara. I mean, the Sahara state. I mean, that country called Sahara. They will get from Morocco. They will get from Algeria, from Libya. They have access to sea from there, and their ally, I think Guinea Conakry. Guinea Conakry too. I think they have access to the sea. So these countries, they can give them access to bringing in stuff from there. If Benin and Togo would not allow, which I doubt, because Nigerians have lots of investment in Benin and in Togo. A lot of their citizens are there in these countries, and so I see them being able to bring stuff in. So I don't see that sanction having much impact. Just like you talk about North Korea, I mean, they bypass those sanctions through China. China get them stuff. They sneaking things through China. If I'm sorry, you see their supreme leader, the guy wears designer clothes. he wears, he lives lavish life. How did they get access to all of those things? Through China. So just like when Abacha too was there, then when they were sanctioning him, they were just putting a lot of embargo and upon embargo, and he was able to wiggle through it through Benin Republic. They were able to
So
smuggle
you
things
think
through.
that they can survive it? Is what you're
They will
saying?
survive it somehow. They will survive. They will find a way around it. They will find a way around it. So I don't really see it really,
But
except if France blocks them.
the economic impact. Listen, because if the reason that the
It will
people
slow
are
them
supporting,
down. It will slow them down really, but not much. I don't see much impact on it. It will slow them down much, but you
Burkina
can
Faso,
still wiggle around it
they still
somehow.
have no, they still have access to the sea, but Niger is landlocked. So I don't. That
I
would be
know, but wait, well, of course, as I was always in a landlocked country, but they still get stuff from Nigeria, from Benin, from Togo, and from Cote d'Ivoire, and from Ghana too. They'll pass through Burkina. What I'm saying is that if they have an ally in the person of Libya and Algeria, they'll weather it. They'll get stuff from.
are they allies though? Did they make any move on that side?
Well, I think they said. I think because I don't think Algeria is hostile to. I mean, they've not really said anything because they also the share border with Algeria and Libya. So I only Nigeria
That is
and
very interesting. We need to know because if those ones join West Africa and just tighten the noose around their neck, like even our own place, we're not effing with you.
yeah. Well,
That is
but
wild.
you hear they said Ramaphosa said they give them 15 days and then Buhari, I mean Tinubu is saying they give them 7 days, which I don't even know why is that conflict? They should be all be speaking together in one voice. But I don't know who issued what first. That's what I want. Adewale, are you there? So
I'm here.
who issued the warning first? Who issued the ultimatum first? That is it AU or
The one issued by the ECOWAS. ECOWAS was the first one that issued the ultimatum. AU
do
representative
you know for
was,
sure that that's what happened?
yes, they
Or
were the one. They were the first. Then followed by the
by the AU?
AU.
Okay.
Yes,
So if they did
actually,
that,
AU Commission, head of AU Commission was also present during the extraordinary summit that took place in Abuja. So they were there to the issue statement, and before their own now make their own pronouncement. But ECOWAS was the first one because it seems like someone must have informed them or something like that. I think there's something going on
But why
between
would
the
Ramaphosa be saying something contrary
the
to
the,
what
the,
you are?
the guy is you see the way he was talking nonsense in was it in Russia before no, before the summit in Russia.
Okay.
The guy was just
Are you
talking too
surprised? Are you
much.
surprised?
I used to be a
I'm
fan of
not.
him before, but
I'm
now
Yeah, are you
no.
surprised?
I don't
Are you
know what
surprised?
happened to
I'm
him.
not surprised. The
He's an
guy
ally
was talking.
now.
You
He's an ally of
see,
uh,
there's a division. You guys, they went to Russia divided. Some were happy that they've seen their payments. Others like Museveni and the co are like, what the heck, But they just have to be there because you called us. But at the end of the day, it seems to him being the chairman of AU. For now,
Do
his
you think that
proximity to Russia.
do you think that him and Tinubu are going at it for supremacy or something?
I know Tinubu is just starting, and if anybody has the jurisdiction to act, is the ECOWAS, not AU. AU is going to sit back and watch and provide, um,
So they don't have
necessary.
any position right now. AU does not have
Oh,
any official position on this issue.
they do. They stand firmly against it. They do, but it's just that the only
Uh, um, um,
disparity is the
Adewale,
timeline.
excuse me, other African country that was the coup was planned there and succeed. Do they have the same response?
The Burkina Faso and the Mali are the only one that I know that for sure now in Africa that is supporting this. There's no other countries in Africa that is supporting it, other than the one that have military uh dictator already.
you
No
cannot
other.
say for certainty.
I mean, the one for AU was what I understand is that I haven't heard from every other country in Africa, whether from the east or from of the west. I mean, sorry, from the east or south that is saying they support it. No, no.
I don't think I don't know what.
Mind who is their ally? Because with this coup, you need ally, you need foreign allies.
That's
So
just the funniest part of
who
it.
is
They
the
don't have
person?
in Africa except the ones
No, forget
they
Africa.
are
They must have somebody because without that,
even in Africa
No,
they will
South
have
Africa
in
is not the
Africa.
ally now because if South Africa
Who?
was to be ally, hold on. Because if South Africa is an ally of Russia, because um, Ramaphosa has been a big fan of Putin, and so if what we're seeing from Niger is to go by with Prigozhin, was this the Wagner director, the head of the Wagner. If I had to go by those things we've seen, their press release and all of that, endorsing the coup, which I think will represent Russia or Putin's stand on that too. Because if you talk of Wagner, you cannot separate Putin from Wagner. So if you look at all of this, it means that they have the support of Russia. And then looking at what happened when he went to the French embassy and all of that, you could deduce that it's like they have the support of Russia. And which, if Ramaphosa could be saying what he said according to President Akinyemi, that it seems like he's countering what Tinubu has already said for 7 days, and they are saying 15 days or 14 days, then it tells you that there's something here going on here. So I want to believe that they do
Russia.
have ally. Is any of Russia's ally? Who is speaking?
I wanted to interject, but there's this cracking
Yeah,
noise
this is
coming
yeah.
from.
that's
Just
Thomas.
I think
Thomas.
Thomas, they're on
Oh,
drive.
okay.
They're
Oh,
on
okay.
drive, right?
The Russia has not been categorical about their stand
Okay.
on the war. Where people are just assuming the fact that they have their mercenaries, willing to come to the aid of the coup plotters.
Mm.
Now, that's what makes people think. So, the relationship between Putin and Ramaphosa might not actually necessarily affect. After all, it's happening in the western part, not in the southern part
Mm-hmm.
of the continent. So Ramaphosa might be, well, f this. What is my business in this? But because him being the current chairman of the EU, he has to, be present, right? So I think that, I mean, if you look at it, if you just like, oh yeah, it's happening in East, part of the Africa. So Kenya, you can bomb yourself to death. Nobody cares. But of course, collectively as a member of the AU, they will make statements and they will hands off and let them burn to death. So Ramaphosa and what is happening in the West and his relationship with Putin, it has nothing to do with they're probably just not going to commit resources or personnel to prosecute whatever ECOWAS is doing. But I think,
Adewale, can you hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you
I
now.
hear you. I
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah. What I was asking earlier on was, why is Russia this powerful with this war going on in Ukraine, Russia, with all this sanctioning? They're just getting worse and stronger every day. Who is going to take Russia down?
No,
Nobody.
they're only powerful for one reason and one reason only. And any country that has this, the West is very fearful of. They have nukes.
Nuclear.
If you have nuke, you are to the West. They fear that stuff like anything else. They don't make.
And apart from that, too, the economy is also strong.
I mean, it's
No,
fair enough. It's
you
okay,
hear the
but
propaganda of the West against them. I mean, America especially towards them. It's like, oh, this is our sworn enemy. America will tell you Russia is the devil. Russia will tell you America is the devil.
because do you know why? Because I even have to go. I had to go back and read up on the early 50s and 40s in Nigeria, going into the 60s. One of the obstacles Awolowo faced in Nigeria was because he embraced that socialist idea of Russia, of the East.
It was popular there. Remember, there were
Yeah,
USSR, so it
so
was
the
even
old
more powerful than
MLK
United
stuff
States.
like that. Yeah. So him embracing that also kind of screwed his chances up because he was kind of anti-West, technically,
Mhm.
free everything, all this access to stuff. So they
I didn't even. Are
is
you
a
sure he
battle.
embraces socialism?
No. His policies were geared towards he has socialist tendencies. If you go back, just go and look at the early writings of Awolowo in the 50s.
Hmm.
Before the Nigeria became I had to go back and look at all this stuff when he joined the groups in the UK, stuff like that. Before he went to the UK, it was not that way. But when he went over there, I don't know what happened. The same way Fela went to America and came back and turned to something else. When they get exposed to some things, socially, all these things. So I think it's a battle of civilization, in my opinion.
I said something earlier, and I said this is the first test of Tinubu's not just political progress, but this is a test of his administration. Mike laughed and said, "Oh, you cool in Nigeria is just what does that has to do with Tinubu's testing his
Right.
political, dexterity and all that." Look, it's no longer about the domestic matter alone. He is the president of the
What
entire
happened?
West African
Yeah.
countries. Okay. As a matter of fact, even before even that office was bestowed upon him, Nigeria has been playing a big role when
Yeah.
it
Look
comes
at
to
the way they were
peace and
just trooping in to
stability.
see him in Abuja, up and down.
Yeah.
Everybody, I'm like, why is everybody coming to Abuja?
Oh, I mean, apart that we have the headquarters. Where would they put the headquarters? Because we are
No.
the.
I mean the head of state for those countries.
I know.
Well,
I'm just using that one on the
yeah,
side.
we're
Yeah.
just trooping up and down.
We are the one playing that big role, and it's not. It's a
But
big.
what I'm saying is this: if you are playing big role, if you are funding ECOWAS, if you are doing this, how come you're not benefiting from those countries? How come one country in Europe is not benefiting? You should be. If I'm the big brother of this, I should be enjoying that.
You remember when Obasanjo came back in '99, Baba T? This guy single-handedly prop up that regional body, ECOWAS. He actually went to other countries to stabilize the political quagmire that they found themselves. You see, one
Adewale,
thing.
do you know what they normally call Obasanjo?
What?
They call him Baba. Even those presidents, they call him
Yeah,
Baba.
because
Yeah.
they look up to our head of state, they look up to our president, because we have to step in to ensure, people are always trying to isolate issues and say, well, it's none of my problem because it's your problem. This is our commercial activities and economic activities interconnected in the western part of Africa. Even though we are still trying to, ensure that there is a, one single line of businesses and all that, even adopting one single currency and other, which I found ridiculous because it's not going to work. Majority of our neighbors are francophone, but the point is that one way or the other we interrelate. So if anything happens in Ghana today, my brother, we are going to take refugee one way or the other, and it's a must. You can't even say no. You will.
That happened before now. Didn't we do that in the 80s?
Exactly. So, and to forestall all that, why not play that role first and
So
see how you
imagine
can.
they skip 3 countries and say go to Nigeria, leave us, skip 3 countries.
Ah, Sailor had to come. You remember when the Liberians came to Nigeria? The refugees.
Doing the Charles Taylor.
They were, some of them were living in VI. Yeah. Some of them were, that probably belongs to the political class. They came to live in New York, VI. Eventually, some of them found their way to America. It's at the end of the day, you realize that I think it was during Obasanjo as well too. But you just look at the role Nigeria play in Liberia. Till tomorrow, they will be indebted to us because we ensure that that country at least witness stability, political stability for once.
But why are we not? You get what I'm saying? If we
Mhm.
have that much power, that much influence, why are we not benefiting from that? Why are we not?
I want to believe we are. We
No,
can't
we are
just
not.
impose
No.
ourselves.
How many? No, remember when Dangote was complaining that he cannot even sell his cement in Benin Republic? They won't allow him to sell. They have to import from China. In Benin Republic, he close to Songo right there. He has a factory. He can't even ship like 10 minutes into Benin.
Babati,
That's what I'm saying.
Fagbo. You see, these francophone countries, their balls is in the hands of France. Their real balls actually is in the hands of France. I mean, all of them spend CFA, right? So they benchmark their currency against CFA. So whatever they do, they still have to get the go-ahead, the green light from their paymasters. So we in
But Adewale, how can they break out from France?
No, because they need Nigeria to break out. They need Tinubu to break out of that.
It will be a tough call because it's not going to be our call to separate them. They will make that choice, but using
I disagree because France will want somebody to hand over that role to. So if you want them to let go of those responsibilities on those countries, France has to find someone that will say, okay, I'm handing over these people because they see them as
as if Britain have really handed over everything in Nigeria.
I'm saying that. Remember when some countries
they're not handing over anything, my brother.
I'm saying if they have to, if it comes to that,
when Jesus comes,
okay.
So
okay. You don't want to hand over. Okay, I want. Okay, you are dominating all these countries. I want into. I want my own court in that domination as well. Join the party. That's what Nigeria should be doing.
You know what amazes me most, Babati, is that the Nigerians will think, or some that are in support of the coup will think, well, these military people are going to find lasting solution to our problems.
But that's the way they always behave now. We're there for the people. We are fighting against corrupt politicians.
And they will say, oh, Babati, I was so mad yesterday and today, actually. Every single social media page that I open, guess what I was saying Obedient talking about?
They are hoping for good Nigeria.
They are not even.
Why must you people also have to bring obedience?
No, see, rational man. You are rational. Rational man. Your own obedience is different, my brother. Your own obedience is different. You see, when you see what this, in fact, some even curse other people out, like using bad words. We want the military to take over. This is what Nigeria deserves. And I'll be like, wait a minute. And if you look at the demographic of those people talking, you will shake your head. Which 50s? These are the young kids. They're not. See, also look at where they come from. You will shake your head.
Somebody asked me on the
National man, I'm telling you the truth.
I agree with him, National man. Trust me. Somebody said that today to me. He said, oh, I want the military to come. So I asked him,
Everything
I
is
say,
open.
I say, how old are you? You must have not grown up to the military era, because if you did, you would not, you wouldn't say that. If you are above 40, you would not say what you are saying.
Ha!
There's no way you want IBB or Buhari or all this. Buhari. Do you know what we went through? How do you think I
Even
got to
this,
America? I got
even
to
this same
America
Buhari.
hiding. I got to America hiding from military because my dad was being. They were looking for my dad.
Ha!
I'm telling people don't even know because his friend was picked up during the coup during the apartheid days. He was the head of
And that's
Nigeria.
why they are reminding Tinubu that
You were
look, you
hiding
know
from houses to houses for like a year.
what you did
I'm like, these guys even know
that you
what
ended
we
up
went
What
through.
in
did he do now? Can you
exile.
say again? What did he do? Tell us again. What
I
did he
mean,
do?
it was in the MKO's camp, and they canvassed and fought for democracy.
What did he fight for? Well, big, remember, usually people like to promote this guy. Tinubu just take opportunity of that time and get away from
No
it.
man,
See,
He was
this
not hold on.
national man.
Why did you went to exile? Why did you went to exile?
He
Okay,
was
okay,
elected a
okay.
senator
Let me say something to you.
in
You people don't understand something.
1993.
I'll tell you something today.
Okay.
I have people, I know people today that joined that struggle so that they will get asylum in America here. I
But
But
not
know of
he
them.
came back.
not
Didn't he
Tinubu.
come back?
Is that
So
what?
Didn't he come back?
Who did not come back? Who did not come back? What are you talking
Tinubu,
about?
he came back, right? He came back to the country when the
No,
post was
I'm
there.
not. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
Yeah,
Tinubu.
because look, they know themselves. Those who are even the governor of former governor of Ekiti State, Fayemi. Fayemi was one of those people that pioneered Radio Kudura. Remember Freedom
Yeah,
Radio,
yeah,
right?
I know very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the people that actually pay the ultimate price because they were in camp of MK PDP then. Even Tinubu himself was elected. I mean, you
But
could see the state
can I say something that's
colors
shocking to you
and
today?
all that.
Okay, let
Yeah.
me say something that's shocking. Let me say something to you. Have you heard that some people, among the Adepo people, they
Who?
said Tinubu was a mole that was sent in between them by Abacha government?
oh
This
come
is at
on.
the hearsay.
So yeah,
See,
that's what people say.
Now
No,
you're
no, no.
hey,
I'm not saying I believe that.
no.
it's
I'm not
free.
saying I
It's
believe that, and I'm not saying I believe. I don't
Why,
believe it.
why did you bring it up?
those
Because you
are
believe it.
hearsay.
Because now,
No, because no,
If
because
it was
no,
the mole,
because you
how come
believe
he
it.
ran
Oh,
away?
come
How
on,
come?
man. No,
Kini,
come on.
Even someone
Spinner,
never
you're spinning right now.
I'm just
You're
here on
spinning.
undercover. I mean,
someone
dude,
never
you
my
work in the law
brother.
enforcement, and then you're telling me about all this. When they
No,
send an
but
undercover to
I'm
go
not
and do
saying
job, hold on.
look,
If they
I'm
send an undercover, will he not become part of them, act like them until he gets all the information and gets everything?
so
What are you
okay, so
talking
you
about?
let me ask
We
you,
will
do you
finance it. We
believe
will finance
if
whatever crime they
if you are
do.
going to be a
let me
mole,
ask you, no.
you won't go
Because you
on
said
exile.
alleged.
One voice. Yeah,
Do,
please. Yeah,
do you
Baba T. Yeah.
do you believe that allegation? Rational mind.
Oh, you keep
No.
asking all these
I'm
kind of
asking you.
questions.
You,
Brought it
you
up
don't
now.
Rational, I know you
Why
don't
would you
believe
ask me all this kind of question, put me on the
Because
spot?
you brought
don't.
it up.
You
You
don't.
brought this thing up
I
now.
brought it up. Yeah, I know. I brought it up. I'm
So I'm
just
You
saying.
don't
asking you.
believe in it. It's just rumor. You don't believe in it.
Hold on, hold on. How do you know I don't believe it? I don't believe it.
See,
I believe it.
Do you believe it?
of all the MKO's allies then,
Okay.
to this moment,
Mm-hmm.
Tinubu remain one of the strongest
I beg you,
MKO's
can you,
allies.
what is this wrong? Can
Let the man. No.
People said, hold on, hold on.
Let
People
the man
said,
answer the question.
they said Tinubu was one of the people that sold MKO. That's what some people said.
Ah, Jesus
Hey,
Hold
Christ.
on now, hold
Ah,
on now,
ah.
hold on.
long, bro.
Can you be
General
positive?
Akinrinade, hold on. General Akinrinade, he said the people who sold Moshood Abiola, Kasim Abiola, that sold him were the Yorubas. And he,
If you
among
are
one of those
talking
people you
about the
mentioned,
Yorubas, the people that
Yeah,
sold them,
glass.
we
Not
know them.
not say bad.
We
Not
know
not you
people who
have
sold him. You know, the likes of former Oni, the likes of former Are
Alake or
Kakofe,
Lipe back then.
all those
Not
Obas, these are the people selling him,
no, even
not a
Tinubu was
full
one of
soldier.
them. Tinubu
No,
was mentioned,
Tinubu
was fingered.
full soldier.
Yeah,
Look,
brother.
Tinubu was a full soldier. He was more like, okay, let
I
me
hear you.
bring money from here. He was already elected Senate
Senator, okay.
senator,
So,
right? It was already, established. Okay, I belong to this camp. I mean, there's a photo where Tinubu was shown, coming behind MK Abiola, and so if you're talking about people who are actually on ground, who have relationship with the military, then Tinubu was just like when you have a governor of Lagos State now to Tinubu to MK then. So we're talking about those people that actually have the likes of Ebenezer Babatokwe and Co. those are the ones that are actually in close proximity to the military people. Not Tinubu and Co.
Okay, fine. Okay, let me give me an example. So what was Benjamin Baba's life was? What was that an attempt on his life at the airport during that time?
What was what?
An attempt on his life. There was a bomb. There was a bombing that I think maybe he survived, but was he? How did he die? I can't remember too, but I remember reading PM.
Are you going to blame Tinubu for that?
Those years,
Bola Ige serves under PDP. Didn't they take him out?
You see, don't say
Even
all that.
Abacha attempted in the life of his deputy, right, chief of general staff, didn't he? When he tried to bomb at the airport.
It's Adewale, it's Tinubu that killed. It's Tinubu that killed Bola Ige too. Everything in Nigeria and Tinubu. Personal mind. Oh my God.
Do you know what it takes to make someone like Wole Soyinka to be on exile?
Because we know Wole Soyinka has always been a guy who fought for justice, who tried to fight for justice. Yeah. So what's the big deal about it?
The bottom line is this. I mean, thank God, rational mind. You were part and parcel of all those things. Then you knew what happened. Then people actually sacrificed their.
Hold on. Who told you rational mind was part and parcel of those things?
I mean, he witnesses. I didn't say that he was an actor.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure he did. I'm not sure.
He probably was. He was in America at that time. Okay,
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Rational. Hey, look, any sensible.
No. Let me use this word against him.
Let's hear from Akim. Let's hear from Akim, please.
Yeah. Any sensible human being that actually witnessed a military junta in Nigeria at that time, nobody in their senses will ever call for a military. The way I hear that word in the political in the media space, you can tell straight away that it's either from those regions where they never got where they were never affected by what happened during June 12th.
They are obedient now.
Yeah, whereby the struggle took part in the Bende and the southwest area, and other regions felt like that nothing was happening. So when people like myself went on the streets to return tear gas back to the military, protesting the street, right? When I see young people get dressed on Sunday morning going to party, and the soldiers will just take them for no reason and bulala their asses and everything.
Hakim, you like to provoke yourself. You carry
as for no reason, soldiers will just call young men going on their own. They'll just call them and start bulalaing them on Sunday. So then you are saying, people, look,
was in Lagos on negotiation. The days of
one voice. Let's hear. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's hear from Akim.
You cannot witness those things, and then for some reason you think that, oh, let military take over because you're angry.
Because
no,
not you.
Not you.
Look, I'm not saying like I'm talking about the space. Yeah. So just because you lose an election and you cannot stomach it. Oh, it's like you don't understand. People say, oh, there's no dividend of democracy. Are you crazy?
Progressive. But he just asked rational mind, just not quite long ago, and said, if the court,
you see, here we go again.
Pronounced Tinubu as president, would you abide with
Thomas, let me go and sleep.
You said, no, but wait, I mean, rational mind, wait now. You said yes, because your own obedience is rational. That's why you say, what would you do? After all, even though you are still going to be, against him in policy.
Oh no, national mind is not being honest with that answer. It's not being honest. It's not being honest with that answer.
No, it was free. See, sometimes.
No. National mind is not being. Rational mind is not. I'm telling you. Okay, let me explain something to you.
I've seen him.
Rational mind will come here. Rational mind will come. Look. Adewale, I guarantee you today.
Hold on.
Adewale, I guarantee you today. I guarantee you right now. National mind will come here and will be among those people that tells you that the judges were bribed. I'm saying it now.
He said it today. He said it today already.
I'm saying it
he already said it today.
They know you. They know you.
But at least he hasn't said that the military should take over.
Akim,
yeah, it will be among those who will tell you that
the judge was bribed. He said it today.
So, Yeah, he said
So
it today.
I was not listening, but now I just told you, he will be among those people who will tell you that the judges were bribed. They will tell you,
Not a bribe.
imagine
Not a
25%
bribe.
in Abuja. How can the judges not give
He
grant it
said
on
it again.
grant on that?
He said it again. Yeah.
But you see
Shetima double nomination. How can the judges not? They will start counting all those things all over again,
those ones are the
and then
narratives by the obedient.
become judges of their own, and then start interpreting the law that they've never that they don't know nothing about,
My brother,
and they tell
I'm
you,
not
oh,
even
the
that
judges were
one. Not
bribed.
even bother me. The one that pains me the most is when I hear people saying, "Let the military take over." That thing pains me, man. It will pain me inside my bones, man. Like seriously,
How much do you hate your country that you want the military to take
man.
over? And number two, how old are these people that saying all this? How old are these kids saying all this?
Babati, Modisofunyi, go and check their brain. Their brain is not working very fine. Their brain is not working.
Yo,
You should go and they should take them to
I was on
psychiatric.
the street. I was on the street, even though young. Babangida must go, right? Babangida must go.
Not even Obi himself will say that.
I was on the street, and someone is saying, "Oh, let the military take over." So you know why I had one period. I'm going to tell you. You know, before the inauguration, right? Oh, there will never be an inauguration. Watch me. Watch this. They will hand over to the senior president. Then the senior president will hand over to the chief justice.
They will arrest him in Abuja on doing the inauguration. They will be
On the inauguration day, he will be arrested.
You've forgotten those visions
Who are the
there.
people saying all of these things?
Your clansmen, the obedience.
And sometimes I'll ask myself question. I say, why am I even listening to something like this?
But Akim, when people call them obedient, can you?
No, those
is,
are
is it not
derogatory.
is it not idiotic?
No,
Is it
those
not
are
idiotic?
no.
Look,
Those words are
when
not.
for me, I would rather if somebody is making a comment, I would rather speak direct to that person who is making that comment. I don't want to generalize and call people who like just gather people together. Obviously, there are people. I've listened to somebody like Ekene. I've never heard Ekene speak in that way, and Ekene is supposed to be as well. So for me, that's why I don't want to group all of them together like that. But
Most of the obedient on this platform, they are reasonable and rational mind. No.
Yeah, they still have brain. They have brain.
Yeah, those are refined obedient. I call it Amala obedient because they are. They just okay. Let's discuss it, but not necessarily.
you know, somebody it's like you're writing a no them witchcraft movie where somebody it's like somebody just it's like I'm saying it's like you're writing a witchcraft movie. You know, anything can happen. You know, when you are doing
Witchcraft movie.
I've seen those witchcraft movies. Like anything can happen. Like somebody can just roll a stick like this, and the house will just appear.
People sacrifice.
You know?
The Hebrews, this man, what is this man or the son now? An economist. What is his name? Afro Rwani. These people were killed because of this democracy. You know,
I'm telling you,
people sacrifice the Ndubuisi Kanu. These are the people that formed Alliance for not that Deko, something democracy then before that Deko now, emerged. But these people didn't die for not because they knew that democracy will guarantee you abusing people that are actually in position. Under the military, you dare not criticize. And if you criticize, that means you must have been in status of Ghanaian.
I want rational mind is still there, right? I want him to hear one thing. You remember when Abacha said he wanted to hold the election? What was he doing? He wanted them to make him the single presidential candidate for all political parties.
Wait
for
now.
all
You
political
remember
parties.
Kanu, 3 million man march in Abuja?
Yes.
What is that guy's name or something? Kanu.
Kanu, yeah, you're right. Kanu.
Daniel Kanu.
Yeah. That's all the political parties should adopt one man as their candidate.
And they did. They actually did. In
fact,
fact,
the people are saying
they were wearing
Abacha badge. We don't have dividend of democracy now. We don't have dividend of democracy. Are you stupid? Are you actually talking?
Akim, you've forgotten the Abacha badge. The badge that all the military officers were putting on to show solidarity and loyalty. Hey,
of course.
Oh my God, oh my God. Nigeria don't suffer. Nigeria don't see. You see, that's why
Bro,
all the Malians are saying that nonsense, all the
that's
Nigerians.
the reason why I kept asking, how old are these people? Did they even grow up during the apartheid at all?
No, they don't. Or you see,
How old
no.
are they? Like,
There's
how
some
old are these
other,
kids?
some of them too that they're just having a awakening moment in politics. They have no idea. They just so it's like they are not existing and they're old, and you'll be surprised what comes out from their mouth. I mean, you can be in opposition. I've on this show, on this platform, I've argued against Tinubu before. I've condemned him, before, and some places
Yeah,
have
but that
praised him.
yeah, but
But
that is how it's supposed. That's how it should be.
some
Look,
people be
you
saying
can
they
you
should bring
criticize the
military.
government of the day, and you praise them when they do what is right. When they do what is wrong, you criticize them. If you support a candidate, your candidate don't win. Fine, everybody look. As you know, when the way China is right. I still remember some years back when some Chinese got drawn in one water in the UK trying to get freaking pickles. At the time, I'm just telling you the level of transformation that you've seen in China. It was bad. But you don't see Chinese people coming out to destroy their country the way Nigerians are doing to Nigeria today. It's almost like there's nobody have a stake in that country.
Akim, one of my friend here, a church member, called me. He said, "We hear that you just had a drug dealer president in your country."
I'm
I
telling you.
was so embarrassed, and we know that it's disobedient quarters. They are the one
Bro,
on social media
this
shouting
what
to
else?
the.
Nigerians are corrupt, Nigerians
Are
are
they
corrupt,
lying? Is
Nigerians
he
are
lying?
corrupt.
It's not a drug dealer. It's not a drug dealer.
What is wrong with you? No, seriously,
But it
what is
was
wrong with you? Talk,
Hmm?
no, seriously, what is
Is he
wrong
not a
with
drug
you?
dealer? Abikile
What
is
is
so
what is wrong with you?
well.
What is wrong?
they didn't link his account to drug dealing. What are you talking about?
You
What
see,
is
rational,
wrong? What is
rational
wrong?
mind,
People
rational
don't like
mind,
to hear the truth.
rational mind. This guy was never convicted.
Yeah. How
You
do you know?
see,
How do you know?
during the time, do the wait now,
Hmm.
because I know the paper
How do you know?
presentation
What does the
doesn't
paper say?
show.
What does the paper say?
See,
Yeah, tell us.
see,
What does the paper
see,
say?
see, see. During the era that those that
Adewale,
operation took
please.
place, during that
Adewale,
era,
please. Adewale, don't let us go back again, please. Rational mind
I'm
is
just
just going
no,
to take
I'm
you.
just
No, no,
trying
no, no,
to.
no.
I
You
know
you
I won't,
remember how many hours
I
we
won't go
dealt
to
with
that
this drug
rabbit
something?
hole. No,
It's
I
just
know I won't go
just
to that rabbit
ridiculous.
hole. I will back out. What I'm saying is that during that era, when that incident happens, that was the era where drugs were just becoming more everywhere. Nigerians has at that time, I mean, 419 has been in existence for a very long time too. And majority of people traveling abroad at that time were into drug peddling. Most majority of them, even musicians, everyone, politicians, they're all drug peddlers. But you see, and that was the era where I can carry your passport so far we look alike and I look like you and put my own head on the passport and travel to London or travel to US or travel to Canada without anybody asking me any question whether I look like that or not. So in the process, it's possible that people who live in the same place together, they do things together and all that. Is it possible that Tinubu will know this man is to do drug? It's possible. But in his own case, it happens the other person happens to be the signatory. So, and at that time, the administration at that time was Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan has zero tolerance policy at that time, where there was a slogan there that would say no, only to find out later on when the record was made public that Ronald Reagan's son,
Where was it?
Ronald Reagan Jr., was actually into drug. That was the reason why the mother now took it upon herself, to engage the public and to create that awareness. And Ronald Reagan administration made it mandatory then that anyone found with narcotics, their property will be confiscated and jailed. So that option was not even open that you will not be jailed. You will be jailed, and then you will, it becomes. And that program continues till the George Bush Senior. Even all the way it was reassessed during Clinton, and Clinton even make it worse, where you have the third strike, then it becomes felony. You are going to prison. So, and at that moment, that was when this thing took place, and the investigation continues till the 92, 93. As at that time, Tinubu was not even living in Chicago anymore. But because this other person's signature was there and all that, if he was convicted, they would have taken the money, number one, and at the same time, convict him. But what we have was a security report that says this thing belongs to this. And at the end of the day, that's a way things will happen in the court that you yourself, that you are not guilty. Let me tell you something, rational man. Not everybody in prison are actually guilty of what they accuse them of doing. Not everybody. There are times that you have no choice than to have a plea case because there's no way out here. And it happens a lot. Sometimes when there's some other evidences against you, but you didn't actually do it. But there are a lot of stack of evidence against you. So, at the end of the day, the court didn't say, well, we are going to jail you. They confiscate the money, number one, because they believe it was a proceed, because somebody else who was actually peddling it in the drug was also a signature to the account. And they look at the transactions that goes into the account. If you are actually close to people who are into businesses and some of these things are common thing, where you have Nigerians coming from Nigeria, pay money into people's account, especially those who came with cash and trying to buy. I've seen people's accounts being locked because they were trying to buy a Range Rover then, as at 2007, 2008. Because of the amount involved, the bank places embargo on it, and they have to explain to the FBI how come those certain amount was in the account.
Yeah,
But
they
without-
blocked me on this thing before now, union
Yeah.
transfer, because I
Yeah.
was sending so much money to Nigeria. What's
Yeah.
going on? They
They will
blocked me.
question you.
I had to
Yeah.
explain to them what's going on. Why are you sending so much money every month? What's going on?
Oh yeah, they will question you. Because they can. What do they call it? There's something that they set up in their system that will alert the security, and they will question you and ask you what's going on about this and that. But at the end of the day, you see, let me give you an example. There was a story about someone here in our city here who has African store. No, not African store, African restaurant, right? So what happened was that there was a particular man. All he does is he will steal credit cards, right? And he will come and tell you, "Hey, Baba T, please, I want this card. I want cash from it." You can easily go to a bank, even a credit card. You can cash it out, right? And it will incur interest and all that. Your own credit card, you can take it and withdraw cash from it. Sure, you know that, right, Baba T?
Yeah, for
Okay.
withdrawal.
So,
Yeah.
but instead of going to bank because of the transaction involved, this person will say, this is where people are bringing in, trying to buy stuff in America, and they don't want to be paying taxes or paying this. So in order not to make those payments, they're now trying to, okay, whenever you are going to buy stuff, we will use the credit card while we give you the cash. So this is the amount that we give you. So they had that agreement between, it was like 3-4 people doing it. So the news broke that this man was stealing credit card, right? Now, at the end of the day, one of them was from, two of them actually from Southeast. But one of them, the person who owns the African restaurant, guess what happened? Both of them appears.
Must you mention Southeast? Must you mention that the
No. I'm coming. The person that was perpetrating
Omo
was in
Igbo, listen
Southeast.
now.
No,
Omo Igbo,
wait
listen
now.
to me.
The person that was perpetrating was stealing the credit card is an Igbo man. Another person that also has African store was an Igbo man. The person who owned the Nigerian restaurant is a Yoruba woman, right? So they were doing that, and they were succeeding. So all of a sudden, somebody found out, somebody reported, and that was why they set up a sting operation, and they were able to identify the person that was stealing the identity of the real owner of the car, and they traced it to that African restaurant. So what happened was that the county issued a warrant of arrest of all the people involved, including those 3 Nigerians. Now, that third person, that Igbo man, that third person has an African restaurant. The female, the Yoruba woman, pleaded guilty but went into a plea bargaining with the county because she has had conviction before, theft conviction, which is a misdemeanor. So this time around, instead of her being, as a matter of fact, I was even wondering that, wait a minute, this shouldn't be. You can win this case, but I found out that when I printed and find out about the case and the investigation, I found out that she actually was aware of what was happening, but she wasn't actually, it was just she was being used to get the money out, but she was not the one stealing the credit card. So the person that was stealing the credit card also went into plea bargaining. You saw that third person, that Igbo man, that owns African store. Today, that man is still on the case. He says he's not going to plead guilty. He's going to fight his case because he did not know and he was not aware. Today, that case is still pending in the court. But what I'm saying is that, is it possible that he's aware? Yes, but I'm doing you a favor. I don't know where you're getting your card. You told me it's your card, so why should I be bothered about what you gave to me? But if that thing happens, that man wants to go and contest election in Nigeria tomorrow, guess what they will say? Oh, he was involved. And when a case drag like this in the court, the county might say, you know what, since we already got conviction and other two people and the evidences gathered from the other players, did not match with what he's saying, because they said, no, it matched with what he's saying that he was not involved. Guess what they would do? They will exonerate him and drop the case. But he decided not to plead guilty or go into any plea bargaining, and I'm going to go all out because I didn't do anything wrong. But at the point, the credit card was spent in his
sorry,
store.
Dewale, sorry. So in that case, why don't those people? The only reason why they will still be dragging him is that part of those people play bargain would have been to indict him as well, to say yes, he knew what was going on.
No, the card was spent in his store.
Yeah, I know. If those guys are if they are pleading, right? If they are pleading guilty, part of the plea bargain will be for them to involve him, because it would have been an easy case if those people say, listen, this man don't know what is going on. We just go to his shop and we use the card. That's all.
Yeah,
then that would have exonerated him straight away.
The fact that he benefited from it.
Yeah, but he cannot be beneficiary when he's doing business. He was a business person who was also.
If you bring a card to me and say, oh boy, I want to get cash from this credit card, I need like 2,000, 3,000. Can I help me buy something and I will give you cash? I will spend this card to buy stuff for you. Then you give me cash. Who benefited now? You did. Right?
No, that is,
but is
you
it
are
possible
talking.
to do it
You are
in good
no,
faith?
Dewale, you are talking. You are talking because you know the background of the story. That's why you're saying it that way. But what I'm trying to say is that this on the surface seems like a normal transaction, ordinary transaction, like every other transaction, right? But just because those guys were caught in the act, then that is when you know, oh, this whole thing is like an organized thing between the man and those guys. So, but what I'm saying is, those guys could have easily told the authorities that, listen, we just go there to do business.
Yeah, but the fact that he benefited from it, for the fact that he spent the card in order to give that man cash, he's already guilty to them. But he said he did it in good faith. So, and at the end of it, even the person, that other lady that got convicted, the first person that owned that was stealing the car, did not mention that she was involved.
But for somebody to be giving you card and cash at the time, you should have been suspicious that something is going on now.
Yeah, but no. See, there are some things that are common, but there are a lot of people are doing dubious things. Not necessarily that it was stealing the cards. A lot of people would do it. Like, okay, I've seen people who max out their credit card because they want to be doing some business, but they didn't want to go to bank to borrow money.
No, I mean that's the ideal way, because just max it out and then pay back every deadline, then reduce your
because they know they are going to
they will give you they will give you increase as well, because you need more money. You lower your interest, you bargain with them. You can do all those things. But I'm saying that if somebody is giving you cash to spend the card all the time, that's a red flag. You should know
of course, but Olegbo Legbanoni. But that's why I said
the man is good.
it's possible that he will win the case. No,
But
but because
let's
the
be
way
honest,
the way it appears that okay, you are guilty because you are spending somebody else's card. You actually benefited from it because you
come on,
spend it to
okay.
buy stuff for yourself.
If you are spending somebody's card with card, come on, why? Come on, the man is guilty. Let's stop it. He's guilty.
But the case is still in the court. So
Uh,
what actually brought is the case of Tinubu and his co-conspirator, the person that they both have account together. Is it possible that he knows the man was into drug? Absolutely, it's possible.
I think I think he knows, but not enough to be to. It's like if I have a friend that don't look here.
This scenario you're painting is different from what is actually in Tinubu's case. It's similar somewhat, but it's we're talking about accessory here.
But that similarity is what I want you to look at. The fact that Ojogate. So America would not take your money and say go score free and you are peddling drugs. No, you will go to jail and they will take your money. But this time around, he didn't go to jail. He was not criminally convicted. They confiscated the money because it was a part of the investigation. They are actually the center point of the subject matter, and they are not going to let go.
Dowale, I want to quickly say something. You see, in this Tinubu's case, right? Let us be straight honest. Sometimes to be honest with ourselves when we are trying to analyze it, right? For me, I'm not going to come and say, "Oh, he was dealing in drug," right? Because I don't know. But one thing I can say is that I'm sure he was aware that some of those money were not coming right. You understand? So it could be something that he knew that these guys were into something and he was just trying to wash money for these guys, like make it legit. So it could be something that he is aware of. So for me, I'm not going to come here and say, oh, no, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. But what I always argue is that don't tell me that he has a conviction because I can't see it anywhere. This is my own argument. Don't tell me he was convicted of drugs. No, I can't see conviction anywhere. That is like, it's almost like you're telling me something, you want me to accept it, whether it is right or wrong. I have my own brain. I want to think for myself. And I can see that, no, it doesn't work like that. I live in the West. I know what conviction is all about. I know how the criminal justice work. And I've asked questions. If this man was convicted of drug offense, why was he still issued United States visas? Nobody can. They'll say, he had a bargain. FBI is using him to do something. FBI is using. They'll start coming up with some propaganda, some stupidity. So for me, I'm not going to come here and even try to argue for any Nigerian politician or any Nigerian for that fact, because people do stuff. Years back, a lot of people they were involved in lots of things, but coming to say there was a conviction, and that is where my own it does. When I'm arguing, oh, these Tinubu people they've come again. No, it's not about Tinubu. I'm not a Tinubu person. It's not about Tinubu people. It's about us having a honest conversation. What is a conviction? Don't try to manufacture your own definition for conviction. No, let us call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let us call it what it is and say, okay, yes, okay, let's okay. It was not convicted. So that case for me is a no case. You understand? We can just agree on that. And you see the 25% on Abuja. When I'm talking on that case, I always say to people, listen, that matter is subject to interpretation. I've never want to. I have my own opinion as to what I think the framers of the Constitution was trying to say. But when the case is in court, a case that is not that clear, it is then subject to the interpretation of the judges. If the judges come up tomorrow and say, no, you need 25% in Abuja, fine, they go for a rerun. What have we got to do? Look, it's a nation. Then the National Assembly can then try to re-amend that section of the Constitution. Nobody dies. Nothing wrong. We go for a rerun. Fine. If they come tomorrow and say, look, no, the framers never meant it that way. This is how the framers meant it. Fine, we move on. But I'm not going to come here and say, oh, no, it's a must. You must get 25% in Abuja. If you don't get 25%, the Constitution was so clear. No, that is not a clear way of writing English language. You could have said, the 2/3 of the state of Nigeria and 25% in FCT. If you said and 25% in FCT, everybody, nobody will have this. This conversation will not have this conversation that we are having now. The Constitution only said and FCT. So you can have your own interpretation, and I can have my own interpretation. If you want to tell me that, though, that is very clear English, then you're not being honest. You're not being honest. A clear English will tell you and 25% in Abuja. That is clear. That is a very clear language of the very clear way of writing it out. If the Constitution says and 25% in Abuja, then that would have been a close case. But that was not what the Constitution says. So that is subject to the.
Why is you so confusing yourself like this? What does the Constitution say? What does the Constitution says? What does it say?
The Constitution said for you to be declared a president, one of the criteria you need to meet is that you get 2/3, 25% of 2/3 of the state and FCT.
2/3 of the 36 states.
Yeah, 2/3 of the states. It did not even say the 2/3 of the states
No,
and FCT.
let's go back to it. 36 states. It doesn't say just states. It 36 states.
I mean, before you go, is the labor union still continue with this?
I don't know yet. We have to see.
So rational mind, it said 2/3 of the state and FCT.
No. Let me see here. It doesn't say that. It says 36 states. I think that's what it says.
Okay. Rational mind. It said 2/3 of the 36 states and FCT.
So
okay, I'm saying let's put it that way. And FCT.
Yeah. It says okay now.
So
it says,
when it says to you 25% of 2/3 of the 36 states, let's use your own language now. Of 30, is there anywhere where it gave any state preference to say it must be 25% in Lagos or 25% in this state?
Don't analyze things like this. Hold on. Let us analyze that thing. What it says. 2/3 of the 36 states, which means you're going to get 25% in 2/3 of that 36 states.
Okay.
Hold on. 2/3 of 36 states will be 24.
Yeah.
And FCT.
Okay. So
which means if you have had 24, you've had 2/3 of 36 states, which is like 24%. 24 of them. Then you also have to win FCT.
Okay, that is your own interpretation, right?
No, it's very clear. That is English.
Hold on, Rational Mike. That is your own. Hold on, I want to ask question. That is your own interpretation, right?
Sleep. Good night, everybody.
Okay, Rational Mike. That is your own interpretation. I want to ask you a question. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, what? Well, I'm listening. Now what?
Okay, so the question I want to ask you now, FCT in that constitution, in that wording, is not part of the state. Because the Constitution clearly says 2/3 of 36 states, right? So, and how do you then recognize FCT as a territory in Nigeria as part of that conversation?
It is called Federal Capital Territory, like here in
America. How do you bring it into that? How do you bring it into that question, into that sentence where you say, look, if I want to say you must have 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states. And Nigeria does not only consist of 36 states. We have a federal capital territory that is not known to be a state. How do you then add FCT to that sentence now?
That which means the person must win 25 states. 2/3 of 36 states. I think it's 24 states, right? I think that's
24 states.
Then you have to win FCT, make it 25th.
No. What I'm saying to you is that how do you, because what this constitution is saying is that you must get 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states. FCT is not a state. So now we want to bring FCT into relevance to be part of so that because those people who voted in FCT to be recognized. Okay? How do you then add FCT to that sentence now?
I'm still understand. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but let me see. Let me see.
Okay,
hold on. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Now.
Okay, so Abuja, what I'm trying to explain, what I'm trying to say to you is this.
Okay.
Myself. Okay, let's say 36 states and Abuja. That is what we have in Nigeria. 36 states and FCT. That is what we have in Nigeria. Right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. So do you understand the language now? 36 states and Abuja and FCT. Did you see the way I put it now?
Oh no, you're confusing me. You said 36 states and
FCT and FCT
and FCT. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that is what we have in Nigeria.
Okay.
Right, Abi?
Okay, yeah.
So it means that if we hold elections, we hold election in 36 states and FCT.
Okay.
So if we are counting the result, we count the result in 36 states and FCT. So if I said you must get 25% in 2/3 of 36 states.
Okay.
So where is FCT? How do I bring FCT into that statement?
No, hold on. You hold on. You would do election, conduct election, and whoever must be declared the winner must have at least 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states.
Okay, and
That is hold on. That is settled. That is settled. Then you also
no,
have
no, 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 no. Rational mind. You're making it up.
Let me land. You ask a
Okay,
question.
okay, land.
Let me land, please. It's very late here. I don't want to raise my voice. Now, you win 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states, which is 24.
Okay.
At least you must have 25% in 24.
But wait, but Joe, that is your own language now. That is your own language.
Can I land? You ask me a question, right? You don't interrupt me if you want. If you say you don't want me to talk, you ask me
go ahead.
I want to make it so clear to our listeners that are still listening and still there. The Constitution says 2/3.
Rational mind. Stop using the Constitution. Share your own opinion. You are giving. Hold on. You're not giving facts.
You won't stop me. You won't stop me.
Hold on. You are giving your
I can take you out if you
opinion. They will be making it seem as if.
Yeah, I don't know why this guy is just doing this. I mean, you just barge in here, you allow me to speak, and then if I'm done finished speaking, you can now interrupt me, please. I don't like doing this, please.
It's in the call to give to interpret.
He just continue talking. He doesn't know that he's even behind stage. I hate this thing. Would you please just allow me to speak, and then you can comment UFC. Allow me to speak. Hold on, please. Let me speak, and then you can comment. We're not fighting here. You ask me a question. Let me explain how I understand it. If that's my opinion, that's my opinion. But allow me to speak.
Yeah, rational might go ahead. You've been repeating this.
Let me say 2/3 of the 36 states. Would you please allow me, please? 2/3 of the 36 states. Now, 2/3 of 36 states will be 24. So at least you must have 25% in each of these 24 states of the 36 states, which is the 2/3. And then it says an FCT. That's the conjunction there. And
okay.
Hold on. An FCT, which means you must also have at least. So you don't have to win it. You don't have to win Abuja, but at least you must have 25% in Abuja.
Yeah, but where did this say you must have at least 25% in Abuja? It was not written anywhere there.
Hold on. I'm just saying it that. Listen, I'm just saying. I use the word must because the conjunction there says after you have 24%. I mean, 2/3 of 25% in 2/3 of those 36 states, and Abuja also is included, which will make it 25. So you have
hold on, Rational. Hold on 1 second. You see that conjunction you just used now? It's the same conjunction I use to describe the territory. To describe the territory of Nigeria. 36 states. Nigeria consists of 36 states. Listen now. Listen to this. Nigeria consists of 36 states and FCT.
Okay, so what does that say? What's
that is the only way you can mention FCT if you're talking about the territory of the country.
What you just said now? Why did you not say Abuja is a state? It's part of the 36 states. Why did you say?
No, that is why I'm not saying it's a state. I'm saying that conjunction is what you use to bring Abuja into relevance when you are mentioning the territory of the country.
Yeah, by your logic, what you just said now. Let us go by what you just said.
Yeah.
Nigeria is made up of 36 states.
Yeah.
And Abuja.
And FCT, yeah.
And FCT, which is Abuja. Now.
Yes.
Give it. So that solves this all. That tells you what you need to know, that Abuja is not part of that 36 states.
It's not part of the 36. Look, this is what I'm saying to you. Rational man, I want you to listen to me carefully. Just hold on. Listen to me carefully, right? This is what I'm trying to explain to you. If the Constitution said Nigeria is consisted of 36 states and FCT, That is what Nigeria is known of: 36 state and FCT. So, if I'm writing a law, I cannot say in an election you must get 2/3 of 25% of 2/3 of 36 states and leave it like that. I can't do that because what about the FCT?
And Abuja means all together, and Abuja does not mean
Oh,
Abuja.
exactly. It's common language. Simple thing.
What are you talking about? I mean, you people are just
Okay, okay, let's rational man, let's use your logic. Let's say I win 36 states, then I didn't get 25%, and I have the highest vote. I didn't get the 25% in Abuja. Does that mean they will not declare me president, and we will call for rerun?
Abuja
Is that
is
what you're trying to say?
You don't have to hate in Abuja. It's the same.
If they made Abuja a special state, I think they should not even campaign in other states. Everyone should just go to Abuja to campaign. If that is the case.
No. I'm trying to explain something to rational mind here, right? When they say that, you see that word, that when they say the conjunction. When they say the conjunction, it's not to create a special status. It is to give Abuja relevance, to make it part of the territory of the country.
Logic here. We're talking about what the Constitution says. The logical.
This is what I'm saying. There's no way the Constitution says you have to get 25% in Abuja.
You are not the one to interpret the Constitution.
That's exactly. You are interpreting it according to your own opinion, rational mind.
You see, you guys do a lot of things that are so.
He is trying to
I made simple. Rational mind, I made simple language, right? Simple language. Rational mind, hold on. Rational mind, hold on. Simple language. If I said, for you to be declared the winner for the election, you must get 25% in 2/3 of the state of 36 states and FCT. And if I then say for you to be declared the winner, you must get 25% of 2/3 of the state and 25% in FCT. Which one is much clearer in your own opinion?
Dude, you're confusing. You're so confusing. I don't even. I mean, sorry to say, I'm not trying to.
In one of those statements I made, I did not have 25% Abuja. In the other statement, I had 25% Abuja.
Hold on, dude. You just keep going on and on and on. You're speaking English and you're making it sound so ridiculous. The English is so clear from what we just read now. It says you must win. The framers of those constitutions, they could have
not be lawyer or a chief judge.
No. It's not even a matter of lawyer. It's just rational mind is just being biased in his analysis.
I know that 100%.
We're having a conversation here.
It's not conversation. We're just trying to cause unnecessary headache here.
No, you're just being biased in your analysis. You say how can you say this constitution is so clear and then you're making your own personal interpretation?
That's what they do. They misinterpret the Constitution and claim that's why their supporters are so riled up, causing us a problem online. As if their plans to burn down the country.
I believe you asked me questions because you want to know my opinion on what.
Rational mind, simple English language.
I'm saying something
simple. Let's go back to simple English language, right? You and I, we understand English language. Very simple language. I ask you a simple question. If I say to you that 25% in 2/3 of 36 states and FCT, that is put that aside now, okay? I want you to put that aside. That is what I'm telling you now. Put that aside. Then I come back again and say 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states and 25% in FCT. Okay, between my first statement and this second one, which one make more sense?
Is he there or did he leave? Did the rational man get the question? I guess. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm even talking. I don't know. I'm muted here. Sorry.
You see, this is what happens in the obedient space. You don't even know when you're there. Not even.
No.
So did you hear my question, rational mind?
I did. Can I say something now?
Did you notice that article that came?
UFC, hold on. UFC, hold on, please.
God,
Let's him.
what is wrong with some people, for goodness sake? Madness. Somebody's asking a question and you just went on and on and on, and then you just even disregard what the person was saying. Please, I don't want to be doing this, please. I don't want to be taking off on and off, please. UFC, please. If you want to butt in, if you want to ask, you say, please, can I interject you, or let me interject. Not just when somebody's talking, he asked me a question, let me give my opinion. That's my opinion. So please, thank you. Now, you asked me a question of what you just said now. I said that's part of that constitution. It can be ambiguous, right? It can be ambiguous, there's ambiguity there, but that is why a lot of us are confused about what it says actually. If it means that 25% we're talking about, the 2/3, if Abuja is also part of that 36 states, that you don't need to win Abuja. If you have this, as long as you have 25%, 2/3 of the 36 states, or even if you have more than 2/3 from the 36 states, if you don't even have Abuja, then you still can be declared winner. People can say that, but I'm going by what that statement says. It says you have 25%, at least for you to be declared winner, you will have 2/3 of that 36 states. That is given on one side. It says, and Abuja, which is that 25%, and that 25% that you must have in 2/3 of that 36 states.
So which of the 36 states must you have to TED?
You said what?
Which of the 36 states you must get to TED from?
Dude. Don't ask me that kind of question. I'm giving you what is state. It can be any state, but at least you must have to.
So it can be any state among the 36 states.
Among the 36 states. It can
okay,
be any.
thank you very much.
Sometimes you might even have more than 2/3. You might have 27. You might even have 30 of the states. You might have 25% in 30 of the states.
So it did not give any state preference to say you must get in Lagos or in Kaduna or in Sokoto.
Does not. Among the 36, hold on. Let us make this clear. Among the 36 states, there is no mention of the order of states or how the state must be. It could be any of the states. It could mix of the states. That's what it's saying.
Okay.
You must have 2/3 of those states.
Okay.
That is given. Now, it now says, and Abuja too. The 25%.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Let me learn. The 25%, you must also have that 25% in Abuja. But if you have said it the way you say it now, the way you said it, that you must have 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states and 25% in Abuja. That could be clear. You can say, okay, fine. It shows clearly there that after you have 2/3, which is 24 in 36 states, 25% is also required in that Abuja. That is very clear from what you just said. But this one, hold on. But this one, even the way it is framed, we can say that it also means the same thing. It's just like me say, I don't like using examples that are going to sound ridiculous to us. Just like I say, you. All of you must have a cup of water. At least each of you must have a cup of water. You at least. I can't just think of one example I can give you right now. But what I'm trying to say is that the ambiguity in that statement is that some people saying that, oh, that Abuja is part of that 36 state. No, it's not part of that 36 because the constitution.
No, so rational mind is what you are trying to say now. It's like you have 10 people, right? You say, oh, you have 10 people and one other person, right? And you say, oh, 8 of you or 7 of you must go to Lagos. Any 7 of you must go to Lagos, and you too. And you too. You understand now? So this other person is on the side. You say, and you too. So does that mean that person must go to Lagos as well?
It's a very good question. That's another good example you just brought now. All of you must go to Lagos. 7 of you must go to. Hold on.
7 out of you, not all of you. 7 out of you people must go to Lagos, and you too.
Hold on. That's a different. You are bringing in a different thing. That's what I'm saying. You cannot be. That's why I cannot be using this kind of examples that are not really in tandem with what we're talking about. Because if you say 7 of you, it means the 7 mentioned there also include that one person that will say, and you too.
No, look, this is the problem, Rational. I did not say 7 of you. I say at least 7 of you. So it means that you have more than 7 people there. You have maybe 15 people. You have maybe 14 people.
Okay. Yeah.
So at least 7 of you must go to Lagos, and you too.
Cool. That is a very good example. That is very clear. that and you too is part of that 7
Yeah.
that must go. Let us get it clear. That person you just mentioned, that and you too, means that that person is part of that 7. But the Constitution does
No.
not say that. No, hold on. The Constitution does not say it the way you say it now. It specifically says, it does not say you must have 25% in all the states, or if you say 25% in 24% of
Maybe,
the.
this is it is exactly the same thing. When I say at least 7 people, I did not specify any 7. It could be 7 of any. They could pick 7 among anywhere. The 7 could come anywhere.
The example you just gave now is not the same thing as the Constitution we're talking about here. That line of that Constitution, that subsection or
So
that.
can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? So if that were to be true, how would you phrase that requirement? Is this what
Yeah,
it's
you see-
no, just to get with your own position, like because clearly they are
Okay,
everybody.
let me tell you how I would frame it.
Okay.
Well, this is how I would frame it. It might sound too late because this is sometimes there's legal language.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about
It's
legal.
legal legislative language.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about that.
I might defined. It might be a kind of like a definition of, for the purpose of this election, every candidate that must be declared a winner must have 25% in all the states. Let's say 20. Into third of all the states, of which Abuja is part of this. If maybe they could frame it that way, which Abuja is part of these numbers with all the states,
right?
Third in all the states. Maybe they not even say 36 states. You just say to third 25% in to third of 25% in to third of all the states. Not say 36 states. We could have more than 40 states with more than, and then including Abuja. So
Not
that is very clear. That is very clear.
So the word
it could mean that any states, any number of states that they have,
right,
will be part of that to third.
So to you now, the word "and" will just be including Abuja, not "and" Abuja.
Including Abuja. You see, Babati, I love that question because I've asked this question before, and I've tried to explain this before.
No, hold on. But the only thing there is this, that the Constitution clearly states that the number of amount you must win in the number of states that is available. It says to third in 36 states. If you have 25% into third of 36 states, to third of the 36 states will be 24. That is at least the minimum you must have. You might have more than that. Yeah. But then it says, and Abuja, which means you must have 25% also in Abuja.
So Babati just asked you for you to frame that law yourself. Now you just say instead of you to say you use including.
I'm not a legislator. I'm not a legislator to be able to tell you.
Oh, you see now you're not a legislator, but you are interpreting it. You are telling us what it means.
You see, you people argue so ridiculous sometimes.
It is not ridiculous, rational mind. They just ask you to phrase it, and now you are struggling.
Listen, I can't right off the bat. I can't be giving you how I'm going to frame it. I'm going to have to sit down and think of how to frame it. But I'm saying to you that the way that section is framed, we could read many meanings to it. That is why a lot of people are reading meaning the way I'm reading meaning to it now.
Okay, rational mind. When you come back in the evening, when you come back later today, come and tell us how you frame it without making Abuja.
I won't be sitting down and mopping around and thinking of how I'm going to